of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, take our aim. Bring down the fire like rain. You will stay in 45. You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away. We arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face him up, face him up. For we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our red, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, and stem the flow. Strike twice, redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike When the ring down, we must survive. Relive the pain and turn it on love. 'Cause we must live up to our fall from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till you're lost in. 'Cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. bring courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. We'll keep closing. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome everybody to the LPL. We're back at you with plenty more action. It's another day, it's another 2 series, and it's another set of fearless drafts. My name is Munchballs, and today I'm joined by Trouble as we head into our first broadcast day of this week, and it's EDG versus FPX on the docket to start us off. This is going to be a good one.
We're starting with that Group A. You know, JDG have solidified themselves 4-0, but everything is up for grabs when it comes to that second place. And I think these 2 particular teams that you mentioned are really looking for that second spot in this group.
Yeah, we're halfway through basically week 3 at this point. We've only got a week and a half left of this group stage for teams to prove themselves and decide which of those main groups they're going to go into. Let's take a look at the recent results that have been coming to our screens over the last couple of days. Yesterday, it was NIP versus IG, winning out 2-0, and actually NIP looking pretty clean in that series. I think maybe starting to figure themselves out. And JDG versus TT. I think JDG a little surprised by what TT were bringing to the table. A very aggressive composition that was punished quite well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I was sweating a little bit watching that game 1. If you guys haven't watched it, I'm pretty sure it's on some VOD, but JDG lost game 1 versus TT, and it was anyone's game at this point. TT, of course, went ahead and lost the next 2. JDG, I feel like maybe they just wanted all 3 official games of practice, I want to say.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not entirely sure they had quite that much control though after that first game. Today's schedule though, EDG versus FPX to start us off. That one should be really close. We'll get into the details of that in just a moment. And then OMG versus RA to round us out today. Last time around, that was a 3-game banger. I fully expect it to be one again. It's going to be messy, but my God, is that series going to be fun.
Man, I feel like OMG's score does not reflect how good they are in the early game, but your early game doesn't dictate your scores because you need to transition that into a victory, and they have yet to do so. So I'm looking forward to that because I was literally about to say the same. I was a 3-game series and it could have gone anyone's way. So I think the second series is going to be absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be messy. It's definitely going to be messy. We can take a look at our groups before we jump into the actual action today. And as you said before, we're starting in Group A. You can see EDG and FPX both there in the middle of the group. If FPX can win today, they will tie with EDG at 2-2. To be honest, for FPX, that first series is going to be whether or not they can make it through to Group A. If they lose this series against EDG, I think the days might be numbered.
Yeah, you're gonna have to beat JDG after this, and let's say, well, TT looked strong versus JDG, so if TT can get the fight towards JDG, I think they could have a pretty good chance versus FPX as well. I feel like FPX, especially losing 0-2 the previous time they met EDG, they just need to very much solidify themselves with a very good 2-0 over EDG today. However, EDG has looked so strong, so I don't think that'll be an easy task.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. RA versus OMG later today as well. You can see RA still in with a shot of making it out of Group C. They could make it out over LNG. If they can get a win today, and they can get another win as well, or LNG just lose all of their games, either way works, honestly. They could still make it out into Group A, which would be a huge change for RA. This is an organization that have struggled for a lot, basically since they started existing. It would be fantastic for them to make it into the top group. I mean, RA and Ultra Prime both having, by all accounts, the best splits I think I've ever seen from them. So it's an exciting time to be watching the LPL for sure.
All the underdogs are kind of rising up because if you think about it, I know they're not an underdog, but EDG have had some horrendous times through the years after the World Championship. So technically, they were coming into summer as an underdog as well. They've had a resurgence. AL have had a resurgence. RA, Ultra Prime, you mentioned them. I feel like LPL is just looking the most competitive it's looked in a while, considering the lower tier teams versus the upper tier teams.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. We've got a big shift going on right now. One of those shifts is EDG kind of coming back. We can take a look at their roster because Cryan and Wink joined. If you've been living under a rock, if you've not seen any LPL just yet this split, Cryan and Wink moved over from IG, and it feels so much better for EDG. JJ has a bit more support, has a core that, remember, Cryan and Wink have played together for years and years at this point. The synergy is there, and it feels like they do well to play around JJ. And then Leave and Solo Kill, it feels like have plugged in well to this three-man core.
And I remember you mentioning that Cryan and Wink, we double-checked it, of course, they were playing together back when Wink was an AD carry. That is a long time ago. That was back in 2020, so they do definitely have a lot of history together. I feel like for a lot of people, it's kind of like justice for JJ, you know? 2021 was the most successful year for EDG, of course, winning Worlds, and the only remaining cog from that machine was JJ, is JJ right now, and he's had a split over in spring where he was trying his darnest to get that team over the finish line into the backpack. But right now, I feel like specifically the addition of Wink has freed his hands to play a little bit more the game, getting that shot calling in from the support side.
Yeah, definitely feels good for them so far. We'll see if they can keep that going though, because today they're up against FPX. We can take a look at their roster as well, because this is a team not to be underestimated. They haven't necessarily had the strongest split so far compared to Spring, but, you know, I'm sure a lot of you at home will know a lot of the drama that's been going on behind the scenes. The manager left over a week ago now, so I feel like they've had a bit of time to kind of calm down again, to get things organized. And I'm hoping today we get a bit of sort of breath of life coming from this team and a bit more of what we saw in Spring.
Breath of life, I see what you did there. I feel like there were so many expectations for FPX. A lot of people wanted to see them go to MSI. They wanted to see Milky Way up against the greatest versus the LCK and all that jazz. They want to see them go to Worlds and see what they have to offer. I feel like they're a long way from showing up to Worlds and showing what they have to offer, because right now, I feel like the spark is missing. And it could have been all the internal drama that went on, of course. When nothing is healthy behind the scenes, obviously that can translate on the Rift as well. However, I want to bring it back over to Spring Split, because I feel like Milky Way was the guy talked about. The new Id King, a new jungle gold. This is the guy you gotta look for. And absolutely, he was a shining star for FPX. Even the games that looked unwinnable, he ended up winning for them, right? But I feel like he's lost his spark a little bit over in summer, and like you mentioned, now with a brand new team behind me, not completely brand new, but the new manager coming in, maybe they can get their spark back.
I certainly hope so. We'll have to wait and see how they're going to perform on the stage today. And, you know, like you say, a lot of eyes going to be on Milky Way. I do feel like in playoffs in LPL, the rest of FPX really stepped up as well, and it stopped just being the Milky Way. Like, you know, in spring, when Milky Way first joined this roster, it kind of blew everyone's minds for a bit. It was like, oh my god, is this the start of the best player ever's career? Like, people comparing him to Faker's debut and whatnot. And to be honest, I think that was a fair comparison at the time. However, if he wants to try and match the legacy of someone like Faker, we've got to see more consistency. We've got to see him continue rolling in that direction. So we'll see if he can keep that up. I'm hoping for a bit of a cleaner performance today for FPX. It's going to be a tough opponent in EDG, who have looked good. And EDG, I feel like one of these teams that are quite good at mitigating other teams, quite good at playing slow and having solid macro to push things forward. Whereas FPX, I feel like a lot of their games were down to kind of creating a little bit of chaos and outplaying people in the early game back in spring. So we'll see how it's going to go down once they get onto the stage. Remember, this one is crucial for making it into Group A.
Absolutely. EDG again have a 2-0 over FPX last time they met in summer. So if FPX want to make it out of this group, like Munch said, you need to start winning right now. You need a very clean 2-0 over EDG. Not going to be very easy. So, a little bit of story time. Munch, if you guys have not watched how the series went back a couple of weeks ago when these two teams met again, that was when the new was starting for FPX. Xiaolahu had to be subbed in game number 2. It was a little bit chaotic, I want to say. I don't think necessarily it was just about post-drama, if you guys have seen what's been happening on Twitter. So probably the team was a little bit shaken up as well, but EDG overall looked very, very clean. Particularly, I want to focus towards the top side of the map, because the second Xiaolahu got subbed in game number 2, he had a 3,000 gold difference pre-minute 20 over Solo Kill. And Solo Kill is meant to be one of these kind of players that likes to take his risks in terms of champions, likes to play the more aggressive stuff towards the top side of the map. So now that everything has sort of calmed down, hopefully, after a week of restructuring, you know, the backline of the team, I really want to see how Xiaolahu is going to show up today.
Honestly, I feel like Xiaolahu, a pretty strong top laner, honestly. Maybe not at the top of the power rankings, because we do have some absolutely insane top laners in this league, but Xiaolahu, definitely not a player to be underestimated. We'll see how he shows up today. I certainly hope to see
He looks pretty confident.
I mean, he does look confident. And rightly so, you know, you were just talking about the last time they matched up, like at level, like at 4 minutes into the game when he was playing against Solo Kill, he had like a 40 CS lead. Like that is, or maybe not, no, sorry, about 20 CS lead at 4 minutes. Maybe I was slightly overstating that. Having a 10 CS per minute CS lead at 4 minutes, that would be kind of nuts. I think that's actually impossible. Either way, he was massively, massively ahead by 4 minutes in the game, and only continue to extend that lead as well. Solo Kill having to essentially leave the lane to find ways back into the game. So we'll see how the matchup's going to go down this time around, and also if EDG are willing to first pick things like TF like they did last time around.
Yeah, absolutely, and I want to continue on that regard, because I feel like FPX's most difficult times have come in the mid-game in terms of like bridging or trying to support the more successful players. And I felt like Xiaolahu, like you mentioned, being 3,000 or 4,000 gold ahead right there, I feel like FPX really failed in facilitating for that Jace back then to have success. The whole map was bleeding. There was no way they could get him further ahead. They couldn't facilitate in terms of vision. So again, I feel like for FPX, the most important part of the gameplay is that mid game, is transitioning the members that have leads, whether it's on side lanes or your bot lane, into that mid game successfully, and how you can facilitate for them. And no, it has been the Milky Way show for the entirety of spring. Xiaolahu himself said, you cannot ban our jungler. He'll find the champ and he will carry. It has not been the case so far in summer, so I'd love to see FPX get a little bit more creative in ways that they can facilitate whichever lane gets ahead in the early.
See who they can facilitate. One of the big things I want to point out from the previous series as well, in that first game where it was the new playing that Mordekaiser, I want to focus on the bottom lane though, because EDG actually brought out Sejuani support. It was a farming Sejuani alongside a Senna. It's not something you see all too often, but it was played into Life's kind of signature Rumble support. And I feel like it was a really good answer. Like, generally speaking, things looked pretty good across that game from EDG. It was a pretty one-sided game, all things considered. And Wink doing a good job to set up a lot of picks using that Sejuani ult. And the rest of the team obviously following up on that. So I'm curious to see if EDG do have some more creative drafts available, like we have been seeing from them. A couple of these interesting picks.
And now that you're talking about creativity and Wink picking up that Sejuani, Doctum and Life have been one of the most creative bot lanes in the entire tournament. So being able to bring up things like the Ornn, like the Sejuani to facilitate a Senna is going to be a pretty cool thing to keep our eyes on in terms of draft. Because when you can be that creative, when you can lock in an early Sejuani and then transition it potentially towards that bot lane, that can throw a few curveballs towards the side of FPX. But yeah, again, right before we get into this draft, I can't help but look at Milky Way yet again and see what kind of champion he gets into his hands. The Nidalee did not look good last time around, even though it is within his powerhouse, that farming more aggro kind of junglers that you want to see him on the Nidalees, the Lee Sins. It just didn't necessarily work out.
See what he's going to go for this time around as we head into Champ Select for game number 1. EDG versus FPX. The winner of this very likely to move on to the Group A in the next round of the tournament. But straight into things, Corki banned away, as well as the LeBlanc and the Yone, 3 mid lane bans, and the Tristana still open. I'd imagine FPX want to ban that.
Oh, that's actually a little bit peculiar. Seeing the Yone ban here, while seeing the Corki ban as well. Usually Yone would be a champion you want to ban when you're playing that Corki. We've seen this matchup a lot. So many mid laners gone. Usually LeBlanc is the one that you gravitate towards. However, Rumble has been a permaban for the longest time. FPX can play this champion on both roles. You mentioned Life really being an enjoyer of that Rumble bot lane, but it's going to be snatched away from EDG. And knowing how creative they can get with their bot lane and top lane picks, this could be going either way. It could even be going to the jungle.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see where that's going to go. I mean, Solo Kill got first pick for the Twisted Fate last time around as well, so maybe EDG just really prioritizing getting a strong champion for Solo Kill up in the top side. It's going to be answered with an Ashe on the side of FPX. I'm assuming Doctum will be taking that. He's played it a couple of times already. Just a very strong AD carry right now. And we'll see whether they want to go for a strong mid laner. Perhaps you could go for the Hui, something Care has played a few times. And honestly, with this many mid laners gone, Hui feels quite high priority.
Ooh, I love that bot lane. However, that was the bot lane that they lost with versus EDG last time around. They just couldn't necessarily find their footing. But I'm a huge fan of long-range engage coming in from the Leona and the Ashe. You do not have to commit bodies. You have long-range engage. And I'd love to see from EDG side, a few champions that can play you from range to not get close enough. And Hui and Varus do exactly that.
Okay, Cassante going to be locked in there. Not going to be the Kassadin. How depressing. Cassante not
You really
too
wanted the
surprising.
Kassadin?
I mean, look, I love an interesting pick. It's not exactly good for mid-prio, is it? But can take over games. That takes me back to thinking about Angel. We'll see him play later today. Yeah, let's see how this one's going to go, though. The way taken... Yeah, I mean, they're basically saying, look, the Rumble could go jungle, the Rumble could go support. We don't want to deal with Twisted Fate when we're playing Cassante.
Hey, I mean, it went Shalahu's way. Last time Solo Kill picked that Twisted Fate. However, of course, it wasn't the Cassante up against him. This time around, it's going to be more tanky style for the side of Shalahu. EDG are missing a lot of engage. For a lot of these ultimates, like the Rumble ult, a lot of the poke coming in from Hui, you need something, a button for people to get them stuck onto these spells. Things like Rel or Nautilus come to mind for the set of EDG, both bringing up really nicely with the Varus in the bot lane.
Yeah. This is feeling like a pretty solid like Viego or Nidalee angle for Milky Way as well, where you've got like a lot of CC available from your bot lane to set up 4 picks that you can then snowball the fight. I really like the Viego angle here from Milky Way. I am curious what we're going to see in that mid lane, because do need a bit of AP now for FPX, but Wukong instantly locked in for JJ, and a Rel as well. That's a combo and a half.
Ooh, love that. We said we want some sticking power for EDG, some CC to lock down targets so that the Hui spells land so that the equalizer sticks a little bit longer for an extra tick, and they did just that with the Wukong and the Rel. Now, another very strong combo right here, which we haven't necessarily seen a lot because Ahri has fallen in priority, is the Viego plus Ahri. And the reasoning behind that is because they both get reset sort of at the same time. If one member falls, reset comes in for Viego and the Ahri. Asterisk here, Munch. Viego, Ashe, Leona was the combo they played versus EDG last time they met in summer, and it didn't quite work out for them. Milky Way could not find the resets. They couldn't necessarily coordinate around those objectives on how they want to play them. However, I think this time around they have many more tools with the Ahri and the Cassandra added in to the equation.
It's Care's Ahri as well. Pretty famous within the league. How he plays this champion. It's one, like, I mean, we saw the tax being paid by EDG, banning the Asol, banning the Yone, both Care signature picks. The Ahri came through as one of his better ones, and I know Nymera very impressed by Care's Ahri across the course of last split. See how he does against the Hui from Cryan, but I will say some power picks there. The Rumble as well available for solo kill. Cryan having a Hui as well, and then you got the Rel Wukong combo, not to mention Leave on a lethality Varus that, like you said last time around these guys met, Leave was on that Varus and he was chunking people consistently.
Yeah, and playing Ashe in the bot lane for Dogtown, the second you lose that summoner spell early on, you lose a lot of that power. There is so much sticking power over in the bot lane of FPX, the Leona and the Ashe. If one ult lands, you're most likely dead, but if you've taken their summoners early on, it becomes so difficult to just walk out.
Well, it's about time we find out how this one goes down, isn't it? EDG versus FPX. Last time around, it was a 2-0 to EDG. FPX, though, the drama's in the past, and it's time for redemption. Let's see if they can rise from the ashes, as it were. I'm going to interrupt the Gyos here because Doctum getting real aggressive. We saw this from Photic the other day as well. Ashe is so oppressive at level 1 and forces a flash out from Cryan. Lovely little start for FPX.
That is huge, actually, right here. Hui, one of the most, the more immobile champions, if you will, doesn't have any displacement spells for himself. Usually you would like to push Ahri under her tower so she cannot afford to walk into the river to facilitate for Milky Way's Viego right here, but this is not going to be the case. Cryan is going to have to be very, very, very aware and careful of Milky Way's positioning at any given moment, at least for 5 minutes until he gets his flash back. This could be Care's moment to try and take over that early game that we really wanted to see from FPX.
So we'll see if this early game can snowball. See how these lanes are going to go. Milky Way starting on the top side, opposite to JJ, who started on his bottom side. So likely just to be full clears from either jungle. I don't really anticipate a Wukong or a Viego trying to get into these lanes too early on. But I am curious to keep an eye on these side lanes as well, because, you know, solo kill versus Xiaolahu went pretty Xiaolahu favored last time around. It's a very different matchup this time, though. And Leave and Wink, they've got a lot of power once a Serrated Dirk's in there. Not necessarily the strongest level 1 combo.
Wow, and watch Care in the mid lane. Oh, a little bit of an engaged bot lane. Care is playing so aggro in the mid lane. He knows he can get the prior, hits at level 2 first as well, bullies the way, move further down the lane. This is great, great stuff right here for the mid-jungle duo of FPX. Again, Viego plus Ahri specifically after level 6 is such a potent... Level 3 mid? What?
Okay, here we go. Cryan, remember, no flash. If Care can go for a flashy, there's the stun, there's the flashy to follow as well. Cryan's still surviving, actually. They don't have much damage, but they'll finish the job for first blood.
Wow, great capitalization on the summoner spell that's missing for Cryan. Again, Care has been playing pretty aggressively, shoving in that wave, playing in Cryan's face, chunking him down. That level 3 for Milky Way as well, very clutch. Very clutch with the dash forward into the charm as well. Both committing their flashes right there, but it's a little bit less taxing for Ahri, I have to say, because in 3 levels, you do have your ultimate, 2 levels now. As he's level 4, you do have your ultimate to get out of any trouble if Wukong shows up in your lane. Great stuff from
Yeah.
FPX. That's what we wanted to see, right? We wanted the spark back. And this is a level 3 gank, 3 minutes in for FPX. Good stuff.
Really, really nice. And crucially as well, we literally just said, like, Wukong Diego, not champs you typically expect to be ganking in the first couple of levels. Milky Way changes that fact because that summoner's on cooldown. Really, really nice stuff. Punishing Crying. We'll see if maybe JJ, when he hits level 6, I don't know if he'll hit level 6 before Care's Flash is back up, but Care will be 6 as well. We'll see if he can find an angle there, like you say, not necessarily as easy against an Ahri. Solo Kill doing a good job up in that top lane to try and bully Xiaolahu, but CS still relatively even up there.
Also have to remember the Void Grubs are coming up, so a lot of the supports will start roaming, so whoa.
That was a
Has to pop
really
the
nice
ghost.
sidestep from Solo Kill to dodge away from the stun and just keep that damage going down.
Stuff from Solo Kill right there. We said we wanted to see the two top laners sort of fist fight, and I know Rumble is a pretty good matchup into most tanks in the top lane, Cassandra not being an exception. Back to the Void Grubs though. A minute and a half almost until they start spawning, and you will be seeing a lot of action towards the top. So now Crying, very importantly, will have his flash up and available, which is going to be of pivotal importance if you want to walk down that river, or up rather, that river, to try and secure those Void Grubs. Again, Leona is going to be huge for the sort of FPX roaming towards the top side of the map. Locking down targets like that way will be huge in fights to come.
Solo Kill already having Ninja Tabbies here as well, as he's just recalled and TP'd back into the lane. Big advantage for him, because basically it means now Xiaolahu just can't fight him. He just can't fight that 1v1 at this point, being that far behind, in terms of items at least. Milky Way, though, starts this Drake off. We saw Leave and Wing resetting. We saw Doctum and Live really hard pushing that wave in the bottom side. And then a Hawk Shot will fly over and will spot out JJ as well. So they know they're totally safe to do this Drake.
FPX really clean early game. Not only do they walk in level 1, they take the summoner, they capitalize on the summoner with the kill. They have taken complete control of the bot side of the map, taken advantage off of Leave, resetting towards that bot lane. We saw them shoving all of their spells on the wave to take priority into bot side river. So far, so good for FPX. That early game is looking pretty crisp.
Well, Crisp, unfortunately, not on FPX anymore. That's a long time ago since Crisp was part of the picture.
Your puns are on point today. Breath of Life. You said Rising from the Ashes, and they're playing Ash. I mean, and now we've got a Crisp pun as well. You're on point today. Super good.
Terrible puns are my specialty. Life with a flank, though. JJ is going to be in big trouble here. Care has that Spirit Rush available. JJ did get... Oh, nice. Care holds the charm, waits for the CT to land. Easy as you like. It's a free kill, basically, onto JJ.
We did mention how Leona was going to be of pivotal importance if they want to walk up in river. Life can lock up a lot of these targets early on. Leona is like such a crucial weapon when it comes to those skirmishes and fights, because she doesn't have one, she has two forms of CC, pre-6. And she's also very tanky. She adds a lot of damage with her passive onto the other members as well. So it's a just about getting out with the Hex Flash right there. Very clean stuff from FPX. One kill. Oh, goes to the side of Life as well. I mean, he deserved it, right? He made it happen pretty much.
He did make it happen. Oh, Leave is level 6. Oh, dear. Of course the Observers didn't miss that one. They never do. Charm actually lands in the mid lane, but Care's out of mana as Wink moves in, but nothing to come off that one. I'm surprised. Oh, hang on. Doctum makes the ult happen, flashes out to the side, but JJ's here, and he's level 6 as well. Doctum is stepped too far and gets bonked on the head.
You know, this is what happens when everyone leaves bot lane and the 80 carries get bored. You'll have Leave walking up to Doctum, he's level 6 versus level 5, throws out his ult, he's missing. Then Doctum gets his level 6, he's like, you know what, my turn now. Walks up to Leave, throws the ult, gets cleansed. However, JJ is there to back up his board AD carry, I want to say. Solo kill.
He's forced to flash away, dodges the stun there. Will get out with his life, but that's a summoner on cooldown now. Solo kill. Could be a little in danger up on that top side. Let's take another look at this, because JJ starts this pretty aggressively, really.
Yeah, I don't think you have any business walking up that river if you're JJ, especially after you've done it so late after the dragon has gone down. Usually you'll see Void Grubs being traded on the map whilst the dragon is going down, but for FPX to be able to take the dragon, reset, get on the map, and contest the void grabs, something has definitely gone wrong right here for EDG. They did not have their priorities in lanes. They didn't wait for them to be pushed up. Rumble couldn't actually assist there, and JJ ends up paying with his life.
And the crazy thing as well is, because FPX used so much to get JJ, they got one grub with their smite, but then had to back away as well because EDG still had ultimates. So we end up with this weird scenario where neither team gets 2 grubs, both on 1, and both teams have kind of conceded it. The junglers needed to go back, do their clears. We saw Milky Way, we saw JJ getting involved in the bottom side. And we'll see if the teams do return up towards those grubs. I wouldn't be surprised to see JJ just finish off that 3rd one, since you can do it so fast with a smite.
Yeah, I feel like it's a no-brainer here for JJ because he knows that VA goes towards the bot side of the map, so it's kind of free for them. However, I do like seeing Milky Way towards the bot side because they have Doctum and Life. Life is about to hit level 6, and if you look at Leaf, he has no summoners. Wink.
Oh, Wink stepping way too far forward. So you can see the Viego stealth there as well. Over the wall they go. I mean, Wink just picked apart there. Bit of a fumble from him.
I'm not gonna lie, the flash was a little bit of a fumble as well. You've got ultimate from Milky Way. You had another dash coming in from the Ahri, so it's not like any of them would have to commit a summoner. Well, Milky Way did commit his flash earlier on in this fight, but it's not like they would commit any other summoner spell to get that kill right there. And Wink losing his flash is not the biggest of a deal because you do have the Hex Flash. However, an instant flash engage from Morel can be so huge in these fights to come later on. And again, you mentioned there's a Void Grab still left on the tops of the map. There's a Dragon coming up on the map right now as well. And EDG would definitely want to stop the stacking from FPX.
Honestly, it's fantastic for FPX. Wink not having the flash engage available as the Drake spawns. They already got that first one. They'd love to get a second one as well. They've got just under 1,000 gold lead right now. And you see a lot of that in the pockets of Care. Not quite finished an item, but he's getting very close to getting that Malignance and getting to the point where Ahri just starts ulting every 10 seconds. But EDG hard grouping up in the mid lane. It looks like Care does have to reset. No TP available, so this will just be Drake for EDG.
Yeah, and Milky Way's pinging topside. He wants to finish that Void Grab, having a little bit of tower pressure, I guess. If they do get the 4 Void Grabs, could be pretty big for themselves, especially since they're not... Oh, the arrow.
Is this going to hit? If they can hit solo kill, he's got no flash. Okay, backs away. Good comms from the rest of the team to say, hang on, get out of dodge. There's an arrow coming. Does get out of it.
I don't know if FPX's bot lane can get out of dodge.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one. JJ does have his ultimate available, but I guess they're just calling off the play. I'm kind of surprised, honestly, but maybe just seeing Care wasn't visible on the map at the time. Didn't want to overstay.
Yeah, I think it took a little bit longer than they anticipated. Diving a level 6 Leona with summoners up is not the most fun thing you can do. And you had Viego resetting, you had Care moving from mid lane. I think those were a very, very dangerous dive to try and commit to right there, especially since Crime was not already in position to commit to this dive as well. They didn't necessarily have 4 members instantly right there. Again, 4 teams. It also shows a lot in terms of respecting your opponents and respecting the positioning. Starting a play is one thing, but knowing when to back off of it is another. And this is what a lot of teams struggle with. EDG, happy to see that, hey, they positioned for it. It wasn't the time. They backed off.
I will say this EDG roster as well, pretty risk averse, I would say, on average, based on what we've seen in their wins. They are reasonably slow wins. They do like to take it fairly easy and then play for late game. Like when it comes to their macro, when it comes to their decision making later on in the game, I think that has been one of their biggest strengths. As Milky Way will just get ulted by JJ here.
Whoa.
And actually follows over the wall, finds a solo kill. JJ is having none of it.
That E was fantastic. Sorry, was it a flash from JJ to find Milky Way? Milky Way who finds him in the river, assassinates him, gonna take that red buff as a prize as well for his solo kill right there onto Milky Way. Now, I was literally just about to commend Milky Way on the way that he's been moving around the map every time they spotted JJ. He's been getting a neutral objective for himself, whether it's a Skull Crab, whether it's Void Grabs, whether it's the Dragon. His movements on the map have been pretty immaculate. I'm glad I didn't say it because that would be probably considered as a caster curse. As you see, Milky Way is going to secure the Scout Grab, but at what cost? Lovely flash. Dodges the charm with the W as well. Very, very good start from JJ.
Oh, Life might have overstepped on this one, though. That's pretty unfortunate. Free kill, basically.
What is happening?
They're falling
Munch,
apart.
what
is
is
the answer.
happening?
They are falling apart. They are getting picked to pieces, and it's it's pretty questionable plays that they're getting picked to pieces on.
So that solo kill, what's been happening here is that solo kill resulted in a lot of vision deep inside FPX's jungle. You should expect that, however, if you're FPX, you've just lost your red buff, there has to be vision behind enemy lines for EDG. With spotted out Life, Life walks in too far on his own to try and get vision himself for the upcoming Void Grab fight, or Rift Herald fight. But ends up paying with his life because he's too far forward, no teammates around. However, FPX again with full control of the river. There are teleports on both top laners who are currently located towards the bot side of the map. And I think it's all hanging on the balance of whoever gets the first CC first from both teams will end up taking someone down.
Here we go. JJ starting the fight off, but he's pretty squishy and taken down fast. Life trying to get out with his own life, but here comes solo kill behind enemy lines. Traded though. His leave goes down, and now solo kill being chased. Care can't find the charm. Solo kill gets out of the top side. It's still a win for FPX, and they don't want to let him get away. He's trying to finish off this recall. Do they get there in time? Just about. Solo kill hit with the charm. Xiaolao, who is here, still has that all out if he wants to, but I mean, solo kill has nowhere to go. He's down, and Xiaolao, who gets credit.
There's the equalizer at the end as well. Grabs the 3 caster minions, not even the 3, 2 caster minions to the back of this minion wave, trying to push it, create a little bit more time for his team that has fallen victims. And again, there is so much CC on the side of FPX. The first person who moves in and gets caught dies. JJ literally engages on that one champion that has the most CC on the side of FPX. A very, very squishy Wukong walks too far forward, ends up going down. And from there on out, it was FPX just cleaning up house.
Oh, hang on, we've got another pick. Wink
There's
now
more.
taking a huge amount of damage from Milky Way. The crash down denies Life's follow-up. Solar Flare on cooldown, but Care does not wait for cooldowns. Charging forwards and forcing a flash out from Win.
Yep, he does not care for any cooldowns. FPX looking for another neutral objective right there. That chase again nets them a lot of vision into enemy territory. They're going to use that Rift Herald for mid lane control.
Oh, Solar Flare, they're going to go for a little bit more. Slow on to leave, but they don't chase for that. Dogdom takes a Chain of Corruption, but he'll be okay.
Where's this going?
And we're just going to use the Herald as a taxi back out of the play. As Xiaolao, who gets a bit of free time on the tower bot off of all of this mid pressure. And the Drake is being taken in the meantime by Milky Way.
All right, I'm just going to say what happened earlier with Milky Way getting caught, Life getting caught. It was just a hiccup. That's very good stuff right there from FPX. They take the W from this fight. They establish some vision. They push forward into that bot lane quadrant. They have bot lane pushing. They have mid lane going down. They get a second dragon on the map. They're back at it. Just a hiccup. We're seeing some FPX glimpses, I want to say, from Spring 3, 1, and 2. Currently from Milky Way. I'm not going to be completely blind in terms of Care. Getting all that setup down for his jungler as well, helping a lot with that early flash that was burnt onto the Hui. That mid jungle duo has looked pretty crisp in this particular game, and FPX are back on track.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm a little disappointed in the two teams today, because quite a few of these kills have been Life or Wink or Milky Way or JJ just overstepping a bit and getting picked alone. Like, I would expect Life and Milky Way and Wink and JJ to be a little more coordinated than that. Life and Milky Way this time grouping up, and it means that they are safer in getting this vision before Baron.
And I love that they're shadowing also Care here. He has no tower behind him, even though Ari can be very elusive when it comes to chasing her down. You've got the ultimate, you've got the 3 charges, you've got the flash. FPX are making sure they are playing on the correct side of the map, shadowing your mid laner while pushing top lane. And EDG, I think they have lost a lot of the control they had on the map. It is so important, again, to notice how much vision you lose when that mid lane tier 1 goes down. It gets very dangerous, having assassins like Ahri, having so much non-committal long-range engage with the Ashe and the Leona ultimate as well. Those pockets of fog can be extremely dangerous to walk up as a carry and push out your way for ADG.
So we've got a minute and a half till Baron's up, 3 minutes on Drake. Everything seems to have calmed down a little bit, and the gold is still relatively even. It's a just under 2,000 gold lead for FPX. This does feel like it's anyone's game right now. Talk me through the win cons again here, Georgia, because like I feel like EDG, while it's not been the cleanest game ever, when it comes to the team fighting, that is one of their strengths. Oh, hang on, Arrow! Oh, good flash from Crying.
Ooh, he has the flash though, and you just mentioned what are the win conditions for FPX. They've got such simple win conditions. Pin someone down, assassinate them with the Ahri, start the resets going for the Ahri and the Viego, snowball the fight. Crying has just become the #1 target on a wanted poster.
Chalahu taking a bit of pressure on the bottom side, but he is K'Sante and he respects the potential dive, so backs away, he'll be okay. Will be a tower for EDG though, so nice stuff from them. Straight up by Kara on the top side. Chain of Corruption comes down onto Milky Way. Leave is just 1v1ing the enemy jungler. No interest in teammates coming out from EDG's AD carry.
I mean, Milky Way will take this. Yes, you lose your ultimate for this, but you get another tower top lane. Again, Crying, losing his flash, life.
Perhaps an overstep.
He'll be fine for now.
Too. Maybe Wink is overstepping at this point. It's 4v4 on the top side. Both top laners have TP available. Baron is up in 5 seconds time, and so mid-prio becomes a real big deal. It's going to be Leave engaged upon TP behind enemy lines as well. Doctor trying to chase up as Care follows up, gets the charm, and that's going to be Wink going down. Can Leave, well, live up to his name and Leave? No, he can't, because it's a snipe from Doctum and Xiaolahu to knock it out of the park.
Doctum and in particular Life have been incredible with the engages. Life with the ultimate, forcing the cleanse, forcing the flash, following it up. EDG in shambles right here. FPX with very, very decisive plays on the map. Again, Crying cannot walk up too far. He just lost his flash. They see Life on the, I'm gonna call it the catwalk of death right there. Every single time a carry walks that, it's just a very easy pickings for enemy team, especially when you have so much lockdown. And FPX, they bundle, oh my god. They bundle up as one. They're literally throwing their bodies towards EDG, and it's working.
That arrow's so depressing for Leave. Oh, Wink. Oh, Wink. You're in so much trouble. Can he get away with this one? Blast Cone's pretty big. Okay, yeah, he gets out. The thing is, right, Leave normally would be able to dodge the arrow, but as he sees it, he's in Blast Cone animation, and because it's such a long jump, he doesn't get control of his character before the arrow catches up and clips him. Nice arrow, though, from Doctor. Really good punish. EDG, they've got to group up to use these ults together.
FPX again with quite a bit of vision already. In the river, we've got neutral objective coming up. Life and Xiaolahu, such huge frontline tanks for their team, especially that level 13 K'Sante with 2 items locked in the inventory. EDG, how do you walk through that choke point with a Leona threatening an engage?
Pick and snowball for FPX. Wombo combo for EDG. They found one. Bit of damage onto Life. It's going to be Chain of Corruption coming out too. Life might just go down. The damage from long range is insane. Now Equalizer down, forcing Care out of the play. Charm does go through, but no real follow-up. And suddenly FPX, forget the Wombo combo. Turns out EDG can pick too.
Wow, Wink debated everyone from FPX. He kept dancing back and forth, threatening an engage. Meanwhile, through the wall, everything was thrown at Life. Life, of course, had no ultimate because he did have to commit it onto killing Leave in the previous skirmish that happened, and EDG walk out with a dragon. Again, you'll see Wink hops over the wall, and he's just threatening and engage. He keeps very close to the wall, so he can W over if he needs to get out, and his Life dies to all the long-range engage. Sorry, poke.
Gorgeous stuff coming out from EDG. Really, really nice work to find that option. Sweeper spots JJ and Wink. Care goes for it. Charm immediately. Wink the target, crash down away from the play. This would be a monumental pick, and it starts the snowball for Milky Way. Steals that body, but it's Baron that they're looking towards.
This could definitely be Baron for FPX. Crying and Solo Kill are gonna have to work overtime to try and figure it out. Crying is trying to throw some spells in there, JJ.
They have to face check it so hard. JJ goes in to try and trade it onto Dogdom, and he does it! He finds the kill somehow!
Wait!
Milky Way falls too! How are EDG doing this? 3v3 now as they've evened things up. Xiaolahu charges forward, but Leave is just chasing him down. The long-range damage, a terrible equalizer, I'm not gonna lie to you, but EDG somehow flipped the fight.
That was a fantastic backline dive from JJ. Let's not forget that EDG are playing with 4 carries on the map. JJ might be playing the Wukong and is one of the primary engages for EDG to set up those fights. But Wukong is primarily a damage dealer as well for EDG. Finds that backline, assassinates Dogdam as well. You've taken one of the 3 carries down. He takes a second one. Let's see this again. Crying has to flash out. They overreach. However, JJ finds the backline. Dogdam and Milky Way both out the picture. The re-enabling of the R that was left onto the mirror image of JJ onto Milky Way, pinning him down yet again. That was fantastic stuff from EDG's jungler.
Yeah, looked like JJ was out of position. He's not out of position. You're out of position, Doctor. 80
Call an
carry
ambulance.
life right there. You think you've got someone. No, 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 no. You're the one that's caught. Nice play from JJ. 7-10. Gold is pretty much even. It's 1,000 in favor of FPX, but at 25 minutes, 1,000 is nothing. Look at Care's inventory. He's just a little bit away from a death cap. This is a very strong Ahri at this stage in the game.
Munch, I'm not gonna lie. This series is a little messy. It has come down to who overextends, who gets caught, how do we want to play team fights? No one knows, but if you get caught, you die. And it has been the case for the entire game. If somebody walks a little bit too far forward and they end up getting changed to seat from either team, they end up dying. So in terms of win conditions, I think both of them have pretty simple wombo combos that they want to execute. A little bit more single target for the side of FPX, but they do have a lot of resets to follow up. The arrow's gonna go wide there. For EDG, it's more about the more AoE wombo combo that you can have with the Wukong, with the Rel being engaged, is the carpet being pulled under their feet with the equalizer as well. So EDG are looking more for the clump of FPX, whilst FPX are looking for more of the isolated targets that they can assassinate.
So FPX, they did have control of the Baron area. They managed to get a blue trinket out, but they end up resetting. EDG will get control for a moment. I imagine FPX will still be able to repeat that previous performance, get mid-prio, and then brute force things in terms of Baron control. But I'm keeping my eyes on that Dragon timer as well, because Drake will be coming up in just over a minute. And both teams with 2 Drakes currently, I don't think either of them wants to give away a third.
And I feel like if you're FPX, you might actually want to do this. Because I feel like death cap on Ahri is going to hurt so bad, especially since you're playing for single target picks. If you're FPX, you might want to take control over the top side of the map, put down your wards for Baron, create vision control, and gain as much time as possible for that Ahri to finish that death cap.
That was both blue trinkets used by Crown and Leave at the same time on Baron. So yes, they know Baron's not happening right now, but they're out of blue trinkets. They're out of ways to check the Baron without using their faces.
I mean, they're still there, the blue trinkets, and FPX has no idea how those blue trinkets were placed down there. Therefore, they didn't clean them up. FPX now, they're gonna move over and shift their vision control towards that bot side. Arrow is back up for Dogdam. It's a fairly short cooldown. And the engage options are still the same for FPX. Pick up one single target, chain CC them. EDG are looking for the clump.
FPX trying to contend with the mid-prio. It's not happening. Oh, Leave caught by the solar flare. That's his cleanse, but Life has to flash just to keep himself healthy. But now FPX get to move in onto this wave themselves. They both clear it as EDG move in towards the Baron. Another arrow comes in. But Solo Kill happy to just tank that one for now. Equalizer comes across the team. They're looking for an engage, but the charm from Care keeps everyone away. A lot of ultimates just being blasted out by both teams.
FPX have thrown everything, but nothing is sticking, so EDG get to walk in for free. Cyclone's still up. Quay ult still up. Rel ult still up. FPX kept pushing buttons forward. The Ashe ult, the Leona ult, the Ahri ult with the charm, and just nothing was sticking. looked like a little bit of a desperation attempt, if you ask me, Munch, trying to get a pick to happen, but it's much easier when you're playing through the choke points. You pull back into this dragon, you try to threaten with a soul point if you're FPX, and you're inviting EDG through those choke points where it's much easier to land an arrow, to land a charm, to try and pick up that one target that's want to walk in first through these choke points. However, FPX a little bit lost again. In the translation, I want to say an EDG will sneak in a third one.
I think one of the big things is, like, when you look at the composition from FPX, your engage is not really that good when everyone's grouped up. It's hard to follow up on an arrow that hits 1 of 5 people. Oh, life might just be caught here. Oh dear. It's a disaster. Wing also low, but it's still a pick for EDG, and they're looking for more as well. Shala, who TP's in. He'll get away. That's a million TPs used to get into this play. Shala, who is overstepped. He's not as tanky as he thinks he is and forced away. EDG can take control of the Baron area now.
Cool. Kara taking a huge chunk right there from Varus as well. EDG do not have any ultimates available to their name. The Equalizer will be coming up onto Rumble, but they establish some vision into this river. Again, life overextends. It has happened 1 too many times, 4 to be exact, in this particular game. Ends up being punished by EDG. Now, don't get me wrong, I did say that EDG is looking for the clumps, but that's in team fights. If you walk up to them as an individual, they have more than enough damage in CC to take you down. They did commit everything onto life. They committed the Wukong ult, their Rel ult as well. They committed so much just to kill the support, but very wisely, again, EDG is one of those teams that will weigh out the situation and be like, listen, we have no ultimates available. We're going to pull back at this point. There are many item breakpoints that they're still looking towards, specifically that void stuff coming through for Wei.
Care has that death cap. He has TP advantage. I'd really like to see FPX trying to use the side lanes a little bit more since they have so much pick potential. Their best bet is getting people in translation, but they're really scared to leave this Baron area. They know EDG will happily snap that up given the opportunity. Oh, Doc, you're playing with fire there. I'll step forwards. We'll actually protect the control ward.
I feel like it's been very difficult for FPX to play side lanes because every time Life walks up to try and establish some vision for someone to push that wave on a side lane, he gets caught. You cannot be on a side lane if you do not have vision inside that quadrant that you're pushing next to. Now, again, FPX and EDG are playing the Fog of War game. There are plenty of blue wards on EDG side.
Let's see if FPX can bait the engage that they're looking for. The A-ramp continues. The battle for the mid-wave continues. FPX will finish it off first. They get to maintain their control of the Baron side of the map. It's still 2 minutes until that Drake comes up, so no trade available for EDG. They've got to try and check. They've got to try get some vision in here. But FPX still sticking around.
Ooh,
EDG control. There's one Scryer's Orb. They've got 3 across their team.
They've got 3. Yeah, and Gare might have to ult right here. He's gonna have to burn his ult.
He had to ult, he had to flash. I mean, I like the idea of cutting off the wave, but you can't just walk into 5 people. Shala, who now in trouble. Wing finds the engage. Care the target equalizer in. Care is gone. EDG starts strong and Milky Way's used his own ultimate. JJ can finish the job on the back line. EDG find everything. Care, a disastrous cutoff of the wave, sends FPX packing.
Care had 0 deaths this entire time whilst having 100% kill participation. He missteps once, pushes too far forward to cut the wave, to try and take control over that mid lane. Let's watch this again. This has been very much a back and forth. One last charge on that Ares ultimate. It wasn't going to be enough. The CC locked down so much from the side of EDG, and look at JJ again in the backline. He's been an absolute nuisance for FPX carries. That Wukong has been massive the entire game. Again, off of the back of one misstep, I feel like it's been the story for the entire game so far. Somebody missteps, they get caught. Care was the one that has been very, very careful throughout the entire game, I want to say. He missteps once, that punish netted a Baron for EDG.
Massive swing for EDG here. Oh, Life has stepped up over and over again this game. Will survive this time around. Some honey fruit there for him to heal up a little bit. Drake coming up in 14 seconds. Remember, EDG already have 3 for themselves. This could be sold for EDG. It's looking really good for EDG right now as JJ dives forward, gets a couple of cooldowns out. Mid prior for EDG. They can just start this Drake up on cooldown. The poke coming out. Oh, Life just ulted himself. Oh, God. Life is having a bit of a wonky game, it has to be said. EDG start the Drake and FPX. I think they realize they just have no way of starting a fight if Leona's got no cooldowns. There's just no way to do it. EDG are going to get Soul here. They've got Baron. They've got everything.
That was so painful to watch. The miss flash with the missed ult. Clearly, he was trying to make a pick towards this bush to try and help FPX to get into this river. Potentially grab a pick, maybe stop the Soul from going over to EDG. And miss position of the cursor might have...
Potential picks. Leave is the target. They're going to be able to find a pick onto the enemy AD carry. Maybe FPX can snowball this. At least it's a reprieve. Maybe it's more Xiaolahu hunting, but he won't find anything. FPX have a chance now down mid.
They still have the Baron, so it's going to be very difficult for FPX to siege with all the Baron up minions that will be coming over the side of EDG. A little bit of a mispositioning right there from Leave is going to cost them actually the Baron buff. Because you had so much pressure, you've got so much poke, you've got so much punish underneath the tower. The poke from Varus, the poke for Crying Sway was going to be unbearable for FPX to deal with underneath the tower. However, that pick, I feel like, has completely negated the Baron power for EDG. Oh no, oh, Life. Oh, Life. It was clearly a misplacement of the cursor. He wanted to go forward. He ended up clicking backwards.
I think he maybe just hit F and R at the same time, tried to flash away and accidentally tapped his ultimate. It's...
You know, do you know the little emote in Twitch chat? It's actually called Life. And it's a little Pepe that's sitting in front of a sunset, just contemplating life, just looking at it.
Yeah.
And it just reminded me of seeing that play. That was all I could think about.
I mean, it's the sunset. He's playing Leona. It just makes sense. It just makes sense on so many levels.
Contemplating life as well after this play.
Yeah, definitely. My goodness, that's a bit... honestly, Life has had a pretty rough game for himself.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on! This is a moment and a half right here! What an opportunity! Dogdom snipes him from a million miles away, and FPX pounce immediately!
Again, huge from FPX. Yet another pick. Last time it was on Leave, this time on Crying. They will be sieging down. They do have dashes onto this area. They could potentially be looking for another Charm. Charm is going to miss. However, there are no objectives on the map that they can very easily take. Even though Crying is down, there is so much wave clear. You can even put down the Equalizer if you're not sure you're going to be saving the tower. But the Poke, Varus together with the Rumble, they clear the waves pretty quickly.
They do. I mean, look at... They got less than a quarter of the tower's health done. Care hunting for a Charm. I think FPX basically hunting for another pick. Maybe Wink could be a target, but one step too far forwards. And remember, Chem takes Soul in the pockets of EDG. It's really hard to finish off that first target now.
Yeah.
Chain of Corruption.
EDG.
Oh my lord, that
Life.
damage on Life. I mean, Leave us a few items at this point, it's fair to say. Another chunk coming out from him. He's a sniper.
That's like almost a third of his HP gone. Where does he shoot it from? From red buff. They see him in mid lane onto this ward placed. Then they immediately TP on this. They throw Leona ult. Everyone just sprints towards Crying. Anything and everything goes for FPX. I mean, they've had two picks back to back. One of them negated the Baron that EDG had. And this time around, this didn't necessarily net them anything. Solo kill. I mean, Kier has a few more dashes. He'll be fine. However, I want to be a little bit judgmental here towards FPX. Because every single time they do get the pick on the map, there is no vision established from them. They get the pick onto Crying, they push that mid lane tower, they chip a fourth of it maybe. However, the next neutral objective that's coming up is Baron, and there was not a single ward that was placed down from the sort of FPX. There's only one inside their own jungle that will allow them to walk into this bush. However, they do not know what they're actually walking into.
Very little vision. The one minor positive is they've got an Ashe, so Hawkshot helps deal with that slight issue. I will say that play from Crying there, or the play on Crying there, is like, hey, mid, play safe. And look at mid lane, it's like a TP on the ward as the stun hits, the solar flare comes in. Tough one. Full CC chain there is FPX now. Oh, Solar Flare goes a little wide from life, just hunting for opportunities. And Solar Flare on cooldown right as Baron spawns.
Crying doesn't have his flash. He just had to blow that. So FPX, I feel like, have a very, very clear target for themselves. You see how far back Crying is playing behind all of his teammates. FPX, they need to deep into Fog of War and try to make a pick through a choke point.
Trying to get poke damage down, trying to just push this wave in, and they will be able to win mid prior. They can maybe just escort this cannon up mid lane, but here we go. JJ the target of the arrow. He dashes out as Wink goes in. Equalizer across the team as well, but it's not quite enough to finish any health bars. And both teams back away once more.
There are teleports on the side of FPX. Carries is trying to find somewhere
Elder's
that's
coming up in
safe to
30
back and
seconds.
TP back.
Elder Dragon spawning onto the map. This is getting real tense. I feel like both teams are nervous. Both teams really struggling to find their foothold in the game. This is about as close as they come. Dogdom chunked massively. EDG hunting for him here, and JJ finishes the kill. Life will be next, but Care gets a charm and saves his support. The blast can't believe finishes the job. You're going nowhere.
EDG are gonna be able to secure the Baron here. What in the world? Care tries to stop the wave first, dies, gives EDG the kill. Doctum walks up, tries to stop the wave, gives that kill over to EDG. EDG get Baron. What in the world has been going on? Wink, very confidently face-checking that he has an entire team behind him.
This is a numbers advantage for EDG, and FPX have started the fight. They're hunting for Wink. Is it worth it is the question. Resets for Milky Way. Oh, they can make it happen. Milky Way, triple kill, and a 3v4 turns it into a fourth, and Care looking to finish the job. Solo kill, desperately trying to escape. Somehow a miracle arrives for FPX.
And of course, that miracle would have to be named Milky Way. The spark, the shine that we were looking from Spring Split is right here. What an insane performance. The arrow being shot in the mid lane, solo kill.
Oh, dodges the arrow, but barely. That's going to be breaking open the base here.
The Elder is up.
They've still got 20 seconds on death timers of EDG, and like you say, Elder Dragon up on the map.
I cannot believe that FPX, off of the back of that, they might be winning themselves. That first game, Elder Dragon is going to pretty much negate again the Baron buff that EDG have. What is going on? I felt like this was the most confident face check of all time. They're like, we have four members. We have Gia and Wukong. Like, what in the world is going on? That backline access from the Cassante. And all of these resets coming through from Milky Way. The second you get Rel here, it's pretty much GG. So much CC coming through that champion. So much follow-up. He grabs Wukong as well. Absolutely disgusting. Okay, his wave wasn't that great.
By Care at the end there. Crank got absolutely
his wave not that great, okay? We need a little bit of a practice on the way from Milky Way, but hey,
I mean,
the rest
Care,
was immaculate.
Care and Milky Way, absolutely phenomenal stuff right there. And, you know, the setup from Shalahu as well. At the end of the day, it turns into an Elder Dragon for FPX. And remember how important this game is in terms of the group, in terms of make it into Group A in the second stage of the LPL. Every single game counts, and this matchup specifically could just about decide this group. EDG being pushed against the ropes now by FPX. They've got Elder for another minute and a half, and they want to break this game open.
Yeah, there's 30 seconds onto Baron, but only on solo kill. They need to keep solo kill on whichever lane is pushing to Baron up these minions as much as possible to not allow siege from FPX. The second they get underneath your tower with that Elder Dragon and they pull the trigger, somebody will disappear. After the mid lane inhibitor drops as well, you need to get solo kill towards the wave.
Oh, arrow goes slightly wide. That's a route on life as well, but it won't matter too much. Remember, still, a minute on Elder Dragon, realistically. EDG can't go for an even fight. Maybe they could find a pick if someone oversteps, but you can't go for a straight up 5v5 at this point. Super's pushing in mid lane, but the waves are not synced up right now. It does make it much more difficult for FPX.
This is so scary though, walking up to any of those walls. All of that single target CC, single target assassination potential that FPX have. It's going to be huge. How fast can you clear the wave, EDG? Because they're coming for you.
Just going to slam it. The cannon is going to help out here. FPX will finally break that second inhib tower. Shalahu charging forwards. Charm goes in. JJ into the back line here. Shalahu survives, as it was the clone that got caught by the all-out. Wink, Charm, they need to finish a kill. They need to start the resets, and Milky Way gets the first one. Care diving into the back line as well. Arrow dives in, crying, gone. JJ on the last leg of life. A solo kill falls as well. FPX on the back of a miracle have flipped the game.
Leave.
And they take down EDG. Leave, sniping, but the arrows are dodged. The apple stays on the head, and the Nexus is bare. Leave takes another. GA available for Milky Way. Shallow on the Nexus. FPX on the back of a miracle blaze into a win.
Wow. He just left. He's like, yeah, I'm out of here. Get me out of this game. Reset me. We're going into game 2. Milky Way and Care. What fantastic performances from minute 1. The second that Flash was down onto crying, Milky Way and Care run away with that early game. This was so messy from both of those teams. This was catch someone central, grab a dragon for it, grab 2 barons for it, grab an elder for it. It was so messy and so chaotic, and it needs cleaning up because FPX had clear winners again in the early game, and they just could not figure out how to facilitate them for that win.
A lot of mistakes being made by both teams, but in the end, FPX, they fight like miraculous play. And you said at the start of the day, we want to see that spark back for FPX. If a win like that isn't a spark, I don't know what is. We're going to jump to break, and then we'll see if they can keep this going. The Phoenix may be rising once more. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Trouble as we head towards a second game between FPX and EDG. And I have to say, this was not the cleanest game of League of Legends we've ever witnessed here in the LPL. It was very messy, and it was won off of the back of a 3v4 started by FPX. They somehow pulled it off, got Elder, and won the game. It was...
Oh boy.
It was something. It was something. Milky Way gonna grab himself an MVP with a negative goal difference.
I mean, it's fine, right? You get the W. I feel like Milky Way and Care had pretty good early games. Ever since Krine lost his flash again, I feel like that unlocked Milky Way and Care as a duo on the map. However, will I say this is the best game I've seen from Milky Way? Abso-freaking-lutely not. I've seen him pull some incredible performances. I feel like I came out of this series with so many question marks for both of these teams. We said we wanted the spark.
God.
Oh my god, you lose with 61k damage?
I mean,
how?
Leaves just smurfing, I guess, in this. I mean, we saw a lot of big chunks coming out from him, but 60. Why is Krine's damage so low? On Hwei? Surely in a poke game, if Varus is doing 60k, surely Hwei should be doing a lot of damage as well.
It is so funny. He did 21k, Ari did 31k, fair enough, Ari was ahead. I feel like just the fact that Leaf has 3 times anyone else's damage in his team just makes everyone else's numbers look so bad.
It's absolutely crazy. Great stuff out from Leaf, but not enough to shut down Milky Way and Care, turning that miracle play around. Let's get into the second draft here. Leona and Ash banned away after FPX played them. They don't want to play against them. Triple mid lane bans levied towards Care. Let's see what he's going to go for.
There's one thing that went through. There's one Scorpion that went through this pick and ban. And Shala, who does like his tanks, but with a little bit more spice, like the Cassante, like the Skarner. He says, screw that.
Ooh.
We're turning this around. Now, solo kill, it's your chance to pick the Jace and redeem yourself for the previous series.
Yeah, will he go for the rematch of that same matchup? I don't think so. He's going to go for the Skarner. And, I mean, Shala, who's going to get his matchup into a tank. Both Skarner or Cassante would be available. TF happy with either of those lanes. Let's see what EDG want to go for in terms of their priority picks. I feel like there's plenty up on the board. These supports, to be honest, I'm surprised that they're looking at support at this stage. But I suppose it doesn't really give anything about your composition away. And Leona not available, Nautilus does become the premier option.
Yeah, I feel like you can play pretty much everything with Nautilus, right? You can play Senna later on if you want as well, and play more of a supportive AD carry style. You do have double frontline as well. I feel like after Rella and Leona, he's the more non-committal engage out of all the other supports that you can play towards. Now, I'm loving this Talia right here. I'm expecting it to go towards something like mid lane and see potentially something like a Lee Sin maybe coming back for Milky Way in the jungle.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Care is a huge troll.
Okay,
Care is a huge troll. Yeah.
It's going to be Braum coming on through, playing full disengage, full range at this point for FPX. And probably, again, pick composition. When you look at FPX, the picks so far, like Talia TF, it's Avengers Assemble. You know, everyone's just going to fly across the map to get to whoever mispositions. Krine, once again, looking towards the Azir. He played this last time around. That was a win for EDG.
I'm not sure I like the Azir right here because you already have enough peel. You just need more buttons to go forward. If you look over at FPX, they don't necessarily have any sort of engage for their composition. You've got Talia walls coming in, but you won't necessarily see Talia too far forward engaging for you. Neither will TF. And you've got a Braum who is primarily a peeling tool when you're picking towards the bot side of the map. And I'd love to see a little bit more of a gut pick, if you will, for Crying in the mid lane. I feel like he's been such a huge spiller for EDG. However, an Azir is an Azir, and if you're planning on playing front to back, you've got the Nautilus, you've got the Skarner, Azir is probably the perfect pick to play that.
See if they do find those front to back fights, or whether FPX can shake the game up a little bit. Varus taken away from Doctor, the Kai'Sa taken off the board as well. We're starting to get a lot of AD carry bans now with the Ashe already gone as well. We could really whittle this pool down because, you know, Ashe and Varus were already technically banned, but each of the teams not wanting the opponent to have that strong pick.
So
Senna would still
I
be
have
up.
a feeling then I would still be up. I have a feeling this might be a Zeri game for EDG. They've got so much frontline for Leave. Leave did so much damage for them in the last game. A Zeri here would be huge for them, whilst as FPX, I think they're looking potentially towards something like an Ezreal. Dokkan plays a lot of Ezreal as well. I think it does feed this sort of self-sufficient, everyone for themselves kind of composition that they're building up for themselves. The TF on a side lane, Talia fending off on her own, Braum potentially roaming the map, etc. So I feel like Ezreal for FPX could be something they're looking for.
So Viego taken away from JJ. He instantly responds with a Lee Sin. So carry jungle for JJ, and understandably so. There's already a lot of frontline there. You need a bit more damage. FPX though, I mean, you said EDG might look towards the Zeri. FPX might just look towards it themselves. But then we need something in the jungle that maybe can start a fight, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, Milky Way might be looking towards something like a Maokai, Essenzuani, potentially even get that Freljord combo together with the Braum. I like to see champions that just get some more time down for Zeri to put down her DPS to act as a frontline. It might be Milky Way jungle, and you get TF mid?
Or Renekton mid, but I mean, Renekton's not exactly a good pick into Azir, you wouldn't have thought. Yeah, TF mid has to be the answer if they lock in the Renekton, right?
Oh boy, I'm not gonna lie to you. I do not like the Renekton right here. You've got so much peel with Nautilus, you've got the Skarner, you've got the Azir. Renekton is going to absolutely suffer. I mean, he's laughing already. He's like, ha, they picked Renekton into this composition, piece of cake. Yep, there you go. If not Zeri, it's going to be a Jinx. Anything that can carry towards the late game for Leave. You have a phenomenal front-to-back composition for EDG. And JJ also has so much setup for his Lee Sin to potentially look for these cheeky peeks into the backline.
This is such a weird comp from FPX. I'm really surprised to see how they've drafted this one. I'm struggling to see how they start a fight without EDG mispositioning. And EDG, on the other hand, if they just group as 5, I mean, it's you just walk forwards. You just walk forwards at them. What are they going to do about it? We'll have to wait and see. Renekton has the last pick here. Bit of a head scratcher and a Twisted Fate mid coming out from Care. I would assume, I mean, maybe going AD Twisted Fate at this point since you're alongside the Talia. We'll have to wait and see. A very strange draft coming out from FPX. Let's see if they can pilot it.
A little bit of a confusing composition, I would have to say, for FPX. Again, a lot of self-sufficient champions. Once the fight starts, all of them can fend for themselves. Zeri, known for jumping over the walls, getting a little bit more safe. You've got the Braum there. Renekton likes to dive the backline. Talia and TF, very self-sufficient when it comes to those team fights. You've got to find your own angles to get that perfect team fight. But can FPX pull this off the same as potentially a team like BLG would?
Only time will tell if they can snowball like crazy. I mean, this composition will roll over again. But can they find that advantage? Only time will tell. EDG with a much more standard composition. Let's see if they can find their standard fights.
I love it. They put in their hearts and souls into that scream for their team. I think EDG won that one. Not gonna lie.
I think they did. And they're going to need that energy from the crowd. But honestly, they've got just such a good composition in terms of, like, you know, Jinx is here, late game carries. You've got the best front line in the game right now in Skarner. You've got one of the best engaged supports in the game in Nautilus. And you've got JJ on a signature pick of this Lee Sin. It just feels, I don't know, it just, this composition just feels so simple, so easy, so correct.
I feel like for EDG, it sort of fits their playstyle as well, right? We said how they like to take games slow. Well, the previous game was not taken very slow from neither team, but they're like, hey, it's a lot of times what we say over at the LEC as well, just play scaling. You'll get there eventually. You'll win eventually. I feel like with how chaotic FPX played the previous fights, if you do have the better composition on paper in terms of team fight, you will eventually win. And EDG have just the easier to execute comp in this game.
Does feel that way. We'll see if that can happen. I will say level 6s for FPX are a big moment in the game, right? Twisted Fate ult, the Taliyah ult as well. So much opportunity to punish side lanes. We'll see how FPX and especially Care managed to do that, what they're able to. Remember, it was Milky Way and Care that pretty much won that previous game. They made that miracle happen in the late game. They've got all of the tools to set this early game up for FPX.
Yeah. However, for EDG, this is Merc's Central. I feel like securing Mercury Treads here is going to be huge. So many stuns coming out of FPX, double AP, mid lane and jungle. Unless .df chooses to go the AD route that we've been seeing a lot. But it's still, Merc is pretty good for that yellow card as well. So I feel like for Crying to be able to secure these boots first, to be able to get out of Taliyah range, but also getting the Mercs for the stun on the yellow card could be a huge first purchase for the Azir.
Certainly could be. Carrick's going to use that ghost just to get back to lane. Knows he's not going to be having any long engages anytime soon. Doesn't have that TP. Oh, flick bang is found and solo kill might just go down. What is this? An early first blood for FPX.
Most importantly, where did you burn your flash, solo kill? Because as you can see, top lane, Xiaolahu and Milky Way just flashed for that kill. But the reason why Milky Way ganks top side on blue is because solo kill had lost his flash, I'm gonna guess, in a previous skirmish versus Xiaolahu. So let's watch this over again. Very nice flash from Milky with a stun into the knockup, back into the rocks. And I'm like, surely solo kill flashes, right? And I just not noticed that he's actually missing his flash and it's not available. Very good stuff again.
Say, 2 games in a row, Milky Way sees an enemy solo laner with no flash, immediately finds an angle to get in that lane and get a kill. Really nice start when we needed this Renekton to get ahead for FPX. Milky Way sneaking
there's
into
the flash.
bottom lane. I think Doctim trying to look juicy here, but I don't think they're going to find anything.
We saw on the bottom right the replay as well, where solo kill used his flash aggressively to try and get Xiaolahu under the tower for potentially a solo kill. Not only did that not end in a solo kill, but it ended up costing him his life later on.
I will
So that wasn't very much worth it.
having the username solo kill is such a high risk, high reward.
He's got one.
It's great when you get the solo kills. It's absolutely disastrous if you get solo killed. Like this.
You know what?
You're just
this is
asking
perfect,
to be
though.
flamed in solo queue, aren't you, with a name like that?
This is like claps and craps. So if you solo kill someone, you're solo kill. If you die to someone, you're solo killed. This is the perfect meme. This is the perfect template name for you to be able to meme that. This is perfect.
Too easy. Too easy. It's too easy for Milky
You
Way
don't
in
even
this
have
game
to think
so
too
far.
much.
And I hate thinking. I never think if I can help it. JJ gonna drop a pink in the back of Grubs. Maybe return to that later on. So far, so good for Milky Way. He's got first strike on this Taliyah as well, so he's going to be wanting to fight often. He's 500 gold up. He got that first blood. We'll see how he can impact the rest of this map. Solo kill, still no flash for a little while. Maybe could find a way up there, but Leave has has lane swapped up towards this top side. Milky Way's in the brush. Xiaolahu is going to be in all sorts of danger, and he dashes forwards. But look at this, damage on solo kill before the rest of the gang can even arrive. Dominus might just finish the kill, but solo kill sneaks away, and Xiaolahu the one in damage instead. Solo kill will fall, or will escape, sorry, as Xiaolahu will fall. Milky Way now being chased by Leave. Zap could be the slow. No flash available for Milky Way. One more auto, but life arrives and saves the day.
Yeah, Braum is here to get Milky Way out of trouble just in the nick of time. And EDG with a fantastic lane swap. They take Leave and Wink towards the top side of the map, trying to contest for the Void Grubs. This is something that is actually very genius from EDG, because if you let the Void Grubs go over the side of FPX, you've got Taliyah on the side lane if you want, you've got TF on the side lane if you want, you've got that Renekton as well. They will be melting towers later on. It'll be so difficult to shut them down without committing multiple members. to take them down. So for EDG to pull that lane swap, shove that bot lane, get that Jinx top, get those kills, transition them back bot now that FPX's bot lane is up top. Great movement on the map, and it nets them a kill and 3 Void Grubs.
Really, really nice from EDG. Great punish, great opportunity found, and a good way to shut down what looked like an early snowball starting to build for FPX. Like, before it could even build, EDG have answered it. Solo kill, doing such a good job to bait this in.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he was necessarily baiting that one in, because he got too close to the gray screen to be called a bait. However, he gets out with his life, so he can call it very easily a bait. The damage that came in from Xiaolahu and Milky Way, I was actually worried right there, because that looked like it could very easily have been a 2 versus 4. Milky Way runs out of mana. So, luckily for EDG, they get out with it.
Certainly did. I'm saying it was bait. I'm giving Solo Kill all of the credit for that one. Easiest bait of his life. Totally calculated. He loves being on 30 HP, I'm sure. Leave is in all kinds of trouble. Zap is going to mean he's totally safe. Milky Way struggling to find a way into these lanes. And we said this composition, if it doesn't snowball, he's really going to struggle. Wink with quite an aggressive position, and JJ is in this bottom lane. Dragon started by Milky Way. Doctor, good flash from him to keep himself safe.
Yeah, they were trying to contest for that wave bot lane to sneak into Riven and start that Dragon. However, Crying had to reset right there, so EDG know they don't have many chances to walk in inside that river. They tried to make a pick towards that bot side. However, now it becomes a little bit more realistic now that Doctum's flash is down. 2 of the very crucial ultimates that you want to have when you're playing against the Zeri is either Nautilus ult or Vi ult, because it just follows up Zeri through the walls if she jumps through them. Very easy to lock her down. You can follow up with things like the Lee Sin and a Jinx Rocket. So I'm expecting JJ to see a little bit more action towards the bot side of the map now that Doctum is missing that flash.
Krana's a nice little chance here in the mid lane where see Care moving away. Actually, Care's going to try and gank top. Xiaolahu pushed underneath the tower. Actually going to take 2, maybe 3 tower shots. No, gets back out.
But that's it.
But Care is looking for a dive now. Solo Kill doesn't have the cooldowns. Gold card locked in. CC chain is there. Solo Kill gets under the tower. He's 1 HP. Surely Care gets the card in. Oh, the healing is enough. Care can't finish it. Flash forwards to finish the job in the end. FPX, they use a lot, but they get the kill.
Absolutely, and they don't lose anything on the rest of the map. The mid lane wave is pushed. They're gonna get tired plating the Jinx Rocket.
Rocket. It goes wide. And it wouldn't kill it.
It wasn't gonna be enough.
So it's okay.
Nice try out there from Leave. Just in time to transition that top lane as well. Sorry, that bot lane towards the top side. But now you do have that intelligence that the Jinx is towards the top side of the map. They're gonna be going for those Void Grabs as well. EDG could net themselves 4. Let's watch this replay again. Again, Solo Kill is using all his utility to try and solo kill Xiaolahu. There's still ultimate onto this Renekton. Care has roamed towards the top side of the map. Milky Way is there. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I feel like Solo Kill has been using a lot of his utility kit trying to get onto Xiaolahu and win those trades and potentially get a solo kill, but taking all of these resources down ends up in FPX actually abusing the fact that you don't have them.
Off the back of all of that, it's a 1,000 gold lead right now for Xiaolahu. Renekton's one of those champions that if you get ahead, you can take over the game a bit. He's very much ahead at this point. Skarner is not going to be anywhere near as tanky as EDG would like him to be for the time being. See if that story changes as it continues. EDG looking for 6 grubs here. Leave on that top side as the Jinx. He will take these very quickly. Azir is here as well. Wink there to start and engage. Life does shield it, but the Flame Chopper speed, he just goes down. Depth charge, I'm surprised they didn't follow up onto Doctum a little bit more there, but EDG focusing on the objective.
Well, Life walks a little bit too far forward, and this is going to be extremely problematic for FPX. They do not have an engage tool. Not a singular one. All they have is maybe a gold card, maybe a no-cap. Everything is an if, a but, or a maybe from the side of FPX, and this is going to be extremely problematic if you are second to walk into these neutral objectives, because EDG have very clear ways.
Leave has cleanse available, but he's in a 2v1. He's just going to get out damage. There we go. Easy pick for FPX. That's one way to find a fight. That's one way to find a kill, and that's one way to find some plates for Azeri.
Absolutely, and Care, again, in game number 2, super active on the map. We saw him on the Ari in game number 1. He took over the entirety of the early game. He was setting up for Milky Way on his Viego right here onto the Twisted Fate. He's doing the exact same thing, live on the flank.
Live, hunting for it. Brian just sidesteps. Beautifully done there. No fear. Just steps aside. Gets hit by the second one, but it's not going to matter too much. Wink is here as well. Perhaps looking for something. Milky Way on his Krugs, moving over towards the area. Live found in the jungle, but Wink just trying to deny any vision from the side of FPX and set up for JJ to come in and grab this red buff.
Yeah, I feel like Wink is the scary monster for FPX in this particular game. He has so much engage and so much setup ability for JJ, for Leave, for Crying. The second FPX see this Nautilus, they unfortunately have to walk out, which again makes it very, very difficult for them to step foot first on those neutral objectives. So I feel like for FPX, it's going to have to come down to Care, getting a peek on the map, which will net them numbers advantage on the Rift.
Wink hooks himself to safety. It's 3-2 on the scoreboard. FPX, it's a pretty sizable lead, it has to be said. I do like EDG's comp here. Oh, Doctor could be in big trouble. It's a big old flank here. We know JJ's lead combo is beautiful to witness. Live does have flash available, and actually they aren't going to pull the trigger for the time being. I kind of thought we would see a little bit more from EDG, but then I guess you do have an Azir. You've not got that much damage just yet.
I was expecting some sort of kick flash right there from JJ, connecting it onto Brom, flashing through the wall, kicking someone back in, but there are summoners for everyone on FPX who could have very easily been flashed away. And then it's right before the Dragon as well. You do have the setup if you're EDG. Crying's going to be TPing in, and FPX are first in the river. With
Milky Way there, hard to get any dashes off. Life will chase you down on the Braum. Could have been JJ going down instead. Life on that front line. JJ just getting a bit harassed. Zap comes through. Deep TP comes out from Solo Kill. He's on a massive flank, but the engage from FPX. And a flank back onto JJ is huge. He dashes out to the bottom side of the fight, but Crying there to try and save the day. Doctum gets one. A Solo Kill. He's just goal-carded. The flank does nothing, and he's cut to pieces by Xiaolao, who disaster for EDG.
I'm just gonna say absolutely fantastic play from FPX. Remember how we said, if you're second in the river, you cannot make anything happen. You do not have any hard engage onto EDG. However, FPX found a way to bully EDG out the river. They're the first ones in, and look what happens. The second the TP drops, they just walk forward. This is a 4 versus 3. Remember what we say all the time, guys. A double flank is not a flank, because a group of flankers will get outnumbered. And that's exactly what FPX saw. It was a 4 versus 3. They pushed forward and they capitalized on EDG. Great, great stuff coming out of FPX. Much cleaner than game 1.
I like the idea of the flank from Solo Kill, but so deep into the enemy jungle, FPX just instantly pulled the trigger. And we literally just talked about with the Braum and the Talia, like once you're in, there's no way out as this Lee Sin. JJ found that out the hard way just there. Really, really tough one. And now 5-2, 2 Drakes, 3,000 gold lead. It's looking real good for FPX.
And I'm just gonna say, you've got champions that scale very, very well into that late game. The Zeri, the TF, you've got split push potential, you've got skirmish potential with the Renekton and the Talia, you've got scaling in terms of damage later on with your Zeri as well. A lot of protection with the Braum too. So I feel like if you manage to find yourself pressure through those side lanes, shove them in, Care makes a play, numbers advantage or push waves will net you a first position into this river, which FPX really rely on to make the plays that we just saw on that replay.
Yeah. And you know, when I first saw this composition from FPX, my first thought was, I hate this.
What in the world?
I don't want to see this. But actually, if you think about it in the context of game number 1, the amount of times players on EDG were mispositioned and caught out, the amount of times that both teams did that, in fact, like, this is a perfect composition for catching players out of position in the early and mid game. This is the perfect composition for snowballing off of the back of that. With this Talia and with the Twisted Fate, Xiaolao, who is off to the races with a 2,000 gold individual lead over Solo Kill. Care not too far behind, almost 1,000 gold up himself. We're really getting ahead for FPX. And Crying has been found, knocked up. And look at this! The Avengers all fly into the scene. See you later, Crying.
Yeah, nothing gained on the other side of the map from EDG. They've got Renekton and Zeri in the mid lane. EDG cannot pressure that. They found life, but can you kill a Brom?
I think they can. There's just nowhere for him to go. No one for
taking
him
a
to
little
jump
bit.
to. The Unbreakable won't do enough. Milky Way moves in. Doctum trying to chase as well. So
I'm
one
not
for
gonna
one
lie.
overall.
Had his team moved a little bit faster, I don't think the Brom does much. But I get it. They were busy pushing waves. It happens. Life offers overextended one too many times in this entire series. So maybe they're done with your shenanigans. You know, like if you overstep, you die. This is what they handshook on backstage. However, I just want to say here that I don't necessarily think it was like about the composition. Oh, it's a bad composition. Oh, this is terrible to play. I feel like it was more a question mark on FPX's ability to sort of play a team comp that we would traditionally mostly see from someone like BLG, who are so good at playing 4 squishy carries or 4 champions that fend for themselves, everyone for themselves when it comes to team fights. However, FPX have been using that side lane pressure very, very, very well. Xiaolahu with the lead onto the Renekton and Kier with the picks.
Wink in trouble here and have to flash away. Care still looking for more though. The gold card, next one coming up, is going to set up for a pick onto Wink. Another pick. I mean, FPX are so good at chasing you down. Crying slams that Sun Disc up to try and protect himself as Care pushes this next wave in. Crying will have to retreat.
Yeah, the problem with EDG is like you're a scaling team in terms of damage. Jinx doesn't do that much early on, and neither does Azir. They're gonna commit the TP here, but can they get a kill?
Shala, who used that Dominus, is going to be pulled back in. Crying, does he have the damage? He's got
I don't think you want that.
Wait a second, Shala, who just chunks Crying. It's now even. Flashes.
Oh my.
Just in time for the Crying ult. And now here comes the gag. Milky Way arrives on the scene. It's the Goon Squad. Turn it up and Crying cut down. Solo kill has to dash on through the wall. And in the meantime, Care is taking a tier 2.
Oh, this is such great stuff from FPX. Their solo laners have been playing flawlessly the entire game, and you see how Milky Way is actually coming to their aid. And it was one of our question marks earlier on in the series. We saw different members other than Milky Way get ahead. Hold on here. I'm just gonna hold it for a second because this is a Portal combat.
Oh, it's a TP from Solo Kill as well to try and find this one. The CC chain is too much. Care had that Destiny available, but how the hell did you Destiny with a Nautilus and a Skarner on you?
Also, how the hell did Wink take that kill? He had walked off. No ignite taken. I'm not sure how that went over to the
Not from
Nautilus,
his
but
W, I guess. That must tick for like 4 damage. Oh dear. Either way, Milky Way.
I wanna get back.
That's the third Drake, by the way, for FPX. Just quickly throw that in there.
Yeah, I want to get back to the point of us saying that, hey, maybe I won't get to the point. Okay, I will get to the point now. Milky Way was the shining light for FPX. Everyone would throw their eggs in Milky Way's basket and be like, okay, carry us. Take your Kindred. Carry us. Take your Nidalee. Carry us. Take your Lee Sin. Carry us. However, FPX really lacked the ability to figure out how to facilitate for other members when they were fed. Huge example, their game versus EDG a couple of weeks back when Xiaolahu was 4,000 gold up on his Jace, and they just failed to facilitate for that Jace to shine in the fights, to shine in the side lane. Right here, even though that Talia is uber fed for Milky Way, he has been the facilitator for his winning solo laners. He has been coming to aid for Care, for Xiaolahu when they need it. He is ready to participate in those fights. And that's a great face to see from FPX, switching it up and figuring out how they want to play that mid game.
And it's really, really good to see, especially since this was more of the style that they started to tend towards when we got later in playoffs, when Milky Way was getting like 3 or 4 bans towards him every game. FPX had to evolve as a team, and sure, they didn't make it to top 2, they didn't make it to MSI, but like, look at the roster. That was such an insane expectation that they could even make it to MSI. The fact that they were even in that conversation says a lot about how insane their split was. Last time around, Doctum looking for Crying, but he'll just zip over the wall, has a blast cone, he'll get out to safety. JJ is here as well. But it does feel like this game is a little bit more of a glimpse back into that FPX we saw last split. You know, still not the cleanest game ever, but looking good overall. Wink caught out here. Aftershock keeps him alive for the time being. Rocket flies in. Can they finish the job? 1 for 1 now as Crime misses the ult. Milky Way trying to count it back. Doctor finally arriving, but he might be late to the party. Xiaolahu getting into the mix, but it's 4v3 right now. It's how FPX won the game last time around, but I don't think this is a 4v3 they want. Xiaolahu trying to escape a solo kill. Chases, but FPX get out.
EDG are throwing their bodies on FPX, and that's exactly what they're really good at. Once you've got a couple of items, you see 2 now on Jinx, 1.5 onto the Azir. On 3 items, those 2 carries are going to be extremely scary to walk up to. Renekton is eventually gonna fall off, and your entire front line will be a Braum. The second his shield is down, the second he gets engaged on, you can re-engage. You've got so many tools. The shove, the Skarner, the Listen Kick, the Nautilus R. You've got so many tools to force summoners or spells from the set of FPX and then re-engage onto them. Wink sees the opportunity right there. A ward going down for FPX. He instantly engages. He's super tanky and the entire of EDG just instantly collapses.
And this is what we're talking about with EDG's composition. When they can group up, when they can play these fights as a team, it becomes much more difficult for FPX. And when FPX are picked apart like this, they want to be the first ones grouping up in a fight. They want to be the ones finding that pick. Doesn't work if it goes the other way. EDG, great opportunity there. Still 4,000 gold down, still 3 Drakes down, and that next Drake spawning in 2 minutes time. That could be the crux of everything for FPX.
And I feel like for FPX, they might not even care for this dragon, right? They can use those 15 minutes that they've earned through their 3 dragons to take complete control of side lanes. If they feel like they're in an item disparity or they don't have enough vision into this river, because mind you, again, they need to be the first ones in the river because they have no easy engage to do so otherwise. So I feel like if you want to ditch a few of these dragons and play for those side lanes and play for the standing gold in bot lane and top lane, you can very easily do so if you're FPX.
I've got a prediction that is a very low percentage prediction, but I want to throw it out just before it happens, right? EDG send 4 to Baron to stop FPX trading Baron for Dragon, right? They send Just Leave down to do the Drake in the meantime while the rest of them contest. Then Milky Way and Care both use their global ultimates to fly down to Drake and 2v1 Leave, find a pick, snowball the game and win. That's my low percentage prediction.
That sounds really cool. How low percentage are we talking about? Because I feel like it's less than 1.
I'm just saying, if it happens, I don't know what the percentage is. No.
If it happens, you're a mega head.
I've looked at 4 million outcomes, and this is the only one where but, like, honestly, if that does happen, please, somebody go back, find the clip, put the Avengers music over the top, because that really would just be the ultimate
JJ,
Avengers level play. JJ flashes. Keeps himself safe from the gold card. That was flash for flash between Care and JJ.
That gets really scary for Care because, again, so many engaged tools on the side of EDG. You cannot play this fight. Your carries would have to walk through the ramp of death. I call it. For those carries, Wink has to flash as well. You just need to play in an open space, EDG. You have the front to back. FPX are just forcing them in situations they don't want to be in, trying to get a pick.
Drake spawning. No one looking at the Baron right now. FPX, they want soul. They don't want to just concede this. They don't want to trade this. They want the soul for themselves. Leave has been found with the gold card. That's going to be cleansed immediately. Wink flicked back, though. Has to protect his AD carry and goes down for the privilege. FPX find the pick they've been searching for, and they open up the Drake.
Solo kill was nowhere near, so that was technically a 4 versus 5 in favor of FPX. Not only do they take cleanse onto Leave, which means he cannot walk up again. Gold card is a normal spell for TF. He does not have a big cooldown, so the second he walks up again with rapid fire, Leave could end up going down. He's on the flank.
JJ is trying to get towards the pit to try and steal this Drake away. FPX trying to defend their position. It's 4v5, but they've used a lot of ults already. Flick back, gonna go through on solo kill. He's gone. He's so squishy, so easy to kill. JJ spotted on a ward. It's so difficult for him to move in and try and find the 50-50. Q is in. He dives in and he finds it. The miracle for EDG, but they lose the players. FPX, 2 more kills for them as they search for Leave as well. Here comes the wall. The Weaver flies on through the rocks under the wall and Leave forced to flash.
Very clever to hold on to your flash right there to see where Talia lands so you can flash away from her. Leave and Wink are going to have to watch as, of course, FPX take the Baron down, being 5 versus 2. But JJ denying the soul right there for FPX. What a huge play. Wink I don't think this part of the town belongs to you. I don't think you can walk up in there. Gary's still around.
Gold card locked in for Care. Wink gonna step up. Concussive blows stacking. He's just not tanky enough to be here. And now Solo Kill arrives just to get shredded. Tries to 1v1 the red buff on the way out, but I mean, FPX, this is a snowball and a half. Every single kill leads to more.
They're just playing too decisive. They see target, they kill target. They're all willing to jump onto the same person that appears on the screen all at once. And it has been something that's been defying the LPL, their willingness to fight and collapse onto every single pick. Solo Kill is the tank for EDG, and he dies in one combo. What can you do? We said that the front to back is so strong for EDG, but you have to be grouped up. Luckily for them, just ends up stealing that dragon, but that was a miraculous play coming through for your jungler. You need to figure out a way that you want to teamfight if you're EDG, because so far FPX have been pulling them very cleverly through choke points, where Care is just pretty much dictating the way these fights go with his gold cards.
And I have to say, usually I am 50-50 averse as a commentator. I don't like it when teams 50-50. As a long-time enjoyer of top esports, many 50-50s have broken my heart. However, in FPX's situation there, because you could just dominate the fight after the fact, oh, hang on, Ginger's caught. Dashes through the rocks, we'll be okay. Because you win the fight off the back of it, it's okay to take that 50-50 because it forces the enemy into you. You don't necessarily have that much engage yourselves.
I agree. And right here it was a very high reward, low risk, right? Even if EDG steal away that dragon, it doesn't mean anything. It's only their first dragon on the map as well. Now here EDG are trying to defend for their lives as there is so much push from the sort of FPX. They've got mid lane wave pushing, they've got bot lane wave pushing now. Doctam again, he's playing a champion like he's very self-sufficient, right? He sees the enemy champion, he can jump through the wall, he has his summoners available. And this is why we were actually wondering and question marking, can FPX transform into a BLG-esque team where they can play everyone for themselves and fend off enemies on their own? And so far the answer has been very loud and it's been affirmative.
Certainly has been. FPX on the cusp of a 2-0. Remember, this is a team that is 1 and 2 in the standings. This is a team that felt like a shadow of the team we saw in summer. It feels like they are back. Milky Way having a fantastic game. Care looking really good on this Twisted Fate in the mid lane as well. Shaola, who dominated Solo Kill in that top lane as well. This is all feeling very comfortable. FPX fans out there should be rejoicing right now, but maybe just hold off for a couple more minutes on the rejoicing. You may be 10k gold up, but I've seen bigger throws than this. Let's wait until they finish that Nexus.
You know what? G2 wasn't gonna build a lower domes. Hold up, they have to.
JJ, oh, the blast cone popped by Care to look for more, but in the meantime, Shaola, who's in a 1v3 on the backline. Dominus finally used it the last second, but it's too little too late. It's a pick for EDG. Leave, taken on by Doctam, dives in for the 2v1. Beautiful play from the FPX AD carry. Now trying to 2v1 the enemy solo laners. Cryan dives in, but Life tries to save the day. Cryan finds the kill. Life chased away. In the meantime, JJ and Wink trying to duel everyone else.
Wait,
FPX, they've overdone it. They've stepped too far. We celebrated too early. Milky Way versus the world, and the world comes out on top. JJ finds a triple kill, and that'll be Drake too.
They had a 10,000 gold lead, Munch. FPX throwing their win con away. Burned up team, ready to take their soul. Overcommit one by one by one. That's exactly what EDG need to get back into the game. Their carries have been starving. Look at that again. A little bit of overcommitment onto JJ. But Xiaolahu on the back thinks he finds Leaf. He doesn't. Crying is there. Solo Kill's there. His team is trying to collapse upon him, but Renekton dies because he is not tanky. And these Jinx and Azir now have items and deal damage. Doctam dies in the backline trying to assassinate what remains of an AD carry for EDG. But very salty drops to Crying's Azir. And on the other side, JJ and Wink have been paired up for this entire time to zone away that TF.
All right, Drake taken by EDG. That's their second in a row as Life tries to find the engaged flick back, comes through onto Wink as JJ gets into the mix as well. It's a double ult though, and Crane has items, Leave has items, maybe a chance to snowball, but the knockback again. Crane dives over the wall, trying to turn it around. Milky Way goes down as Leave is snowballing the fight, getting the resets. The zap goes through, gold card in, but it's not enough.
That's
and
insane.
EDG flip everything on its head.
Leave did 60,000 damage last game, 3 times more than anyone else, and could not win. Right now with his Jinx, he got a bunch of shutdowns in the previous fight. EDG turned this around. I thought this was scary bunch, because they hadn't backed. They had no back to buy items. They do not need items. Screw items. We're going to game 3.
They're going to end the game. 20 seconds on the dead timers in EDG. They've done what FPX did to them last time around. The Miracle Engage came through from FPX and it won them the game. And the same thing happens the other way. JJ survives as Leave will take these towers down. How the hell have they pulled that off? EDG will not go quietly into the night.
Look at the smiles in their faces. They cannot believe. These 2 games have been insane to watch.
It's
the first game going completely in EDG's favor and then being turned around by FPX. That was a 10,000 gold lead, maybe 11 even for FPX. And we said when it comes to the team fights, you don't win those on an even ground. They didn't bundle up like they did. We said they were so good throwing their bodies all together at one person. The second they split apart, EDG also picked them apart. And Leave, I think he had his redemption game. It was like maybe not 60k, but this time he was able to carry them to victory.
Yeah, him and Grind both getting so much damage done in those last couple of fights. I genuinely can't believe it. Like, I literally just said FPX, you know, will be celebrating that they're ready, 10,000 gold up, but hang on a second, let's not cheer too early. Immediately, he just win 2 fights back to hang on with the game. We're going to 3 games. We're going to jump into a quick break. FPX versus EDG. It's going the distance, and it always was gonna, wasn't it? Let's find out how this one finishes right after this.
Clouds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred lit rain. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their flame.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards game number 3 of what has been a chaotic, a messy series. And EDG miraculously keeping themselves in while 10,000 gold down in this second game. Georgia, this has been mental.
I think the world is now balanced. Of course, Leave is going to get his MVP right here. He carried a lot together with Krang on this Jinx. I think he was a little bit deserving of the MVP last game as well, but unfortunately they didn't win it, so you get the MVP for that one. But oh my god, I think the world is in absolute balance right now. Because if you look at game number 1, absolutely, EDG should have won that. And it was FPX. If you look at game number 2, FPX is up to 11,000 gold. You're like, surely FPX win this, EDG ends up winning. So, yeah, very messy, very miscoordinated.
The secret to this series is lose the early game. Whoever loses the early game,
really hard.
Probably
the
wins
hardest
the
you
game.
lose.
You just It's all about the miracle final play. That's all that matters in this series. The first 25 minutes, totally irrelevant. Let's head into the third draft here. EDG on the blue side once again against FPX. And remember, this is fearless drafting, so we've got a lot of things now not on the table.
Oh, and my eyes go straight onto things like Corki, Yone has been banned out, Tristana. So we're definitely gonna go back to having those mid 80 carries, potentially Crying and Care, and back into AP junglers, which Milky Way does not mind at all. He loves to play Nidalee, he loves to play things like Brand and Lilia, his bread and butter, so I think if anything, FPX would be more than happy with his switch. It's
kind of weird, isn't it, that like AD mid laner with an AP jungle has been the meta in general. This series, we're having to... The fearless format is the only reason that we're headed towards Tristana and Corki. They've been banned every other game of this series. Let's see what EDG are going to prioritize. Likely that Tristana. And we have seen some just AP junglers like the Lilia, the Karthus, etc. alongside this, the Brand. But a lot of teams leaning towards that Maokai as well. And I have to say, I'm a big fan of that style.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of Tristana over anything else. That champion gives you so much priority. And again, unlocking JJ onto the map to get that farm, to get those priorities, to get the double skull crabs is huge. Trying to keep Milky Way as much as bay as possible has been the name of the game for EDG in the early games. And they haven't necessarily managed it so far. Milky Way has 100% kill participation on First Blood within the entire series. He has been the guy pulling the trigger for First Blood. So game number 3, that Tristana is going to have to go to work. Get to work? Get to work. No, go. Well, she's going to work because technically she's going on the Rift, but get to work is better.
Yeah, we'll see. It's all been off of blowing flashes early on in the game. We could have an early Ezreal locked in.
Just do it to us. Do it to us.
And I just want to quickly call out as well. I believe that was a Damwon jersey with Doctum's name on. That's vintage 2021 right there, or vintage 2022. Sorry, when he was back on Damwon. That's a long time ago. So there's a long time Doctum fan in the audience today.
Oh, I'm so excited and happy to get to see Ezreal. I feel like LPL, LCK, they eat Ezreal for breakfast in terms of skill level like here.
Yeah, it's a Doctum special as well. It's one of his favorites.
Absolutely, and it works really well with the Corki. You've got so much poke, so much long range for FPX. Now, a reminder right here that FPX is absolutely fantastic with a 4-man squishy full carry team and only life on a tank. However, that engage was lacking and they found it really difficult, at least in the late game, to participate in these fights without bowling up all as a unit. They failed once, they ended up losing the game. So right now, they're securing themselves that one tank that's been so prominent in the pro scene, if you will, the Skarner.
I think it's pretty fair. Tank matchup up in that top side. We'll see what solo kill can get done on that Cassante. But now we have to look towards the jungle potentially for EDG. I was about to say, Nidalee, you've got a Corki and an Ezreal. Plenty of poke coming out of FPX. Maybe removing that poke jungle could be a good option. But just trying to remove AP junglers in general when you've already got your Brand, maybe getting rid of the Karthus, maybe the Lilia, whatever you fear the most. Whereas on the other side, FPX getting rid of the AD carries that will give Ezreal a problem.
The thing is, though, Brand is a kind of champion that likes to fight. He likes to get up in your face. He likes to invade. You've got that priority mid with Tristana. So I'm not sure if a Karthus right here for Milky Way would be the best. However, we have seen, especially in the LPL, Karthus is getting very, very active early on. There you go. They'll take out the Lilia. They'll probably force Milky Way into something like the Karthus. I love the Diana much more because it brings back the fight onto JJ.
This is something that Milky Way played last split as well, when AP junglers weren't even that big of a thing. He did enjoy that Diana regardless. Lots of power in that jungle pick for the side of FPX. We'll see if Milky Way can do what we're so used to at this point in terms of carrying. For the side of EDG then, you've got AP in your jungle, so you can still go for the AD down in the bot side. Leave going late game hyper carry here. And Wink just going to go as that final setup and front line for his team.
It worked so well for EDG to try and play the front to back again. It fits their playstyle so much, playing slow and calculated. However, it did really hurt them not having any early game advantages or early game champions they could play through. Right now, you've got the Brand, you've got the Tristana, you've got setup with the Alistar roaming as well. I feel like EDG have a much better early game to then transition into these front to backs that they like to play for.
Life considering his options here up against the Alistar. I mean, there's so many bans coming through.
Don't tell him it's going to be a Rel.
He can't play the Braum, he can't play Alistar. I mean,
oh no, it might be a
Nautilus
Rel.
is up.
Oh!
Wait, he's actually going... What? He's gone Pike into Alistar.
Okay, this is incredible by FPX. Ezreal is one of the most self-sufficient AD carries that you can leave all alone in the bot lane, and he's not under too much threat of down. You can play far away from your tower, if you will, and farm with your Qs. You have your E, you have your flash, you have so many evade tools to get out of dodge if you're in danger, allowing Life to roam the map together with Milky Way. That is the perfect plan right here, because again, Crying is going to have so much priority through mid, and that can in turn hurt Milky Way and the way he wants to play against JJ onto this Brand. I'm loving the aggression coming out of FPX. However, again, if you get to that 10k gold lead, please,
I mean,
do not throw it away.
yeah, at this point in the cast, we usually start talking about win conditions and whatnot. Honestly, I'm not sure any of them matter in this series. I feel like this is one of those games that the early game just will not matter based on what we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2. FPX coming back in Game number 1, winning a 3v4 to turn the game on its head. EDG, 10k gold down in Game number 2, but somehow find a pick and snowball, get the Drake, get the fight, and get the game. We're going into Game number 3. This one is going to be a doozy. Everything on the line. And remember, for Group A, whoever wins this one is likely going to be the second seed, making it into the top group for the next stage of the tournament. This is everything for EDG and for FPX. This game could well decide their futures. There's a reasonable turnout for both teams. Leave, dodging everything. Look at this.
Oh,
Actually wins the trade against Stockton, forces a reset. Not going to matter.
No, that's
but
an
still
ego
funny
boost.
to see. Yeah. Also, no
I've
first
also
strike.
realized
No
that
first strike on the entire map. I can't remember the last time I saw that.
that's unfortunate. I feel like right here they're actually going to need Ezreal's damage. You've got Alistar in the front line, you've got Cassante. So the more damage you have through your runes, the better it is for this Ezreal. You know what I noticed about the Gyos? They actually start chanting for teams on blue side always first, which is really cool. Oh, left mid already. Hello?
Cryan had to start W, but it's on cooldown. Oh, he's off to such a bad start in this mid lane. Takes a huge chunk. Had to start W to survive that level 1 from Xiaolahu and Care. And now he's just going to be bullied endlessly. Care has everything he could want in that mid lane now.
Again, I love this aggression coming up from FPX. Quick reminder, in game number 1, they took Crying's flash early on and they kept punishing. Care and Milky Way were level 3 mid lane, ganking, taking him down, taking control of the entire game. And we mentioned how pivotal Tristana is into any team comp. Her kit just makes her such a great mega priority champion in the mid lane that frees a lot of the pressure off of your jungler, especially when you have a farming/fighting jungler like Brand, for example. So great stuff right here from FPX to just pin Crying down in lane early on.
See if they can keep bullying Crying. Didn't have to flash, luckily, so should the jungler head over his way, he'll be all right. He just needs to hit level 3 at this point, but it's a great start for Care and very difficult for Crying to farm underneath the tower. Milky Way, in the meantime, is going to use that prio in the mid lane to move in towards the enemy blue buff, but JJ is here. Milky Way just wants the 1v1. Stun comes on through, but the whole combo isn't available for JJ. He just used it on the Wolves. There's the Pillar of Flame. Milky Way forces him away. And JJ, I think, just loses his blue buff off of this one. He's spotted on the ward, so there's no way in. Milky Way finds the 1v1 and finds his reward.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it a 1.5 versus 1, since Xiaolahu moved first and threatened that kill. However, you do see the power of a brand right there, and it all comes down to the solo lanes from FPX. Tristana could not move to assist jungler, neither could solo kill on that Cassante. Both lanes shoved in from FPX. Great stuff from the squad to back up Milky Way in this pick. Again, it's not your traditional Karthus that you would see. A lot of teams seem like they would just lock it in no matter what whenever it's open, and you have a mid lane that's AD, sure, free Karthus game. However, here, you need a little bit more of a bite on your comp, and Pyke, Diana do just that.
They certainly do. I can't wait to see Life get out onto the map. I remember famously, last split, one of Duckdom and Life's first games. It wasn't the first game, but it was one of their first series. They played Swain Pyke, and it was an absolute disaster. But since then, we've seen good Pyke games from Life. It's definitely a pick
Life is
he
mid again.
loves to play. Cryan has that flash. May have to use it if he's not careful. Life really wants to get in and impact this lane. Here we go. Deep water dive as he charges forward. Cryan. Just, I mean, he went for the jump. He the hook kind of just missed. I'm not going to lie to you.
You know what the best juke is? When you don't juke at all.
Yeah.
Because in pro play, people will expect to sometimes juke. You know, you remember Mad Life with the insane flash hooks, the insane flash predictions on the hook? That's because people were trying to juke too hard. If you stand still and your opponents expect you to juke, then you're just gonna miss yourself. And that's what happened to Life right there. However, again, I do like the proactivity on the map from Life. Every single time he gets the chance, of course, he gets enabled by Ezreal. Very safe down the bot lane. However, as every series that goes the distance, whether it's 5 games, whether it's 3 games, usually the series slows down. I want to reiterate how important this is, specifically for EDG. It has been so long since the org has seen a lot of success. 2021 Worlds, JJ was part of that. He's the only remaining member of that. And for them to be going out of this group, where FPX were the favorites, by the way, together with JDG, to come out second of this group would be huge for the entire club.
It certainly would, especially after Spring. You know, Spring was very disappointing for EDG. 16th place.
He knows.
There's been roster changes since that point. Wink and Cryan have joined the squad. Ala left the squad. Solo kill now the main top laner. It was a dysfunctional team in the previous split. They kind of revamped a bit coming into summer, and it looks so much better. Apparently, JJ and Leave are now getting on, which seemed to be an issue before. Things have changed a lot for this roster, and it's
Not
good
Twitter
to see
shenanigans?
them. It seems not. But it's good to see them vibing again. It's good to see them playing well. The one thing I will say is, coming into this series, I did expect a bit cleaner gameplay than what we've actually seen from EDG. Like, so far this split, I felt like most of their games were pretty clean. They were looking like a sort of top mid-table kind of team. Today, they've left a little bit to be desired in that regard.
I'm not gonna lie, I think this is a two-way street, right? Your games are as clean as your opponents allow them to be. I feel like a lot of the times, teams will fall into the trap of trying to match tempo, match plays from their opponents, and I feel like FPX have been traditionally the more aggressive team when it comes to the early game, and EDG have been trying to match a lot of these moves on the map. However, their macro is better, but FPX's skirmishes and picks have been better on the map overall, and I feel like a lot of the times EDG trying to match that aggression, trying to match the picks on the map, has sort of put them in the same train as FPX, trying to play a little bit more of a messy game.
Yeah.
That suits FPX, but not necessarily EDG.
And I will say, it's been a quiet start to this one, but level 6 has been hit on Milky Way. He's been playing that Diana. Level 6 is a big moment. Now is the hook trying to weave as the minion dies there from Life, but doesn't quite find his mark. We'll see. Probably Milky Way try and force something at this point. They got 3 grubs already for themselves. First Drake is up on the map. Milky Way down on that half of the map as JJ is pathing up top. Perhaps could be an angle. The problem is you don't have bot prio.
Yeah, and Doctum is running out of mana real quickly. However, thanks to the runes, he's gonna get back a bunch of that mana. I just want again. Care has been absolutely shoving that Tristana under tower the entire game.
Yeah.
JJ is forced to full clear because he cannot walk out. Your Cassandra is getting shoved, your bot lane is getting shoved, your mid lane is getting shoved. That's a three-way prio for Milky Way. Then you got Skull Crab, a double Skull Crab as well, if I'm not wrong. He'll grab the first neutral objective on the map. So again, so far, so good for FPX. I feel like they found the key to unlock the door on how to bring down EDG, and it's keep crying stuck under his tower.
And honestly, it's all off of that level 1 again. We've seen this a couple of times recently where these level 1s just lead to a massive lead in the mid lane. The experience advantage and the push advantage the whole time just makes it so difficult to come back in the 1v1. And it's so difficult a lot of the time for junglers and supports to actually impact the mid lane in a significant way, because the enemy team can just match, especially when the enemy support is a pike anyway. It's very difficult to find any advantage in that mid lane. So Cryan really feeling the brunt of that. We're 7 levels later and he's still feeling the brunt of that despite not even going down or having to flash.
Now, I'm not gonna lie to you, there is so much range on the Corki and on the Ezreal that can play very easily. And the Diana can actually find an entrance when a hook lands from Pike or when somebody's too poked down. However, again, EDG have got a pretty good composition in dealing with squishy targets. And I see 4 of them. All it takes is one bounce of that brand ult and somebody could end up super low. I'm not even talking about dying at this point. I feel like numbers advantage have been the name of the game for the entirety of the series. And as you could see in the previous game with Care in the TF, he'd poke down somebody with gold card, with a bunch of auto attacks early on. He'd make it an advantageous numbers advantage for his team, and then they would take a bunch of priority through lanes, through neutral objectives. So I feel like this is what very easily EDG can do as well if they do find a pretty good brand angle.
So Doctum has now swapped towards that mid lane, and he can continue to bully Cryan as well. It's an AD carry matchup. This is a matchup he'll be plenty experienced in.
It's just an ongoing struggle at this point for Cry.
It certainly is. 10 seconds until grubs come up. EDG do want to contest this, but the infinite mid prior is certainly helping FPX. Care's moved up towards that top side. Milky Way moving in as well. We could have a bit of a scrap here as Xiaolahu has started to walk up but returns down to that bottom lane.
FPX first in the river, setting up right here. You do have 2 very, very good assassins that can make picks if anyone tries to walk forward, but that person walking forward is Wink. Does have his ultimate up and available.
This would be 6 grubs if they can get it. That's 4 as Leaf dives over the wall and starts the fight. Life escapes. Wink has used that unbreakable will at this point. Milky Way desperate not to flash, wants to keep himself there. And Wink, I mean, his ult is timed out at this point. Nobody else on the team was following up. The blast cone, but taken down by Milky Way. EDG just leave their support out to dry.
That was so messy again from both teams. As you could see, FPX, when they have only 4 squishes available, they cannot group up, especially with Brand anywhere near that fight. But they're very good at being self-sufficient. Corki, Ezreal, Pike, all extremely slippery when it comes to catching them. But the second Wink went in, he had no follow-up, Leaf jumps through the wall, and that's about it. You don't have any more sticking power. If you're EDG, you'll see that the second they see JJ walking in, everyone splits. Care goes top, Life goes towards top, Milky Way gets in the pit, Doctum is down bot lane. They just don't give them that clump that EDG really wants.
And the thing is, with Wink in the pit, the rest of the gang just can't move forwards. They'll be pinched if they commit to going into the pit. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation for EDG. And it leads to 6 grubs now for FPX. They got the first Drake as well. And not to mention Milky Way grabbing 400 gold and 2 stacks on a Dark Seal off the back of that first blood. This is everything FPX could want in this early game.
Yep, add a Leech Bane over top of that. Double Trinity is going to be arriving super soon. Actually, Doctum just purchased his. Corki should be super close as well. So a lot of that poke is going to start hurting for EDG. And I feel like EDG are finding themselves in the same position as last game.
Oh, Leaves in trouble. Has flash, has barrier. But the Moonfall will be plenty to finish the job.
Oh, I feel like that was a little bit confusing right there because Life's E did not necessarily land onto Leaf. So he flashed preemptively forward, but then Diana is there, so he ends up going down anyway. Again, that secures FPX another pick. That's what they've been doing the entire series. A pick into Nama's advantage, into securing a lot of vision control, which has been set up towards the bots of the map. Next objective coming up in 20 seconds. Care is already taking care of that bot lane wave, pushing it down. He could potentially get another tire plating right here for himself. Not going to be the case. Wants to secure that Trinity Force right before the Dragon starts, because doesn't have that TP available.
It's a 3,000 gold lead for FPX at this point. Drake spawning. EDG in a position as we're just watching this tower lose a plate. EDG in position on the Drake right now. Milky Way moving over. Remember, Moonfall is not available. Trying to check with the Crescent Strikes. I'm not sure that this Drake is fightable really for FPX. So looking for advantages elsewhere as they push Leave off of this mid lane. Bogdam has an opportunity to finish off one last plate before the plate's timeout here. Shala, who trying to do the same with his Demolish up top.
Yeah, I feel like it was a long Cares reset right there. They knew he had no teleport. They could get the timer of him resetting because they could see him on the wave. So they knew that for the time being, the numbers were in favor of EDG. So just walking up is the easier solution right here. Again, oh! A little bit too far forward. It's okay. A little bit of a slap in the back, but nothing more.
Wink using that Alistair harass, getting 100 damage down onto Care. Is Cryan going to try and finish this, but there should be enough wave clear to protect that bottom tower, and Doctor in the meantime takes to tier 1. How often do you see a single player finishing the first tower of the game that's the tier 1 in the mid lane? Like, that never happens in the LPL. Doctor very happy with how that's gone. Will be traded for a tier 1 in the bottom side, but the Herald's going as well.
I don't know what in the world is happening to EDG right here. They are so lost in terms of tempo, in terms of movement, in terms of macro on the map. They are so late. Now there's a 3-man top lane. Solokil needs to back off. That is going to be 2 towers and a Herald within the span of 1 minute.
Yeah.
FPX. Again, I think EDG are being sucked into FPX's playstyle and they just cannot keep up. Solokil going to commit his ult right here, but
he's
Drift King, he's out.
Just buries his way through the wall. True Shot Barrage, gonna deny the recall. Okay. Just trying to slow down the tempo, trying to stop EDG finding anything. And this is gonna be all 3 tier 1s. This is all 3 tier 1s from FPX in the sequence of play in trade for a singular tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, plus a Herald on top of everything. FPX,
Yeah.
I mean, this is ridiculous. This is beautiful.
Yeah. That recall reset right there from Dogdam ensured that Solokil could not TP onto that tower, because by the time he would have done that after the cancel, it would have been too late and the tower would have gone down. That would have most likely been a teleport from Solokil to try and defend that. Wasn't quite the case, and they end up losing all 3. As you mentioned, complete control from the side of FPX. And EDG are looking for a pick towards the top side. I don't know if Scanner is the right target, I would say.
Yeah, with life there as well. Shala, who's going to be safe underneath this tower. What are EDG going to try and achieve here? Grouping up, looking for potentially that dive, but with Care in the area as well, you expect everyone's going to back. In fact, all 5 members of FPX are up on this top side. We might need a TP down to this bottom lane, though. There's a wave about to crash into the tier 2, although there is a wave to answer it. Shala, who will just reset and head his way down towards that bottom lane. I mean, FPX, they've got their feet up. They are fully chilling. They are relaxed in this game. Moisturized in their zone, in their lane.
Thriving.
Thriving, exactly. They're like a bloke in a
Thriving
pot.
through that Summoner's Rift life. Yeah. And of course, you know what assassins really love when it comes to Summoner's Rift? That's Fog of War. All 3 outer turrets gone from the side of EDG is going to be a little bit scary to walk up. You need to have exceptional vision control, because not only do you have your carries having to shove in these waves, either on side lane or mid lane, JJ needs to walk into his jungle to try and keep on farming, to get these items, to be that scary brand that we were talking about. However, right now, he's falling quite a bit behind. You see an hourglass already starting to be built up onto Diana. Oh, JJ.
This is not where you want to be. The Crescent doesn't quite
Wait.
land. Life is so low, but he finds the kill first. And the healing comes through because of the pink ward. He survives somehow and finds the kill himself.
Yeah, the execute comes in. You see all these gold coins in Milky Wave's inventory as well. That's extra bag that he gets from that kill. And again, EDG. That's exactly what we talked about. We said you cannot walk inside your own jungle because you do not have vision. All your altar towers are down. You're gonna need impeccable vision control. But Wink was topside, trying to shadow for Crying, trying to set down some vision for Crying to push a side lane. So what does FPX do? They attack the bot side of the map. Again here, GG is just waiting for his red buff to spawn, man. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, the combo comes out onto life. Life just about survived. The sustain from Pyke matching the burn from Brand there. And does get out with it. Milky Way has so much damage. 4 stacks on that Dark Seal. Also, has a Seeker's Arm Guard at this point. So even if he ends up in a dodgy situation, he can always go stasis, buy a bit of time for himself. Wink the target now. Moonfall available. Doesn't commit it, but that's Unbreakable Will used.
Absolutely. And you gotta walk up. I mean, it will be up in a minute's time, but when the Baron comes up and you need to start contesting for vision, but that's just not enough. It feels like every time EDG have tried to just walk in for pure vision, FPX are just committing their bodies in. And again, it's kind of like a telltale from game number 2 that we're doing the exact same thing, but FPX need to be a lot more decisive to not throw their gold lead this time around.
Confidence from FPX there as Shaola, who solos the Drake, they sort of 3v4 to try and contest the blue buff. They don't quite get it in the end. Shaola, who with one of the slowest Drake takes I think I've ever seen.
Scorpion versus Dragon. Who wins?
The great monsters of the Rift battling. And Milky Way tries to come and steal the credit at the end. Shaola, who will finally move down to that bottom side. He finally gets to return to his minions. It's only 3-0 on the scoreboard right now at 20 minutes. It's 2 Drakes for FPX. It's 3 towers. It's 6 scrubs. And it's a 6,000 gold lead. They are off to the races. And
where's he going?
I guess Herald was timing out.
Yeah.
I mean, this
he probably forgot.
People don't know how to use Herald when they don't hit the mid-tier 1. Every single game we see the mid-tier 1 hit with Herald. What do you do when you took the mid-tier 1 too soon? I guess you just slam it when it runs out of time.
Yeah, I think he was doing Skull Crab right there as well. He wasn't really paying attention to the Herald. I mean, he knew he was going to time out, but I don't think there was a tower inside that they could attack with his Herald, so it ended up running out. The biggest problem here is not, again, it's not the fact that FPX have full control of all pushing lanes. It's the fact that slowly but surely, the carries from EDG will catch these waves under tower.
Oh, big damage on leave. Chala, who looking for the flank as well. I don't know if he'll find an angle, but that's a TP forced out. Solo kill now. No TP available if any cross-map plays come out from FPX. Baron is on the map, and FPX posturing like they'd want that objective off the back of a fight, potentially. Solo kill jumps in forwards. I'm keeping my eyes on Milky Way here because a Moonfall could change everything. Life on the flank wants to find a hook. EDG are just slowly being whittled down. Wink so low. True Shot Barrage up in 10 seconds time here. Shala, who retreats once more. FPX, are they going to start the Baron? Maybe just baiting it. The Croaks,
so close.
I don't think they'll do 400, but they've done enough. The reset denied. Wink is a million miles away. This is 4v5 if EDG do contest. Solo kill goes in. W's into the brush. All out to Shallow, who but kind of just loses that 1v1 at this point. FPX denied from the Baron, though.
Hold up. I saw Milky Way just flash ult on
just
point.
dived into the backline and went out to JJ. In the meantime, Leave is trying to do the same, but he's slammed into the wall and pulled in. Finished off. FPX find the enemy AD carry.
Leave walks too far forward, too close to the Scorpion. Ends up getting the Stinger right there. Oh!
A cheeky little bonus on the backside of everything. That's JJ. That's the jungler down. And that will be Baron for FPX.
Dogdom also had the time to reset full HP right now. Can get your Ezreal into the pit. They're TPing in. They actually want to fight this. You don't have any damage.
I mean, they just have to. They have to try and do something. Crying with everything on his shoulders. True Shot Barrage chunks him out. No vision in the pit. Life hunting for that hook. Crying has to be the target. Instead goes for Wink. Unbreakable Will now already used. Baron is solo. This is going to FPX. The question is, can EDG fight? The answer looks to be a no, as another kill goes the way of FPX. It's snowballing out of control for EDG. FPX, 9,000 gold up and a Baron in pocket.
And we've been here before. We know to not get excited when we see FPX with 10,000 gold lead. However, this time around, I feel like they have so many more tools. They've got tools to start the fight. They've got tools to catch EDG off guard. And right here, Xiaolahu, he pulls himself away. He gets brand ulted, and then he shoves himself away from his team. Leave walks too far forward and then gets caught up by Skarner as well. A little bit of a disastrous domino effect, I would say, for EDG. FPX are just so far forward, they're just literally slapping them with so much damage in the face.
And then just a bit of a greedy recall from JJ. He saw the pike hunting and maybe he was shopping, I'm not sure. Caught out anyway. Xiaolahu,
hey, if you can't see them, they can't see you.
I think he probably just gets away with this one, to be honest. He is playing Skarner, brings solo kill underneath the tower, but actually the all out brings him back away from the tower. I'm not sure ulting solo kill was actually the play there. I'm pretty sure he just sealed his own demise. Now an attempt in the mid lane. While multiple players from EDG are in that top side, perhaps they can find something more, but a tier 1 taken for EDG. They're continuing to push, but they lose a tier 2 on the bottom side.
Yeah, and they lose Crying as well. He was trying to defend that tier 2 tower down the bot lane, ends up going down. There's still Baron buff on FPX, and Brand is still top side.
I mean, they're just going to lose
These
an inhib
waves,
for this.
yeah, these waves are not going to clear themselves, and the EDG are going to lose an inhibitor tower right here. FPX so decisive when it comes to picking up their targets, bundling up as one. Yes, they're going to lose Xiaolahu in the process, but what did it take? A bunch of time that he earned them towards that bot of them up to use their Baron buff, and oh, we're seeing the replay for Crying here. He just go dive on the tower, man. Zero reaction time.
I mean, even with Tristana's W, I'm not sure you're getting out of that one. That was brutal. Just one shot. It's only 7-1. How crazy is that? There's been a reasonable amount of action in this game, but it's not led to that many kills. It's reminding me of a certain football game. I'll say no more. Case of bringing back some PTSD from some fans from abroad. But FPX now almost 10,000 gold up. Still got that Baron for 20 seconds. They've got 3 Drakes in the next one. Up in 5 minutes time, everything going their way, and those supers pushing in the bot side means they can get so much presence on the top side of the map.
What's also really funny that Seeker's arm guard has been sitting into Milky Way's pocket since he completed his Leech Bane. He went straight into it and he was like, screw it, I ain't dying anyway. I'm just gonna complete Rocket Belt and then go back into possibly finishing up the Zonias, of course, since the active on arm guard was still up and available. Look at FPX. They have been choking EDG out of vision. Every single time they walk up, they've been threatening with spells. This is so hard to play. So much poke, so much pick potential from FPX. Yeah. And when you deprive your opponents of vision, who in the world even faces Win has been losing his entire life. TP?
TP, Care trying to get away from the play. Solo kill, chasing him down. Care still has flash available. Will return to the rest of his team. Oh, solo kill pulled back in. Actually, there's a lot of damage here for FPX. Solo kill will escape with his life. Oh, yeah, look at Xiaolahu. He's just ignoring everything that's happening at the top side. He's looking for a mid-lane inhibitor tower, and this opens up the tier 2 for FPX. All FPX have to do is not fight, and they're just slowly winning the game off the back of it.
Yeah, he pushes that bot lane wave. He pushed that mid lane wave as well. 1 HP in the mid lane wave, an entire full wave towards the top side of the map. FPX pushing every single lane at once. He's gonna use the Void Grubs to try and take that tower down. It's not gonna be the case yet. Hey. However, there you go. One last hit. FPX, wow. What a great display of aggression right here. They have not let go at all.
No, they really haven't. And it's good to see a controlled game here after what has been an incredibly messy
we were here
series.
Before, Munch. We were here before last game.
We've been here twice. And both times, the losing team managed to come back miraculously and win the game. This time around, FPX are not interested in the same thing happening once more. They've got that 10,000 gold lead. They've got Soul Point. They've got Baron coming up in a minute. They've got bot inhibitor. They've got mid inhibitor tower. They've got just about every advantage you could ask for. Now they just need to finish the job.
level 16 onto Milky Way's Diana. He's 7 levels up on enemy support.
Good God.
On the guy who's supposed to be face checking for you. Oh my God, leave!
Moonfall just one-shots JJ. And Wink's not long for the world either. Lee flashed upon by the enemy team, but Doctor may have gone too far as Crown. Looks for a chance. He just doesn't have the damage. It's a gold death. At the end of the day, FPX close things out cleanly. They don't have any minions in the mid lane. They're going to have to wait just a moment, but a wave is arriving. Leave.
Oh, leave.
Has to do everything here.
Oh,
Cancels
leave.
one recall. For Shaola, who got back to base, he can TP back in. The wave moves in, and this will be FPX finishing the job. Care gets one final bonus kill as the Nexus towers fall, and FPX finish the series in style.
Such an important game for FPX. Last time these two teams met, earlier on in the split, EDG cleaned them up 2-0. If you want to have chances of getting out in the top 2 of this group, together with JDG, FPX needed to start today with their victories. And I'm not going to lie to you, it wasn't the cleanest. Yes, that game 3 was very, very, very good, very decisive, very clean, very aggressive. But the entire series has been a roller coaster.
It really has. And it means that now Group A is tied up. EDG and FPX both 2-2, and they are matched on the head-to-head. It's going to be potentially decided on game difference unless either team can bring down JDG or either team loses to TT. Everything's still in these players' hands. I'm so glad, though, that FPX have won this time around because it makes Group A so much more interesting. See the camera zooming in on Milky Way as well. Really stepping up today compared to the first couple of weeks.
I feel like the thing I want to take away from this FPX victory overall is the fact that they figured out how to play not necessarily through Milky Way. They figured out the win conditions, which was feed Care, get him on a really good matchup into Crying. Because shutting down Crying, it pretty much shut down the entirety of EDG for the entire series. So I feel like making sure that you've got a really good matchup for Care, Milky Way facilitated for him. He also did the same for Shaola, who I feel like that was their biggest obstacle, learning how to play for anyone else other than Milky Way. And I feel like they sort of succeeded in this particular series.
Yeah, and honestly, a very, very clean way to finish things out as well. The fact that you've got this essentially double AD carry comp plus a really powerful hard engaged jungler that's going to one-shot the whole enemy team. Like, it was really, really difficult once they did get Care ahead, once they did get Dogdom ahead as well. It was almost impossible for the side of EDG to contest anything, to actually fight. And you saw EDG kind of scrambling around the Baron. We saw that whole sequence of play just leading to FPX having absolute comfort across the map. So really, really good stuff from FPX. Really clean game from them. Honestly, if you turn the health bars off with the way that FPX played this game out, I would have said that was EDG playing, because you don't typically expect FPX to play this kind of slow, steady style, but I do understand why after how messy the rest of the series was.
Ooh, and right here you see Dogdom. I know people say, yeah, okay, Ezreal damage a little bit placebo because he gets so much poke down. This guy did work. He transitioned from bot lane to mid lane. He takes the entire tower out of taking anyone out who came anywhere near that mid lane wave. He was putting down so much damage, and honestly, Munch, it's been a joy seeing Ezreal walk back into the meta slowly but surely, because we all know that the LPL, you know, the AD carriers are huge enjoyers of that champion, and they played so freaking well as well.
Yeah, really, really good. Milky Way is back. I think it's fair to say really good series from him today overall. Leave had a couple of big opportunities. I feel like both Leave and Dogdom, when they were playing on this Zeri, really went for it. But Zeri losing both of those games today, unfortunately.
Yeah, you know what? About Leave, I'm going to choose to forget that Leona game. I think the rest was kind of fine. That flash ult will haunt me for a little bit. However, yeah, again, I'll agree with you. I feel like FPX were the better team overall today. A lot had to do about Milky Way, because Care had a really, really good day. again, securing him really, really good matchups. I think freed Milky Way to play his own game as well. And I'm very glad to see that even though he is about Milky Way, it's not about only him being able to carry the team. I feel like they all work together. Being able to pull out a playstyle that historically BLG is known for, the four squishes. Oh.
The zoom in slow-mo of Milky Way's one misplay
the
this game.
ult.
Like, really? Was that necessary? Was that necessary? It didn't even change the game. They still won the fight. That's just mean.
He doesn't need it. That's why he did it right there. It was like life flashing the wrong way on Leona and ulting the wrong way on Leona. They won the game anyway. He didn't need it.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess so. Cryan just got absolutely decimated in that bot lane. I'm kind of surprised how many highlights we've got from this game, honestly, because it didn't feel like we had that many fights, but just great engages, great flanks coming out from Xiaolahu to set up these engages as well. And then, I mean, Cryan, I like this. I like the attempt. It was a valiant effort at the end there. I feel like the game was already over. You've got to try and make something happen. Did not work out in the end. FPX, a nice, clean way to finish out what was, all things considered, a very messy series.
I think it was very impressive in game number 3 that there were only 8 kills overall, 7 for FPX and 1 for EDG, and there was an 11,000 gold difference. That talks a lot about their macro, their tempo, the way they completely deprived them of any CS, of any jungle presence as well. I feel like I don't remember JJ the entire game. I don't think I saw a Brand ult. I don't think I remember the Brand at all, and that's because they shut him down so well from the side of FPX. They kept repeatedly attacking his jungle, and this is why we said over from the draft, I don't want to say Karthus, because Brand does really good into a Karthus. You've got priority through Tristana as well, so your Karthus could potentially get shut down. Milky Way says, gotcha, brings out the Diana, and I feel like the pairing with Care this series has been so good.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. That early invade coming out from Milky Way just really set the pace for the game, set the standard for the game, and they just continued along that track. So really, really nice stuff from FPX in the end. Great to see Milky Way back. Great to see the rest of the team firing. Great to see a good last game in the end. I mean, the fact that they turned around that first game, actually a pretty clean game 2 until right at the very end as well. So I do think overall FPX were definitely the better of the two teams. Care gonna grab himself MVP at the end of it all.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like game 1, game 2, game 3, I feel Care performed so well in this entire series. I feel like he was the key factor in why FPX won this particular one. He was the better mid laner today. That was EDG's demise as well, having Care being the better mid laner between the two teams. And I feel like he's had a phenomenal series overall.
Yeah, definitely. I think Care having a really good day. His Ari looked really, really good as well earlier on. Fantastic stuff, honestly, coming out from FPX. EDG, though, bit disappointed, I have to say. I expected more at this stage after what we saw in their first couple of weeks. I thought, you know, EDG are back, EDG are firing. It does feel like there's still a bit of work to do for this team. There was a few times where players getting caught out individually, not necessarily linking up. I mean, the first 2 games, I feel like jungles and supports pretty often getting caught out of position and just going down for no reason. That kind of thing needs cleaning up for both teams, but I feel like EDG have some bigger issues to deal with as well. So we'll see how they develop over the course of the next couple of weeks. I'm a little bit nervous for them because I think the odds of them taking down JDG are pretty low at this stage. And for the side of FPX, maybe they
lost the
can
game
make
to
that upset
TT.
happen. That's true.
JDG lost the game to TT. Anything can happen. I feel like EDG have showed a really good face throughout the entirety of summer. We hyped people up that EDG is potentially back. You know, the addition of Crying and Wink has given a lot of hope in general to the team with the way they play. And I feel like FPX is one of those teams that sucks you into the chaos. And I feel like EDG kind of indulged in the chaos, which was not necessarily their play style. This is why they ended up going down. Hopefully, they'll get everything back together just in time for TT and JDG. And you never know, even giants can die.
Giants can die. You heard it here first, folks. That's going to be our first series done and dusted. I believe we are ready to jump into a break. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. We're going to be headed into OMG versus RA. This one is going to be messy. This one is going to be 3 games. This one is going to be worth a watch. If you like chaotic League of Legends, don't go anywhere because you will not want to miss this.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world petrified. You will be our silent eye. Will come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our madness. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant place. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face him up, face him up. For we are true to our name. Once, I steal the course. Strike twice, we deal this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To those who intend on our end, we refuse to let you have the final say. Strike once, and still the flow. Strike twice, we deal this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on them. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, we win this war.
the stage for our second series here as we're about to get underway with OMG versus RA. We've had a messy first series of the day between EDG and FPX, so now we're headed into, let's be honest, what's likely to be quite a messy second series as well. But I anticipate it will be quite a lot of fun on the journey. I'm Munchables. I'm going to be joined by Troubling as we head into this second series.
Hello, hello. I mean, I couldn't ask for more, I think, from the first series. We had a banger of a first game, then a 10k gold lead into lose game, then a pretty clean game 3. So, hey, if this series delivers the same madness, I wouldn't say no. Considering how game 1 went between these two teams when they last met, where it was like a 40-50 game banger back and forth, didn't know which team was going to win. Suddenly Angel has like 50 stacks on Medjai's, 45 items, and just one-shots everyone with Wei. Hey, I'm down.
We'll see if they can find it. We'll see if those late game banger moments are going to come through, or whether there's some bit more early game dominance coming out from either of our teams. As RA going to step out to the stage, and you know, when you look at the rosters between these two teams, if at the start of the split I told you that Rare Atom was going to be the favorite in this matchup with Angel in the mid lane, with PP God on OMG, Xiaofeng in the jungle, you'd be surprised, wouldn't you? But it's Xiaohao on the other side in the jungle. Vikla has been doing a little bit better than he did in spring. Assume and Jue, not too bad 2v2. Does feel like there are some positives to talk about for RA, whereas OMG so far really having a bit of a rough split for themselves. 0-4 in series, 1-8 in games, and in a lot of those games they're looking a little bit lifeless. So I'm hoping for a bit of a change of pace for OMG, switch things up a bit and bring back some of that old OMG magic.
I feel like a lot of what made OMG win a lot of their games over in spring, but when Abel was in, was comfort, right? The Viego for jungle, the Ezreal bot lane, Rakan for PP God. But you cannot always just rely on comfort. You're not always going to take these champions. They're not always going to be working with the composition that you're building around. And a lot of these times, even right now, the Viego gets banned against Xiaofeng for most of the games that he's playing. And to me, it's a little bit of a head scratcher. Because when I started like intensely watching the LPL at the very start of the year, when I first was like co-streaming, I wasn't even casting the league, Xiaofeng was one of those junglers that actually caught my attention because he's pathing, he's invading, the way he moved around the map. They were so interesting and different than other junglers. I actually found him quite clever with the way he was moving around the map, and I just felt like this sort of fire has been extinguished a little bit.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? Hopefully set themselves ablaze once more. Only time will tell for OMG. As Harry has become the top laner now for OMG. We'll see if he can kind of hold up that mantle that Cube was once holding. Harry, he's played 4 games so far, and unfortunately hasn't been able to get a win under his belt. OMG on a bit of a loss streak currently, but perhaps today things change. And like you say, I'd love to see them go back to comfort. I'd love to see, you know, Angel playing some of these more global picks. We've seen a Twist of Fate from him already. Saw a Malzahar, which was interesting against the LeBlanc, but it went pretty disastrously. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to see a little bit more of that kind of thing. Set up for your bot lane, maybe go for scaling picks for Starry and try and play that kind of style where Starry is the carry, Angel's the setup. But we'll see if that can work out.
I feel like what OMG could do with is a little bit more bite, a little bit more send it energy.
Yeah.
I feel like they just don't send it quite enough. Even though they have the tools, they'll have the draft, they'll have the champions, or at all. Yeah, actually, no, that's a pretty good case. Again, in the first game versus Rare Atom last time around, they were ahead for majority of the game, and it took them like 45 minutes to end the game, like 3 Barons or whatever it was, and away with like every item you can imagine in his inventory. So I feel like for OMG, they just need to start, you know, rolling on all cylinders again. Actually play, you know how a lot of players walk up on stage and say, oh, we played as if it was a scrim. Play as if it was a scrim.
Yeah.
Screw it. Run it. Try to cut someone off guard, because Rare Atom is a team that if you give them an advantage, they'll take it. They've been the more decisive team between the two at ending the game.
Definitely. And I've got to say as well, like, you're 0-4, you might as well do something. There's literally no repercussions
You might as well send
at
it.
this point. You're pretty much out of... technically, it's still possible if LNG loses every game and OMG wins every game. It's technically possible for them to make it, but let's be honest, it's probably not going to happen. At this point, I think you treat this in that way. You treat this as essentially an on-stage scrim where you do try and go a little bit more ham. Only time will tell, though. Not talked much about Rare Atom, but we'll talk about them once we get onto the server here, because we're starting Champ Select now. Will be OMG on that blue side to kick us off. See what they can get for their first pick.
And if we take anything from the previous series, a lot of those AD mid laners were banned out of the get-go, and only when we reached Game 3 did we see them get back in with all the bans that resulted through the Fearless draft. Right here, of course, Game 1, a lot of the LeBlancs, the Tristanas, potentially a Corki even, might get banned out as the last one from RA.
It feels like RA, they've downloaded OMG, haven't they? They're just removing the comfort picks. We talked about Angel's Twist of Fate. We talked about Xiaofeng's Viego. Also, Nidalee going to be taken off the board. So Corki up and available if OMG would like to first pick that one. Skarner also there, and Harry immediately goes for that.
Xiaofeng did look a little bit disappointed. He's like, come on, guys. Still, Viego, Nidalee, come on. Like, you can't be that scared. I mean, he's pretty darn good at both of them, so I don't blame them for both bans going Xiaofeng's way. I feel like from earlier, I think he's the strongest member in that OMG lineup in terms of how he moves onto the map. Now, RA, ooh, is that going to be the 369 special into Skarner? Shashu with the Mordekaiser.
Yep, straight away slamming that one. It's a solid counter. Xiaoshu, remember last year, very good on the K'Sante, very good on the Aatrox, very good at being that kind of bruiser that could take over a team fight. Mordekaiser very much falls into that same category. We'll see if he can make this work. And a Yone, blind locked for Vikla. They're basically saying, go on, pick the Corki, I dare you.
I absolutely love the preemptive Yone right here, because this champion does pretty good into control mages. He does pretty good on a side lane. He's very good into Corki that's been so prominent in mid lane right here. And arguably, it's the only S tier pick that's left from mid lane that is open, the Corki. And Yone does pretty good into that after level 3-4, getting that Vamp Scepter, getting your Blade of the Ruin King so you can sustain the poke. Angel will look it in anyway, because it's one of those picks that if you do end up with many, many items, you can carry games. And this is a lot of the times how OMG managed to pick up their wins.
Tough on the way for them. Now what do RA want to go for? Perhaps a jungler just to kind of lock in your top side here. Could also go for your own AD carry against the Ashe. You could go priority support, but no. With their AD in the mid lane, they're happy to go AP jungle despite that Mordekaiser. So Xiaohao takes the Lilia. Now we go to our bans to try and pinch those pools, and I would not be at all surprised to see Xiaofeng's pool get pinched even further.
Absolutely. You've got the Lee Sins in there if you want to pull those, or all the AP junglers like the Brand, like the Karthus, getting taken away. Now, what I really love right here from RA, they're sticking double AP towards the top side of the map. And in the end, you'll have Yone split push. And so if that Skarner builds full AP to evade the ganks, then Yone's just going to chop him to pieces. But back into the draft shenanigans. 80 carries also from the side of RA. Usually when there's so many shenanigans happening in the front line, Assume tends to gravitate towards things like the Jhin. He takes more of a backseat, facilitates for his team, does a bunch of damage in the meantime as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him on a pick like that.
See what 80 carries are going to come through. With currently only Varus gone and Ashe locked in for Starry. Plenty of options still available for Assume. I do like the idea of that Jhin. It's something that he's played a lot of. The Ezreal taken off the board. I mean, Assume's got a game of Cog more. I'm just going to throw it in there. This guy has been quite happy to bring a lot of different things to the table. It's also, I'm just saying, flawless KDA on Kalista so far this split. He has only played one game, and it was a win, so didn't die at that game, but options available for him. Leona would be up and available as well. Generally speaking, Leona has been the priority over Nautilus, but Dway currently has won 2 of his 3 Nautilus games, and he's won 0 of his Leona games, so I guess preferring the Nautilus.
You know what? Stats, results, results-based
analysis.
Stats? Analysis? Oh my god, oh my god. English is hard, you know? Even halfway through the day, English is very hard. Now, Ashe Leona, one of the most prominent bot lane duos, I would say at this point, especially since the transition from Ashe, from the bot lane support to the bot lane AD carry position. A lot of the times recently you'll see it as such. We are looking for an AP jungler, and it's not
Okay.
Going to be the Karthus because it's spanned out. It's going to be the Zyra. Yoya has run it before in the LEC. We've seen in the LPL as well. Hasn't had majority of the success that we'd expect it to. However, it's a very fast clearing champ.
I believe it was seen in the LCK this morning. I'm not 100% sure. I wasn't watching, but I saw some tweets from a certain LEC host that was very excited about the presence of Zyra.
And
Let's
it won,
see.
so...
Xiaofeng going to take that one. And we've seen a 20-minute Baron with the Zyra pick here in the LPL. We'll see
It
if
took
Xiaofeng...
18 seconds, Munch. 18 seconds.
It's disgusting. Xiaofeng, though, certainly a potent jungler. Let's see if he can make this Zyra work for his team. I really like this comp from OMG. Makes a lot of sense. That Mordekaiser could be a problem for them, though, if their front line goes missing.
Okay, OMG, this is your chance. There are so many goal buttons on this team. The Zyra route, Leona, Ashe, long range engage, don't have to commit the bodies. You've got the Skarner, you've got everything. A powerhouse of tools to make engages, to make picks. There is absolutely no way I want to see this OMG team just sit back, relax, and just wait for that 40-minute banger to happen, because you have the tools to take over the game off the get-go. Again, this team is 0-4. At some point, you have to send it, you have to play a little bit more aggressive, and right here, they've got everything they need to make this happen.
See if they can make it happen. A lot of bans against OMG's comfort picks, but rare at them. Finding a solid composition for themselves as well. Plenty of setup, plenty of carry potential from the mid and jungle. To mention Mordekaiser up top against that Skarner. It's feeling pretty good for RA coming out of the draft. Let's see if they can pilot it, though. 4 carries on the roster. It's always a little bit risky. It's RA versus OMG. It's game number 1. Coming to your screens, and we'll see if OMG can kick the loss streak or if RA will repeat history and take another win. The RA faithful there in the audience, desperately screaming. There's not many of them, but they believe. They believe. Let's see how it goes today. So let's talk win cons. Let's talk about how this works for OMG, because you were saying they've got the tools to send it. How do you send it on a Zyra jungle? How do you send it with this composition? How do you make things happen for OMG?
Oh, you can set it so easily through that bot lane. I feel Ashe, Leona have such great tools to not have to commit bodies in a fight, to try and start a fight out. You've got long-range poke from your Corki. You have so much consistent damage coming through from your Zyra later on when you've got a couple of items. And I feel like Leona plus Skarner in the front line are more than enough. So Ashe arrows, Leona ultimates are going to be of pivotal importance. And you mentioned it for RA. There's 4 carries on their team. Hit one of them, and you could see the all-in going down for MG.
See if OMG can find those all-ins. If Starry's going to be on point with his arrows, EP God can follow up with those solar flares as well. Xiaofeng as well. I mean, anytime we see a Zyra in the jungle, you got to keep your eyes on it. You got to be watching what happens with that pick. It's a weird one, but I will say the clear speed is off the bloody charts in the early game. Like, that's a Lilia that he's up against, and Xiaofeng is almost a full camp ahead. You can see him moving towards his blue buff now, just as the chickens are started by Xiao Hao.
Yeah, and Lilia is one of like the faster clearing junglers as well. She's got a lot of AoE in her kits. She's got a lot of damage in general to clear up the jungle. However, Zyra doesn't take any damage in the jungle because you put down those pesky flowers.
Yep.
They tank for you. You'll tank 1 hit for them so they don't all die, because you also need the damage to clear fast. That's the whole trick with Zyra, to be able to balance between your plants tanking and you tanking, so you get the most damage possible without taking any damage. As you can see, full HP, full mana, no problems. Oh, we're getting an invade?
I feel like the problem you've got as Zyra is you clear a bit too fast. Now you gotta wait for Scuttle Crab to spawn. Looking towards that top side. I mean,
Wait.
Krugs are gone. Maybe
He thought he was too fast.
he maybe thought Xiaohao started top side, or I'm not really sure there. Vikla, honestly not taking the best trade ever, as Angel gets the best of it. Xiaohao moving down to the bottom side, and it'll be a crab apiece.
So there's usually a pathing with junglers where you start at chickens, you go bot side, and then you head towards top, which makes you just slightly little bit delayed towards those Krugs on the top side. This is what I think Xiaofang was looking for right there, or he thought he was too fast for his own good, and that Lilia was not gonna keep up with the clear speed, which could be very easily possible. However, I think both of these junglers match each other's timers pretty well. Lilia being one of those junglers that didn't actually even need Blackfire Torch earlier on. A lot of people were saying that, hey, build Leandris first because Lilia clears too fast anyway, doesn't necessarily need the Blackfire Torch. -1 for Vikla, that hurts.
It does, especially when he was watching the health bar slowly trickle down to get the Q, just overestimate the Q damage ever so slightly. EP God starting to fight down in the bottom side. Xiaofeng's in the area, but a ward will spot him out. Nothing is going to come of this one. Down to the bottom lane. And again, we kind of saw this earlier on today, but this is another game where it does feel like level 6 is going to be crucial for both teams to really get things going.
Absolutely. Especially in the mid lane. For Vikla, you know that from levels 1 to 2, you're going to get bullied out. From levels 3 onwards, because of the range that Yone has, he can very easily trade Corki on the correct patterns. This is why a lot of the times Yone is picked into the Corki, and of course later on when you transition into a side lane, it becomes very dangerous for the Corki to overextend. Now talking about a side lane, I want to point out, something that I did point out in draft as well. The top side of the map for RA is full AP, and I'm expecting Harry onto this Skarner to go for magic resist items first and foremost, which means that this Yone is gonna eat him alive on a side lane.
He certainly will. And to be fair, if you've got no armor, Jhin actually does a good job at getting through health bars as well. Typically, we see these Skarner's too tanky. Vikla has used his split. Xiaofeng is waiting for him to come back. The root misses! Oh, Xiaofeng, you needed to throw it sooner. Oh, it's a disaster. It's a disaster.
Unfortunate right there, timing for Xiaofang. They could have potentially forced the flash right there for Vikla, but cold-blooded. Mid laner for RA.
I mean, didn't even. I'm not sure he even needed to be cold-blooded. Xiaofeng just missed the roots.
Hey, you never know.
Like
sometimes you panic,
earlier,
right?
Like sometimes you could juke by just not juking. I feel like that is
but
exactly
just not
what
juking,
Vikla did. Got away with it. Xiaofeng, though, doing the grubs in the meantime. PP got trying to zone away, but Jway, Vikla, Xiaohao moving in. And they've got Xiaoshu coming from the top side, who is level 6. Hook comes on through. The roots are there, and these plants are shredding the health bars. Vikla dives into the backside, though, but PP God survives somehow. Into the death realm they go. Harry versus Xiaoshu. It's a 1v1, and we all know Xiaoshu wins that, but Harry flashes away and keeps himself alive. How did nobody die?
OMG are out. They got their 2 grubs and they're out of there. Xiaofeng is walking back to get the last one because he knows our A's HP bars are pretty low. They gotta deal with their waves now as well. So OMG, the true winners out of all these skirmishes in the topside river. Very nice. Zyra takes those really quickly, and I feel like RA, they just didn't chain their combo together. You do not have level 6 on Lilia to pin people down.
Yeah.
So.
And I have to say as well, like, if we're going to play slow and steady, that is OMG's comfort zone. They are not very comfortable when the game gets too chaotic. I like, though, that they go for those grubs. They do challenge RA. Like, in a lot of these OMG series, you've seen them not really being willing to take these early challenges and then losing them if they do. They take the first challenge, they sort of win it out. I mean, it wasn't an outright fight win, but they get the grubs and they don't have any casualties, so I'd call that a win at the end of the day. Good start here from OMG.
And I feel like with level 6 onto Zyra, when you get first into those river positions, choke points become so difficult for RA to walk through. You've got so much poke coming in through Ashe, you've got so much poke and the roots and the ultimate coming in from Zyra. It just makes it so freaking difficult to be second at neutral objectives if you are RA. Right here, they're gonna shove in that bot lane. Lilia is pathing towards top. So if OMG wanted to, they could potentially even sneak a dragon here. They are pinging it.
Very fast
they're
at
not
doing
gonna stick around
Dragon,
for
but
it.
Xiaofeng did commit to the recall in the end. He's going to move up to his top side, doesn't have any bot camps up. And that hawk shot will spot out Xiaohao. It's headed straight over that little deer's head. Spotted. And so Bambi could be in trouble. The hunters are looking now. They know exactly where Xiaohao is. But realistically, I don't think anything's going to happen off the back of this one. Drake up, like you said. And the team really posturing for it.
Yeah, I feel like if Xiaofeng actually committed to the dragon right there, he would lose his entire top quadrant of the jungle. You see that Lily is already 3 camps up onto the Zyra, so he needs to keep up as also a carry farming jungler in the likes of Zyra. So very good decision making right there. I feel like they'll have enough time when the caps are down, when Zyra's pathing towards the both side of the map, to contest for that dragon and go for it. You'll see that bot lane has pretty much perma-prio on the both side of the map with the Ashe and the Leon, especially when you hit that level 6. So dangerous to walk up.
Yeah, it really is. It becomes devastating, and Assume has stepped up. Starry going to start a 1v1 between the two AD carries here, but goes in the brush, denies a couple of auto attacks. Starry moves away from the trap here. Can he finish the kill is the question. The arrow goes through, and it's a solo kill for Starry. Cleanses away and actually escapes. Xiaohao even used the flash. Starry makes it happen.
That was an incredible 1 versus 1 from Starry. He knows that Jhin doesn't have as many auto attacks as an Ashe does. Holds that ultimate for damage because he knows Assume is running that cleanse, so it wouldn't matter even if he pressed it to pin him down. Fantastic exchange from Assume right there, from Starry, and this is exactly what we wanted. The bite we were talking about, the send it that tried to take the 1v1s. Starry wins that one.
Knowing he has an advantage, takes the fight and wins it out. Beautiful to see. That's exactly what we want from OMG. Starry making it happen. And remember, this is a guy that is replacing a well-loved AD carry on OMG in that of Abel. Good to see him having some really solid games. Xiaoshu, actually, I'm not sure he needed to flash that, to be honest, but maybe worried about the potential stun to follow up from the E. So playing it safe.
See, not so cold-blooded here. Let's look at this replay again. Assume a little bit too far forward. Starry knows that by slowing him, he can pin him down. That's the 4th shot right there. Dodges the W and the flower. So the damage is gone from Jhin and uses the ultimate last second for damage. Then he's going to cleanse the Lolting Lullaby right before it lands as well. Incredible display of skill right there from Starry.
Yeah, dodges the Swirl Seed as well. Beautifully done. So now, Drake started up by RA. PP God wants to start a fight off the back of it. Arrow goes in. The follow-up is there, but Vickless onto the back line and manages to find both carries, forces 1 flash and takes 1 kill. The roots are there. PP God flashes away. Jway, 1 HP. The trap. Oh, the traps! He dies to the damn traps as Vickler keeps on going. Another falls as it's a double kill for Assume, and Xiaofeng has nowhere to run. RA take over the bot side.
Yeah, RA clean up house right here. They'll grab the dragon as well. Huge fight from Vikla. Starry could have looked cool, taking down Assume, but he also took down his own summoner spells, which means he is a sitting duck into a Yone. The TP down bot lane from Angel.
Oh no, Assume, not like this. Angel has found the 1v1 twice now in this game. Assume has been 1v1'd by an enemy AD carry. It's 2 different AD carries, but the fact that it's happened twice is kind of crazy.
Is that the whole thing? For every time it happened, I would have €1. I'd have €2 by now. It's not much, but it's crazy that it happened twice.
That was the reference. That was the reference. As Grub's going to be started now for OMG. And realistically, I don't think there's anything that RA can do about this one. This is going to be 6 Grubs with a Corki on the enemy team. That's pretty nice for OMG.
That's actually really good, especially since you're expecting Vikla later on to be an absolute nuisance on the side lane. So having Corki taking those towers, chipping them down really quickly, could result in you not having to face the Yone at all. You just use the tempo on the map, you just use the reset. Before that though, let's look at this again, because for OMG we said, hey, whoever walks forward, just lock them down with Leona, with Ashe. Lovely Nautilus ultimate, the second in lands. Vikla piles up his ultimate on top of that. Starry had no chance to react to this, especially not with any summoners, and PP God. Oh.
Yeah.
PP God walks into a minefield.
I think if he just kept walking in a straight line, he probably would have been okay there, actually. But Xiaofeng gets caught by the knockup at the end and goes down. Really nice ult from Vikla, forces Xiaofeng's flash, and then catches. I think it was assumed that he caught. Assumed it was Vikla that did it. Must have been Starry or Angel. I can't remember. Either way, caught a carry, forced a flash out from the jungler. Beautifully done.
Yeah, Starry 1v1 him first, and then it was Angel. 2 solo kills. I mean, the second one, it was kind of like a catching him situation. It wasn't really a 1v1 that Asum was particularly interested in taking. However, that resulted in an Infinity Edge for him. So this Jhin is going to be having a bit more crit on him. He's going to be hurting, especially on that 4th auto attack, or R4, when he opens Curtain Call. And RA, again, I feel like we didn't talk a lot about them. We mostly talked about how we want OMG to come up with a new plan. We want them to have a little bit more bite, be more aggressive. And that's because RA, especially in their previous series as well versus OMG, the 2 wins that they got in this series, they were pretty decisive. They got ahead early, and then they figured out how to play that mid-game. They snowballed their victories, and they ended up winning. For OMG was more like, hey, let's wait for our items. Right here, OMG has been playing a lot more decisively and a lot more practically.
Okay, setting up for Xiaofeng. Nicely done here. Harry pulls him into the Death Realm, though. And suddenly the plants don't do anything. But Xiaoshu won't survive for long enough. He's caught in his own Death Realm this time around, but the Curtain Call comes through, along with Xiaohao finding a double sleep to set it up. Beautifully done. Harry gets one under the tower, though. The hook comes through, but Xiaohao's still going to go down. 2 for 1 in the end.
RA overextend right there. It's a 2 for 2 for both those teams. However, you do get a lot of pressure down bot lane. Your Corki is getting free time with the tower, and you've got 6 void grabs onto this Corki. And that's exactly what we were talking about. You don't necessarily have to face the Yone on a side lane. If you use the tempo, if you use reset, if you use skills on the map to chip down those towers really quickly.
So let's take another look. As it started pretty chaotically. Harry's very willing to just slam that ult out and set these plays up. Death Realm denies the plants, though.
Yeah, and I think that was the big problem right there, because Harry does not have damage to go up against this Mordekaiser. It gives enough time for the entirety of RA to walk towards the top side of the map. And I feel like there was a bunch of overextensions. Xiaoshu dies to the plant, dies to the burn from the plant, but didn't kill it quick enough. And then Xiaohao also overdives to get that kill onto Skarner. At the end of the day, I think this was still a play that was benefiting OMG, because they had to commit less bodies into this fight, and they came up the winners, chipping bot lane tower. Now they're getting the Rift held, grabbing Scuttle Crab as well. This Zara is getting real fed.
Yeah, honestly, even though the kills went even at the end of the day, still a bonus for the side of OMG, as they've got all of the top side objectives so far this game. Xiaohao, though, trying to answer with Drakes. This will be their 2nd Drake. Chemtech one. We'll see what the soul is likely to be in this one. They'll probably be hoping for something like an Infernal with the amount of damage that they've got in their composition. Xiaohao doesn't actually have Smite available right now. That's why they're going so slow with it. But they do finish it off, burst it down at the last second. And it will be an Ocean Soul at the end of the day. Not really the best for either team, to be honest.
However, if you're on a side lane and you're trading a lot and you want to push, I feel like Ocean Soul is pretty good, especially for Corki as well, going up against this Yone. You don't take the most favorable trades usually. I just wanna reiterate how this game seems a little bit like game 1 of their series a couple of weeks ago. It was back and forth. It was mainly OMG in the lead, which is the case right here. And OMG ended up winning it after 40 minutes, a couple of Barons. And however many shenanigans or team fights happened. Right here, OMG, they have been more proactive on the map. They have been taking a bunch of neutral objectives. W is going to be forced by Angel, but you'll see Xiaohao, hands up, leaves. And I just realized, Munch, Xiaohao, Xiaofeng, Xiaoshu.
Yep.
Good luck with that one. Yeah.
I've learned to cast the Xiaos at this point. It's my calling. They call me the Xiao caster.
All of them in the same game. The Xiao cast.
Yeah, it gets a little bit much sometimes, doesn't it? But I will say, Both Xiao Feng and Xiao Hao are two junglers that I really enjoy watching and have really enjoyed watching over the years. Like Xiao Hao obviously coming over from Weibo. Like I think had a lot of work to do on that roster and now is on a lower budget roster, it has to be said. He's trying to make the most of it, and I will say he's been having a decent split for himself. Xiao Feng not really bringing that spirit of the Rogue Warriors that I was hoping he would after his time on Anyone's Legends. But I'm just going to charge the Herald in here. Not too much going to come. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a fight. You never know. With a Nautilus in the game, anything can happen.
Yeah, you hit a hook, everyone sends it, you go all in. However, again, you have Ashe and Leona, you cannot overcommit, or whoever walks up too far in the front line ends up dying. Now,
Yeah.
a lot of these fights are going to come down to item completions as well, right? Because you have Mana Moon turning very soon into more mana. The problem, though, is I'm looking at the Corki. His counterpart is 202, very close to that second item. And Yone, again, is going to be so scary in the side lane. If you look at the Skarner, he's full MR so far.
Yeah, I mean, magic damage in mid, in top and jungle, sorry. Arrow goes wide of the mark, but it will open up this tower for the side of OMG. I just want to quickly correct myself before. I mentioned the histories of Xiao Hao and Xiao Feng. I swapped the player names by accident, but it kind of goes back to our point of there's just so many Xiaos in this game. But yeah, both storied players, or at least to some extent. Not necessarily the most veteran players we have in the league, but hoping to extend their stories both on teams that really do want to achieve a bit more than what we've been seeing. RA, though, for them, this has been a really good split compared to the expectation. Harry starting off a 1v1.
Was this a prank?
I have to say, Xiaoshu, I've seen this Mordekaiser matchup go a lot better for the Mordekaiser before. Harry does seem to be able to get a lot out of these trades, a lot more than I've typically seen from Skarners.
Absolutely. However, usually that Mordekaiser is in the hands of 369. He is a Mordekaiser enthusiast and very proficient when it comes to this matchup as well. Looks great. Now, I've seen Harry and Xiaoshu just throw ults for the sake of it. Every time they're off cooldown, they're just going to pop their ultimates at each other. Just for fun, for the time being. However, Harry is into the tower now, does not have his ultimate. There's 3 members of RA around. No wave, which means you shouldn't worry too much. And that was a pretty favorable trade towards a Yone that I was saying he was going to cut him down on the side lane.
Vikula's like, yeah, I'm the mid laner and you're a tank top. Time to go for a trade. And then Harry's like, yeah, but I'm Skarner. So sit down.
And
kid.
I have a tower.
Yeah, time for you to leave again. Vikula realizes he doesn't like this matchup anymore. He's going to head back to base. 6-6 on the scoreboard. It's a 2,000, almost 3,000 gold lead in favor of OMG for the time being. And we are getting to the point now where I want to see a little bit more coming out from OMG. That third Drake is spawning in 15 minutes. OMG have done a good job controlling the top side objectives. Now they've got to contest the bottom side.
Yeah, the difference here is Harry does not have TP, so he has to walk down. Xiaoshu can get a lot of free time with the tower. The second they see Harry in the mid lane wave, they're actually pinging that top lane tower for Xiaoshu to keep pressuring. That could be huge if they can actually delay that dragon, but RA have absolutely no control over that tower. Now that Xiaoshu takes a tower, it's going to TP in their face.
They want the tower and the fight. They traded the tower for the Drake, but the Swirl Seed lands and is... Oh no, everyone's missed everything. Xiao Feng still gets caught by the ult combo that comes on through. Arrow from Starry won't lead to much. It's at least 1 pick for RA. A dragon for a tower, and then 1 pick on the back of it.
Yeah, I feel like Xiao Feng played it as clever as he could. They're going back. Hold up. Corki started heading towards the bot side. Does have TP if he needs to, but there's so much poke from Ashe, from Corki. Oh no.
This is dangerous for OMG. It was all looking so hunky-dory, but now they've got no jungler and they've got to try and contest 4v5. Ult's all on cooldown for RA. Maybe some kind of miracle can happen, but Harry completely flubs the ult. Baron taken now as Harry's in the death throne with Xiaoshu. PvCon trying to retreat. Vikula won't let him go, though. 1 last bit of damage finishes the job. RA looking dominant as they take the Baron and they take a kill to boot.
Wow, and none of them died. I actually thought this was very scary. The Ashe ultimate was just coming back off of cooldown. You've got Corki to poke people in, Ashe to poke people. You've got a Skarner and a Leona to lock people down for you. So I actually thought for a second for RA that looked extremely, extremely scary. However, not only do they pull it off, but they also get a Baron off of that. 3-0-3 for Vikla's Yone right now, going straight towards that brand boost. It's not only going to hurt, he's going to be tanky too. And let's watch this replay. A little bit late for the Dragon, but very clever from Xiaofang right here. Gets hit by the Lilia ultimate and just about flashes through, so he has to force ultimates from the side of RA. And I thought that was it. But smite down, you get 20 seconds, Baron's gone.
Really nice call from RA. And I have to say, like, Xiaofeng flashes, the deadly flourish misses from Assume, and the whole gang is like, right, slammer! The death charge comes through, Vikla's ultimate, the curtain call comes out as well. Everyone blasts their ult straight away at Xiaofeng, and it's worth it. It gets them to Baron. Now it's tier 1 in the bot side. We were just talking about how OMG were 3,000 gold up. Well, the gold now ever so slightly in favor of RA. They've turned things around as PP God actually goes in. Assume going to be stunned up, but walks away with his life for now. Here comes the Scorpion, but Vikla is onto the backline and Starry is gone. Angel, the next target. Look at Vikla go! He 2v1s the backline as Assume takes on the front. RA dismantling OMG.
Again, RA are so decisive. The second you put them onto a gold lead, they'll pull the trigger. This time around, it is OMG pulling the trigger, but I'm gonna say to you, a little bit too late. You've got PP God absolutely sending it right there with the Leon, and even though that's exactly what we asked for, you gotta also weigh your situations. Going too far in with the Leona, your carries cannot reach you, and you end up getting absolutely obliterated by a Yone. RA, again with another very, very favorable trade, 4-0-4 for Vikla.
Tier 2, sorry, taken as well off the back of everything else. Xiao even going to be able to sneak away red buff, and I thought he was retreating. He's not retreating, he's looking for a fight at this point. Continuing to pressure, still 30 seconds on that Baron. I think that is going to be the end of the play. Recall spotted. Xiao's got to be a little bit cautious on this one. Does have his flash, worst case scenario. He's hoping not to use it though, as everyone will back away. Still a minute and a half until Drake. RA will be very happy with a near 5,000 gold swing off the back of Baron.
Absolutely. Because diving in the backline is going Randuins now. Mitigates a lot of the damage coming in from the Corki and the Ashe. And look at this here. PP God is gonna send it. The Leona ult and the Ashe ult will land at the same time, which we assume. Versus one cleanse, cleanses both of them, and Vikla just dives the backline, absolutely annihilates both carries from OMG. Again, I feel like PP God went too far forward. His carries couldn't follow up. You need to play in a scenario where you're playing a little bit more of a wide map, so Vikla cannot find very easy access to your backline, and that wasn't quite the case right there for OMG.
Really good stuff from RA here. Great punishes on Xiaofeng across this game. Playing up against this Zyra jungle, you always a bit nervous with these Zyra games, whether or not teams will know how to play with and against the Zyra. It's a bit different to the other AP jungles in the game. But it feels like RA know exactly what they're doing, know exactly how to play this. And I will say Vikla in these fights has been fantastic. PP God, pull back over the wall! Your flash does nothing!
The flash into the deadly flourish, into come back through the wall. Very good stuff right there from RA. I mean, at this point, I think it's kind of establishing dominance on the Rift. They do have more money. They do have more items. They deal more damage. They have enough engage. The second they see champion, they kill champion. Dragon's coming back up on the Rift as well. PP God dead for another 16 seconds. There's no way OMG can walk in 4 versus 5 for this one. So it's gonna be going RA's way. I'm not gonna lie to you much. I was actually getting quite scared with how slow paced this game was getting, because OMG was getting ahead. They were getting in their comfort zone. Corki with a bunch of items, Ashe with a bunch of items. Same for Zyra. You've got pretty good frontline and engage, disengage options. It looked pretty good for the set of OMG, but RA suddenly pulled the trigger and they've never let go.
They certainly aren't letting go, and I don't blame them either. They're 2-2 in the group right now. If they can win this series, they can contend with LNG Esports, a team that everybody expected to get out of this group. But RA right now can challenge that fact. They beat LNG once, LNG beat them back, but it's enough. They can contest now. A win here is necessary, ideally a 2-0 here, because it could well come down to game difference.
All right, are well on their way for that 2-0. They're looking so strong in this particular game. A lot of the item breakpoints have come through. The hourglass for Xiao Hao. 3 items together with the rounders, as we said. 3 items for Jin as well. Absolute powerhouse. 3 items top lane. At this point, they can just invite OMG to try and face check any of them towards that Baron area. You see the entire jungle, Xiaofang, has been lit up. You not only wards, but bunch of traps from Jin as well.
I know, yeah.
You walk into it, you could be getting engaged on.
Captive audiences all over the shop here. The PP gods already felt the wrath of those once this game. It's not often that you see one of those traps get a kill in a professional game, but PP god felt the wrath. As a hook comes through onto this Scorpion, he's kind of tanking. He's just going to pull Jway in. Bit of an overstep from RA here. Perhaps OMG can snowball. Perhaps not, though. Xiaofeng is caught, but actually it's Vikla that's caught. Turned around. Angel in the death throw. Flashes over the wall. Xiaoshu can't get to him. The pull doesn't get him over, and Angel will survive. Harry still going strong here as Assume opens up those curtains. Hunting once again. 4th shots is not enough. It goes wide, and OMG survive.
Wow, RA overreached right there. I said, you see jump and you kill jumper, but you need some backup, you need some damage, you need your team to be there. Sway pulls the trigger, 2 versus 5, ends up paying the price for it. OMG, they're not gonna let the Baron go down in favor of RA. RA does have the jungle available, they do have Smite, OMG does not. However, I think OMG are pulling teleports right here to try and defend, get some vision down now that they have the numbers advantage.
I have to say as well, if we do end up in slower front to backs, if Vikla is taken out of the picture just like we saw there, Assume cannot kill this Scorpion anymore. We're seeing the armor come through for Harry now, and we saw in that fight how little damage Assume is able to do to both Harry and even PP God, who is only going to get tankier from this point on.
They're starting Baron.
They're starting Baron indeed. This feels a little dicey, but Xiaofeng not actually with the team, clearing away some boards. Just going to see if they can force anything out, I suppose, from RA. Drake not up for another 2 minutes, so Baron very much the focus for both teams.
Yeah, it feels a little bit weird to see a team start a Baron when you don't have control of your waves. Bot lane is pushing, mid lane is pushing, top lane is now pushing for RA as well. So you need to establish some control on the map to try and start a neutral objective. Of course, they try to see like, if RA felt like a fight right there, maybe they would catch somebody who would walk too far forward. It wasn't the case anymore. However, RA, again, they are still the stronger team on the Rift currently. About 3,000 gold in the lead, and they do have more items in their inventories, and the carries do hurt.
Just going to quickly double-check our settings here for a moment as we get towards what could be the Baron fight to decide everything. And honestly, it's not that one. It was once quite one-sided. It's a 2,000 gold lead for RA right now. It does feel like RA are in the driver's seat, but ultimately, 2,000 gold lead in 30 minutes. This is still anyone's game. It's a minute until that Ocean Drake comes up as well, and that'd be Soul for RA. That maybe could be the thing to clinch it.
Unless OMG feel like, screw Soul. We absolutely do not want to contest that. We have a Zyra, we have a Corki, we take Baron fast so quickly. And with this threat, they could potentially be pulling RA through the map, trying to get them to face check. This could be one of the win conditions. I mean, if RA commit one by one like they did the previous fight, OMG will just pick them apart.
Harry being the one to walk forwards. He's a big beefy boy on the front line there. I'm keeping my eyes on Assume as well. It's going to be hard for him to get damage through in these fights. He needs to weave those shots to try and get onto the back line. It's going to be Vikla and Assume kind of working together, where you've got Vikla diving the backline and Assume trying to thread that big damage to finish the health bars off. It's quite a difficult combo to get working. Arrow comes in. It's onto Jway, who is pretty squishy. Forced to flash. So Flare comes out as well. It's not going to lead to anything for OMG and RA. They're actually just going to start the Baron?
Wait, what?
Confident.
Jway's 1 HP.
Oh, but he's got Warmogs. He's got Warmogs. So actually, he's full HP practically. RA will back away from the Baron. OMG, they've decided to take up the mantle. Vikla is in a great spot though. Look at this flank. Coming out from RA's mid laner. If he can get onto that backline, OMG are in serious danger. Xiaoshu hunting with his hook to try and find a pick. And we go again. RA start the Baron once more. They didn't hear no bell. as the two teams, it's a posture off.
It's whoever missteps right here from either team could potentially get caught, but Vikla's positioning
Look at
is
Angel.
so crucial. They know he's on the side, so the second those carries from OMG step forward, Vikla.
Oh, Xiaohao, it's a four-man sleep, and Angel's on the bot side trying to do Drake in the meantime. It sets up beautifully for RA. What a beautiful flank from Xiaohao.
Wow, Xiaohao, that's an incredible ultimate right there. Tags every single person around that area. Wins the fight for his team. Vikla?
Vikla! Nearly turns it around. Angel just about survives. But now a TP coming through from Xiaoshu. Baron has been taken. OMG wanted to trade with the Drake, but Xiaoshu is not going to allow that. Death Realm ready and available. And I don't think Harry's going anywhere on this one. Death Realm comes through. Harry tunnels through the wall. Xiaoshu will end up in a 2v1, but I don't think that that's a 2v1. He can even lose. PP God adds nothing to this fight. Harry desperately trying to escape as an Ocean Soul is picked up for RA, and Xiaoshu finds his mark. RA get everything.
Absolutely. And you saw Vikla, you saw the frustration in his face when he couldn't take down Angel. However, he chunks him down low enough that he had to go back to base. A TP was not possible in. Anyway, even if it was, Xiaohao was around with the smite, so Soul going away to RA. And let's watch this one more time, because that flank was absolutely incredible. Tags every single one, except the Skarner, I believe. But that is more than enough to pin down people in place for Vikla to clean up the backline. And here comes the 1 versus 2 that Vikla actually opted into. Again, this Corki does a lot of damage, and PP God is around. You pin him in place. Oh, PP God's ult misses there as well. This could have been huge. If Vikla gets the kill here onto Angel, gets the Triumph, will kill Leona as well. This could have been huge.
So close from Vikla. And I will say, we got to see that little combo of Assume and Vikla working together to take out Starry. Assume cleanses. That's the route out from Xiaofang as well. That's quite a big cooldown.
Yeah, right now you don't have a lot of your wave clear because your team is going to have to split pretty much into mid and bot. However, RA, they do not have Baron buff onto this Yone that's pushing in that mid lane. The waves have not been synced quite well enough, and only Baron buff towards that bot side of the map. Only now Xiaoshu is going to move towards that mid lane, try to Baron up these creeps because they need to get some pressure going onto the map. If you allow OMG to stick to one lane, they're going to pretty much wave clear very quickly. The plants plus Corki do a lot of damage to push out the minions, and Ari, I think right here they just have to be very, very patient, allow the minions to chip down the towers, and see if anyone overextends, if they can make a pick.
Yeah, whenever you've got a melee mid laner, a melee top laner, and a melee jungle, it's always going to be a little bit difficult to pull off a siege.
And a Jhin,
Yeah,
we've seen on WE, it doesn't kill Nexuses, I'm telling you that much.
Oh dear. That was a slightly awkward moment of the split, it has to be said. As Vikla finds a knock upon Harry, and the hook comes in as well. Tower will fall. Death Realm comes through as Assume is jumped on by Angel, but Assume just flashes away, and Vikla finishes the job of the enemy mid laner. Now Xiaofeng's gone too deep. PP God trying to save his teammates, but there's nothing to be done. Starry will fall. It's a clean ace for RA, and they close game 1 out comfortably.
Honestly, what a great game coming out from RA. They'll take down every single member from OMG, take that game on as well. We said how important this is for them. RA take the victory right here at 2-0 over OMG. Could mean that they could surpass LNG and get a top 2 in this group. This is absolutely of pivotal importance. Of course, you want to be in that top 2. You want to be that group A coming out, and I think RA looked pretty decisive. A few hiccups here and there, but they pulled it together after that.
Yeah, honestly, once they found that lead for themselves, OMG actually starting pretty strong, but once RA found that lead for themselves, it all fell apart pretty quick for OMG. Really nice stuff from RA, and getting another win on the board. Like you say, every single win counts here. Between them and LNG, it's very likely to come down to game difference as each of them beat the other once. So, I mean, it's all to play for. It is all to play for in the series. For OMG, again, like we had this composition that has so much proactivity available to it. just didn't see that much proactivity. I would have loved to see a little bit more in terms of just forcing these fights early, finding those moments to pick someone.
Yeah, I feel like they gave me a lot of hope with Starry playing that aggressive, taking the fight onto Assume, taking that 1v1, evading the Lilia that's coming to gank him and make it a 2v1, gets out of dodge, and then I think they were so much on a different page. I think Xiaofang played a pretty good game where he had his timers correctly on the Zyra, was getting pretty fed, he was getting all the neutral objectives, but I feel like PP God was on a very different page than the rest of the team. A lot of the Leona ultimates didn't land, a lot of the zoning didn't land, and I feel like in this particular composition, it's you land one CC, everyone has to pile up, and it quite didn't happen for OMG.
Yeah, unfortunate for OMG. RA, though, going to be celebrating after game number 1, but they're not out of the water just yet. Need to finish out a second game as well. We're going to jump to break, find out if RA can keep this going and keep contending with LNG.
echoes of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen, blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep.
beautiful people, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Munch, that's Trouble, and we're headed to, I always point the wrong way. It's left on my screen, it's over there in the camera. That's Trouble, I'm Munch. We're going into game number 2 here between RA and OMG. Little bit messy across the game, but honestly, a little bit cleaner than I expected. I thought this was going to be more of a fiesta, but RA looking pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times RA were a little bit afraid to make plays just because of how much setup there was on the side of OMG, and this could very easily turn into that 45-minute fiesta that we were used from their previous series. However, RA, again, once in the driver's seat, they pressure their advantages every single time. And that's why I feel like this series is a little bit more RA favored than anything. Not even because of like OMG being 0-4, they've not picked up a victory. Well, they have. And that one victory was versus RA, but not a serious victory yet. And again, I just want to see an OMG that is more willing to fight. If anything, get more triggers into this team. Give me Xiaofang onto something that is a little bit more active than a farming jungler. I know that they're the flavor of the month right now, but I think him on a Viego looks so much more different when he's unlocked on the map, and he's not gonna get that. So you need to find the second best option. I don't care if it's a Xin Zhao, I don't care if it's a Maokai.
We'll have to see what he can find for himself. The Viego taken off the board at very least. And Yone now got Vikla's had his game on Yone. He's not having any of Angel having it. And Corki pretty much has to be banned here by OMG because Yone's gone. And Angel can't play Corki anymore because he already played it game number 1. Don't want to give that to Vikla uncontested.
So that's scary. Because if you ban,
if
you ban Corki right here, Rumble is open, so you'd have to ban Rumble and actually resort into the Corki. I think this is fine for OMG because Angel has showed how much he likes to play things like the Hui that scale better into that late game, so he does have a little bit more of an avenue to play towards that. However, I will echo what you said and point towards something like the TF, a little bit more active in the early game. We've seen what Care can also do with things like the Twisted Fate mid lane. He pretty much dictated how the whole map was playing. What am I saying? It's gonna be the Hui again, of course. You know what? Screw the Twisted Fate.
Yeah,
We're going late game, boys.
Angel slams the Hui. It's going to be Xiaofang on the signature, Lee Sin as well. The Corki going to come on through. I mean, Skarner's up and available too if they want Xiao Shu to be on the Skarner. And there we go. Just power picks across the board for RA. I mean, these are pretty much best in role across the 3 roles.
Oh, I'm so excited about Cassante versus Skarner. I cannot wait to keep the camera panned on the top lane and just watch how this matchup goes and just see them throw rocks at each other, throw blasting winds that come through the floor at each other. It's a Cassante.
It's going to be great. It's going to be so good. Can't wait for that top lane. Let's see what the bans are going to be here, as it's pretty much all going to be focused towards that. Bottom side, obviously, still need a jungler for the side of RA as well, so could try and set up for a good matchup for Xiaofang. That's what they're going to do. Brand to take it off the board.
I'd be very surprised if from the side of OMG they don't ban Ashe out, because Leona has already been locked in for Jue, and I think it's time for Assume to take that champion onto him. They seem to be a little bit more worried in terms of banning out Xiaohao from the jungle, and there's still the Karthus, there's still it doesn't have Lilia anymore. Things like the Diana that even Milky Way brought out could potentially be something that Xiaohao chooses to go for.
See if that is something Xiaohao does want to grab up for himself. I mean, that if they do, I mean, RA are just headed towards a tier list comp at this point. It does feel like it's going in that direction. I'm glad that Ashe was taken off the board at very least. But I mean, Varus would be open and available for them in the ADC role. Oh, actually, they're going to ban the Varus themselves. I suppose Starry could have swept that up.
How much do you like squirrels? Or rats? Or any of that kind?
Whoa, hang on. You can't just come back. Like, that's like the ultimate bait and switch. How much do you like squirrels? I'm about to say, yeah, they're kind of cute. And then you slip in, and rats. Like, come on, bro.
Hey, rats are kind of cute as well. Pretty good into Senna. They build Lost Chapter. They throw bombs away.
Killed the most people have ever died in Europe with the Black Plague. Thank you very much.
There he is.
Rats can go back to the sewer.
There he is. Oh?
Take that, Cadril chat.
Nah. Nah, it's gonna be the Ziggs. There's no way. There's no way. Don't you even assume. Yeah, there you go. The rat slash squirrel slash hamster slash yordle.
Yeah, I think yordle is the word. Yeah, little bomb rat, little helicopter rat in the mid lane as well. the demo squad coming on through, although typically that's Tristana, really. Let's see what RA want to grab for themselves in the jungle, toying with the idea of that Nidalee.
What's him?
But with an AP carry down in the bottom lane, he's going to go for the Graves instead.
I have not ever seen a jungler saying "lock me Graves" that doesn't have the biggest grin on their faces. I swear. Every single time a jungler gets to play Graves, they have the biggest smile on it. That was exactly Xiaohao right there. That was the champion they did play versus OMG in the third game of their series last time around. And spoiler alert, Xiaohao got so fed onto these Graves, and it could potentially be the case right here again.
So on PP God. I mean, let's see how this one's going to go down. I like the RA composition, to be honest. They're like they've got a lot of good things going, but OMG have plenty of scaling on their side in basically 3 different roles. You've got Xiaofeng on a carry jungler. You've got the engage of that Ornn. Harry can get some flanks going. Things could be good for OMG, but they've got to make it to that late game.
I just feel like for the side of RA, they just got so many different damage sources. You've got poke, AP, and AD with the Corki and the Ziggs. You've got more bursty damage if you want with the Graves right there as well. So the one thing that is really, really good for the set of OMG is their range. Senna outranges pretty much every single champion. Later on in the game, Hui has pretty good range. Non-committal engage coming in from the Ornn as well. This is a very utopian game, if you will, for OMG. If he does go into that late game, they've got so much scaling. They've got ornaments coming in from the side of Ornn as well. This is their bread and butter.
I like that term. It's a utopian game for OMG when they get to that late game. Or should I say, if they get to that late game. Because RA are not going to let them if they can help it. They've got that Ziggs into center matchup where you so often see towers going down early on, and you quite often see some dives on towards that Ornn if Senna does roam up towards the top side. We'll see if that can come on through. We'll see how proactive RA are going to be. We need to see good, clean gameplay out from RA today. If they want to contend with LNG in this group, they need a win here today. I guess we're not doing gyros this time around.
Oh.
All right, well, four people are doing gyros. Yeah, that was lackluster to say the least. But all right, in the driver's seat in the series, 1-0 up, and pretty much a tier list comp for them, as they've got plenty of powerful picks. I'd say the only one that's not like really solidly meta right now would be that Graves, but we've seen a reasonable amount of Graves in the right compositions. We'll see what Xiaohao can do with that carry in his hands.
Carried last time they played against OMG. And right here, I think, if anything, this is going to be a much slower game. So I feel like OMG will be feeling very comfortable. You want to be able to farm the Corki, same with the Graves, the Ziggs. You sort of use the Ziggs the same way you would use an old school Caitlyn. You push people underneath their towers, you take their towers, then you move that over towards the top side of the map. Last one to fall usually will be that mid lane tower. So a lot of focus will be put into things like Herald or the Void grabs to try and chip onto these towers as fast as possible for RA.
I assume if he can, if he does get some grubs to work with, he will just rinse those towers. It's so easy. And I will say Ziggs surprisingly good at the low levels as well. If you can hit those bombs, base damage is surprisingly high. I think people often think of Ziggs as a scaling pick, but you can really bully out those lanes assuming that you're hitting those skill shots. Not always the easiest thing to do against players that are good at clicking. You can often find those advantages as Vikla gonna attack the chickens. They reset in time for Xiaofeng to arrive. They just go straight towards his red buff instead.
I think he must have evaded vision right there, if I'm not wrong. They know that the ward dropped from Vikla. They spotted him on vision. And that's exactly what the Ziggs does. Push people underneath the tower, especially when someone is paired up with traditionally a melee champion.
Okay, Xiaoshu getting aggressive, has the level 3 spike as Angel and Vikla trading in the mid lane as well. The solo lane suddenly got spicy for a second there, as Xiaoshu will just reset. Xiaofeng in the area. That was a Quite a risky maneuver, honestly, from Xiao
Hold
Shu. But
on,
Xiao
Angel?
just moves into the mid lane. And Angel, flash or not, he goes down for first blood.
Wait, hold on a minute. That was incredible stuff by Xiao Hao. Places down the ward. Xiao Fang dodges the ward. But then they know that because he dodged the ward, these chickens are for free. Xiao Hao wraps around. Not only does he take the flash, the TP, but also the life of Angel. Now, this way, cannot pressure too far forward, which means Xiao Fang cannot play as aggro as possible. Nice flash. Coming in from Vikla.
Assume to be in trouble. I don't think so, though. There's not really a way in for Xiao Fang, unless there's an overextension from Assume and Jui. But I don't see any reason to, and they will keep themselves safe. So Xiao Fang goes back to base. Really nice play from Xiao Hao. I feel like Xiao Fang dodging that ward on the chickens, he's kind of outplayed himself a little bit there. He's just opened up for Xiao Hao to go grab that camp and then just move straight to mid lane. And now Angel has no flash. So anytime Angel's not underneath his own tower, he's a potential target. And if Jui can get roaming, get towards that mid lane, very easy for him to collapse onto Hwei.
I mean, technically, you could say the same about Vikla. Vikla has no flash. However, typically, Ornn is not the type of support that roams. You'll mostly see whoever's playing the Senna roam, because Ornn, or typically any pairing that you put with Senna, is the one that's going to be farming down the bot lane. And you'll see very soon that Pippi God is going to be all alone, left in his own devices, versus Assume down the bot lane. They're going to be bouncing waves back and forth, the Ornn and the Ziggs. And suddenly the Senna and the Leona will be unlocked onto the map, which could give massive advantage to RA due to the fact that Senna is so squishy, you cannot overextend, so much CC lockdown on the kit of Leona as well. So Void Grabs could be something that RA are looking for. Vikla, no flash.
Angel, misses the fear. Xiao Fang goes in. Vikla literally winning trades 2v1 here in the mid lane. That is, I mean, Angel not having a good game for himself at all so far.
Yeah, last time, OMG got bailed out by Angel grabbing a Medjais for himself, fully stacking it, having full items, but that was super, super, super late into the game, and they're looking for the same thing here. Hopefully for OMG, RA, let them get there, but it's already 5 minutes, 1,000 gold lead for the side of RA, and we've said this again, they don't let go once they put the pressure down. RA know exactly how to capitalize on you, and knowing that Angel doesn't have that flash, it's a very easy way to just dip into River and take control through there.
It's just disappointing, isn't it, from OMG? I just want so much more from this roster. They're really, really struggling this split. And, you know, I can see why they're struggling now, losing their top laner as well recently. Like, it does all feel like it's going just a bit sideways for them, but such a loved organization recently. Xiao Fang looking for a chance in the top side here. Xiao Shu the target. Double ult comes through from him. Does have that flash for the Q3 into the all-out. Answered with the flash. They're following for more, and the Sonic Wave finds the kill for Xiao Fang.
Ooh, a little bit of an overextension from Xiao Shu right there. Gets absolutely punished. Oh, Jui.
Oh my goodness, that's some damage onto Starry. Xiao Fang forced the flash as well. Oh, Xiao Hao flashes the Q3 as Jui has the CC to lock up this Cassante, but he's so tanky already. They can't finish the kill, and now Root goes down on Jui. Cassante is a real champion in League of Legends. Xiao Hao just hit 6 though. Collateral damage. He can't get it out though. Doesn't get a chance to use his ult. Vikla versus the world, and he can't finish the kills. Angel gets to turn it around. Xiao Fang gets a shield. OMG, flip everything on its head.
That was such a great fight for OMG. RA just kept throwing their bodies one by one into this fight. That was so miscoordinated from RA. Graves was doing Void Grabs while Xiao Shu overextends over a ward, over 2 wards that had spotted Xiao Fang going top lane. Let's look at this again. He goes past 1. He goes past the 2nd ward. 2 wards at least went past. And that was not respected by Xiao Shu right there. Gets hijacked further back and ends up dying.
Yeah.
And that's fine. You already have 2 Void Grabs. If you're Graves, leave that other one to die. They think they have the damage. Fair enough. It's only a Senna. Very, very squishy. The second you don't kill here, you need to back off. Because if you see here, Harry is blocking the auto attacks from Graves from landing onto that Lee Sin. And from there on out, everyone collapses and it goes super downhill for RA.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. When Harry was in that sort of 2v1, I was like, oh, Graves will melt through him. But actually, Harry was 2 levels up, 3 levels up on the enemy support, so he's quite comfortable there. And the collateral damage comes online. It gives the confidence to try and keep fighting. He never even gets a chance to press the button. Jway now knocked up, no flash. The root comes through, but it won't lead to anything more. But wow, 600 gold, only a 600 gold lead, by the way, for OMG. I don't know how they're not further ahead.
Yeah, I think it has to do something with that Ziggs in the bot lane. 1,000 gold up. Obviously, Senna does not farm, but the stronger the Ziggs becomes, the faster the waves are going to be crashing underneath your tower, the more control you'll have on the map for RA. However, I'm glad to see that when we got off of that replay, they were already on a new play. OMG are willing to pull the trigger right here, and rightly so. 3-0 onto Xiaofang, very, very close to that first item as well for the jungler of OMG, and we have praised him. We said that, hey, if he's on a more proactive pick, maybe things will happen on the map, and they are happening on the map right now, and he is the recipient of all the kills and all the gold, so all eyes on him to see how he capitalizes that with his lead.
All eyes on Xiaofang. He's on a pick that he knows how to carry on. Let's see those mechanics shine in these fights. One problem he might have is the amount of CC that comes out from Jway, from Xiaoshu. But I reckon he can outplay it. I reckon we can see something special here from Xiaofang. And it would be such a good moment for OMG if they could have that big standout game where Xiaofang carries, where they take over, where they get all of these objectives. It'd be so good to see. Actually, this is a roam up top from Starry to go for grubs, but it's only 1 grub up.
Yeah,
Are we fighting
and they're
this?
looking to fight here as well.
I guess so. Jway charging forwards. He's still only level 5. It's really difficult to start a fight here. Good W from Harry. And yeah, that's all she wrote.
There might have been a little bit of confusion right there from RA.
I think
Potentially they thought that OMG had already cleared the last Void Grab, so the new spawns would be coming out?
Yeah, I think maybe both teams thought that there were 3 grubs there.
Because people got to smoke bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, we just see the full group up attempted fight for 1 grub that's just smited.
1.
That's it. BPCon gets a plate. A ton of minions just died to the tower. A bit of a wonky one there from RA, just misreading the play.
Yeah, and I felt like I was watching PPGod walk bot lane, and I'm like, wait a minute. Asum is walking towards that fight, but there is no fight because there's nothing to fight for. You can no longer get the buff. So I feel like OMG were a little bit more aware. Maybe it was like kind of a textbook play, you know? When you get to use to making these plays on certain times on the map, you just make the plays blindly. I feel like maybe that was the case for RA, potentially grabbing a kill right there. But yeah, absolutely. Sundered Sky completed now for Xiaofang onto this Lee Sin. And we're looking to see if he's going to make plays, because that mid lane for RA is nowhere he wants to be at the call. A couple of components here and there. I call it bootyard sale before you complete that Trinity Force. It's not going to be quite enough for Vikla yet.
Not just yet. Vikla having such a good game previously, but on the Corki, you do want to finish that Triforce. Obviously, the lethality Corki did get nerfed, so we generally just see the Triforce with fleet footwork these days. Not quite as aggressive, still powerful. Xiaohao in the back of the pit here as Xiaoshu gets a big old engage onto him and is forced to flash by PPGod. Nice little capitalization from OMG. They want that first Drake of themselves. The fact that the first Drake of the game is at 12 minutes is kind of crazy, honestly. But the Dragon will reset here. Xiaohao trying to keep it going, but a good chunk of health comes back to it. Angel chunked out by Assume, who's moved down. This is a long, extended engage coming through. Jway is tanky. Xiaoshu knocked up, double knock up with a railgun on top. The bomb does diddly squat. It's a trade onto Angel, but 2 die on the side of RA.
A little bit split from the side of RA. 3 towards the top, 2 towards the bottom. Vikla TP's in a little bit too late. And the tanks that commit onto the front line, they're not in the front line anymore. They're just in the bot lane all alone. This is going to be a Dragon for OMG in return of, I think, 1 tower plating in the mid lane for RA. And OMG are willing gladly to pull the trigger in this particular game, and it's great to see them do so. 47 stacks onto Senna as well. The stacking is going great for Starry. Let's watch this one more time because this is just Leona and Skarner. The second Xiao Hao sees the Hui, he starts going towards the top side. So it's all your carries on the top side of the map versus your 2 tanks on the bot side. Choose your fighter.
No, really, really nice combo as well from PP God. Gets the knock up onto one, but then flashes to get the second knock up, not his ult, his charge against the wall onto both of them. And then that sets up the Slaughter all across both. It sets up for the damage. And that 4-0-2 for Xiaofeng. 100% kill participation. Sundered Sky and Pocket. He's already got his Merc Treads as well. Really, really nice start to things for OMG. But despite the fact that they're 6 kills up, despite the fact that they got that Drake, they're only 1,500 gold up. To be fair, that's not bad at 14 minutes. But they still need to keep this ball rolling if they want to turn this into a win.
Yeah, and the even more crazy part is that he's only 200 gold up on a Graves. This guy has 4 kills and 2 assists, and he's only 200 gold up on his counterpart. Of course, Graves is a champion that the second he sees you ganking a lane or showing up on the map anywhere, he's gonna take your jungle, he's gonna take your neighbor's jungle, he's gonna take everything from you pretty much. Oh, Harry getting caught here, but this is Cassante, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll be alright on that one. Joy just gonna finish the ward. And Herald has now spawned onto the map on the top side. You can see Xiaofeng
Officially.
immediately.
It's not a joke.
Yeah, officially spawned up there. That means Xiaofeng moves up, starts this one off straight away. This is one of the things about Senna. Quite often it does mean you can get control of these topside objectives very easily because how easy it is to just roam around with the jungler as that Senna. Weird lane assignments here with PP God actually being the one trying to contest mid. Pretty hard to get mid prio as an Ornn on your own.
Yeah, and I love the fact that they always have PP Gold matching wherever Assume goes on the map. Try and make sure that there is a trigger around if Assume missteps onto that Ziggs. It's extremely squishy, very easy to catch as well. Now opportunity already completed for Starry's Senna, and honestly, seeing this game sort of slow down again, I'm giving all the power over to OMG. They needed something to get going in the early game so they don't fall behind. Not only have they not fallen behind, but they're also actually ahead. And on the champion that does matter for that early to mid-game bridge, which is their Lee Sin, Xiaofeng piloting it, of course. I think this is a pretty good game from the side of OMG. They have fought the fights that they can win. They saw RA throw their bodies one by one at them. They capitalized on that. And I know that a lot of the times it's like, yeah, okay, it's a team making mistakes, but somebody needs to be there to catch them. And OMG have punished pretty well so far.
The thing is, I'm a little bit nervous about for OMG is that these games today, in both series, honestly, have been a lot about capitalizing on mistakes. And OMG are by no means a perfect team. I am nervous that if they make one mistake, RA will capitalize. Remember, OMG were ahead in the early game last game as well. RA flipped that around. They're only 1,000 gold up currently. Xiao Shu getting attacked here by Harry. Getting close towards that second item mark as well for Assume. He's in a very, very strong position on that Ziggs. Kind of surprised there's not been any towers taken down yet. Not much focus playing towards Assume here from the side of RA.
This is what confuses me. I feel like a lot of that roam that happened towards the top side, the confusion around that one void grab that was available, and it wasn't like a whole new set of void grabs to fight for the buff. I feel like it took the momentum and the tempo off of RA. Especially since PP God was able to actually crash a bunch of waves.
Yeah.
Under that bot lane tower, and this should have been technically Assume taking the tower when 4 members of OMG were up topside. That was also 5 members of RA committed there. And I feel like this guy's kind of hurt their tempo in general around the map.
Does feel like things have slowed down a little bit here. Decent scaling on both sides, to be fair, so I don't think RA will be panicking about that fact. But Drake coming up in 30 seconds. OMG got the first one of the game. I don't think RA are going to let this next one go without a fight, though, because they're already in river, trying to get some vision, trying to set up in advance of it. As PP God moves in, but realizes there's 3 people in that brush. It's not a fight that he wants. Does get caught by a Zenith Blade here. A bomb to boot, but will be able to walk away with his life.
I'm not going to lie to you, every time I see 2 or more tanks in a team, and there are 2 for the side of OMG, backed up by a Senna with a lot of heals and shields, I'm getting a little bit worried when there's no Kraken Slayer 80 carry on the other side to take those tanks down. So
The one thing
We'll see how good. I mean, you have a lot of poke, AP and AD with Corki and Ziggs. Oh,
Oh, Starry's caught and gets one shot. What is that damage? Call of the Forge God gets 2 knockups, but Harry already sent packing. And RA, just like that, back in charge of the game.
hey, you don't need to kill the tanks. If you just kill the AD carry, the tanks cannot walk up. Great catch right there from RA. We'll land them the dragon as well. And Starry walked too close to the sun and got burned.
He certainly did. Got absolutely decimated. And that was just off the back of Assume. Getting back to base, grabbing that Leandries. This is a 2-item Ziggs now. This is a scary moment in the game where Assume really will shred just about anyone that walks near him. Also, there's not that much MR on the side of OMG, but Starry just... bold positioning, to say the very least.
I'm not gonna lie right there. You've got Ornn around you. You've got Lee Sin around you. Walking forward in front of them. It's not the most clever thing that you can do, especially
Right
since you
next
have
to-
absolutely zero vision.
They just literally saw the whole gang in that brush attacking PP God
Walking,
3 seconds
yeah.
earlier. Object permanence, my friend. Do you have it?
Apparently not, in this case.
Yeah.
Starry is gonna live to see another day on the Rift this time around without any summoners available to himself. Again, Senna is a champion that even though you punish her repeatedly, at some point she will inevitably come online. Now again, it's always a case of how much is RA willing to give, and it doesn't seem like it is a lot. Every single time RA has had the chance. They have engaged onto OMG, and again, that 4-0 and 2 onto Xiaofang. It's now a 500 gold lead for Graves.
It's crazy, isn't it? With Xiaofang getting so much in that early game, he's managed... Oh, he's ended up falling behind in gold. Herald going to be dropped in this mid lane. Should be able to get the charge down, you'd expect. And there we go. Does manage to grab that Xiaohao. Not going for the smite in the end. There was too much HP on it for it to be worth it. And so at least tier 1 in the mid lane taken by OMG. That's actually the first tower of the game at 20 minutes. It's not often you see it quite that late. As am I going to commentate this? Yes, I am. There's a TP coming up through. There's our 2 meatballs batter each other in the top side. Oh, Xiaoshu goes wide on his ultimate, and that sets up for a kill for Angel.
Yeah, and apparently this is exactly what happened in the previous game they played against each other. Angel was on a sideline for the majority of the time, soaking up as much gold as he can onto this way. He was the biggest reason. He even got the MVP for that game, that one win that OMG has for versus RA, and Angel went absolutely huge in his way right now. He's trying to do the same. He's cosplaying Henry the Hoover on a side lane, trying to get as much gold as possible, try and carry that late game.
Oh,
flashed into
flare
it.
goes through onto Angel. Can Xiaohao actually follow it up? The collateral damage is kind of just absorbed by the shielding. Xiaofeng's shield plus, I believe, an Archangel's there as well. I'm kind of amazed that the ult did absolutely no damage.
That was so scary. Angel flashed onto Zway's ultimate right there. Straight up stunned. Very lucky that... I think the collateral did not hit him from the Graves ultimate. That's what it was. It splashed too early and it didn't hit onto Angel. Of course, we're probably going to see the replay and find out what's happening. However, on the other side of the map, we do have a double agent.
A double agent? Who's the double agent?
007. 007.
Oh, I see.
Isn't he a dou- isn't he?
James Bond isn't a double agent. He's the good guy.
What's it? Okay, fair
He's a
enough.
secret agent. He's not a double agent. Double agent.
Secret agent, there you go. Sorry, my bad, guys.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
My
like,
bad, guys. Not double agent, secret agent.
I thought we were like flaming a player, and I'm like, I'm down. I just need to know who we're flaming and why. You know?
No. That wasn't the case. It was secret agent. Sorry, my bad, guys. I was referring to James Bond.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. James Bond onto the Rift. As Harry having a decent game on this Cassante, or is he? As I say, it gets under the tower, but dodges the Impale with his flash. Root comes through from Starry. Harry looks like he'll get away with this one, but a TP comes on in. Vikla behind enemy lines here as he chases down onto Xiaofeng. Can't really keep chasing onto the Lee Sin, especially with Angel up in that top side. But perhaps Assume finally gets a chance to start using this Ziggs on an enemy tower. Just get it a little bit lower, and they can slam a satchel charge down there. They can finally finish another tower this game. Angel
No
is
flash.
all alone on the top side. How has it come to this? He was there protecting his jungler a minute ago, and now a double TP comes on through as well to answer the play. Vikler in trouble as PP God flashes to try and make things happen. Oh, sorry, Vikler flashed, is now over the wall with the Valkyrie. It suddenly got real messy real quick.
Absolutely, both teams are very, very willing to brawl at this point. But Dragon has just come up. It'll be the second one for both of these teams. And I was just about to commend RA. I'm like, you took a trade into an entire tower in the mid lane. We've talked over and over how important that mid lane tower is. And the second RA take this, they just overextend a little bit. Yes, they do take a kill, but they lose one in return. And that one is Xiao Hao. I'm gonna give it to Xiao Fang, even though he's been making plays all across the map. He's not died once yet on that Lee Sin.
No. So far, so good for him. Honestly, this couldn't be much closer, could it? It's 800 gold between the two teams. They've each got a Drake. They've each got 2 towers. It's 1 Grub versus 2, so it's not that significant. This will be a second Drake now for OMG, a minor advantage for them, and it does feel like this is going to be a game of minor advantages, a game of inches. A gamer of inches? That doesn't make any sense. It's now RA trying to answer on the top side, but Angel will be here to clear the way. Shouldn't lead to a tower. However, Xiao Hao is moving up to this top side. Shui is here as well. Sweeper coming through. They're going to try and make a dive happen onto Angel. He just one-shots the minion wave, but I don't think he can survive long enough. Xiao Hao finishes the kill as now they look for Xiao Feng as well. TP from Xiao Shu. Nice setup on the play onto Angel.
Very willing to pull the trigger out there from RA. Was OMG pulling TPs in the previous play? RA are willing to do the exact same thing for some advantage on the map. There are no neutral objectives other than the Baron to be taken, but every single time we've seen a way without flash, it's a red flag. You will see them go down. People will be ganking them, and again, you get flashbacks. Angel was allowed to get to these item breakpoints last time. RA is not going to make the same mistake ever again, and I feel like the game has in general slowed down because those compositions are quite similar. You've got very known go buttons with the Ornn, with the Leona. You've got so much range with the Wei, with the Ziggs, so much range with the Senna, with the Corki. I feel like both of these team comps are so similar, and this is why the whole back and forth is happening, because you've got every time one engages, the other one has so much peel.
And the thing is, like, the one concern I've got for OMG is their big gold lead right now is on Harry over Xiao Shu, and that's great and everything, but Xiao Shu's still playing Skarner. It doesn't really matter if he's 1,500 gold down, he'll finish his 3rd item and he'll still be pretty much invincible, so I don't think he's too concerned about it. Right now I'm looking at Assume and the fact that he is so much gold. He's almost headed towards that 3rd item. He's got that needlessly large rod, I assume, going towards a death cap next. He is going to be a terrifying Yordle to deal with when he hits that 3-item mark.
And I'm not gonna lie to you, if I saw this Cassante a year ago, I would be very scared. I'd be like 107, 3-item Cassante last year, oh boy. That is a scary monster you're gonna have to deal with. Now, still scary, but not as much of a monster. Not the easiest to deal with, but also with all these items that you've mentioned into RA's inventories, pretty easy to go down later on. They're gonna pull the trigger.
Shui, the target, he's pretty tanky and actually kicked away by Xiao Feng, so he's going to be all right on that one. Does manage to catch another Sonic Wave, though, as everyone turns it around, and immediately Angel is caught again. Oh, and then everyone jumps into the Impale. PP God's underneath the tower. This is a disaster for OMG.
A little bit of a back and forth, but you do see that a lot of the bars from RA have been chunked down as well. However, OMG do not have a tower to fall back into, so they have to back off of this one. 2 minutes until the next Dragon. Baron is still up, and double Lady Carry plus Ziggs. That Purple Worm is gonna go down real quick.
OMG trying to contend in the mid lane here as Vikler actually Valkyries forward just to get a rocket on through, get a little bit more harassed down. Oh, they're pinging it. Baron. They're just gonna go straight towards Baron. Xiao Feng and his Wolves right now. I don't know if this is contestable for OMG, but Angel has his TP up. Maybe there's a chance that they can move over here late, but this is going to go down pretty quick at this point. Okay, RA peel off. They don't commit to things. They're all spotted on that ward. With the TP coming on through, maybe
Oh,
a chance
no,
Dwayne's
Angel,
just going to walk
Angel.
straight in and set up onto Angel again. PP got low as well. The whole gang running away as the bomb flies overhead. Harry desperately trying to survive the heals from Starry to keep him in the play, but Angel falls once more. Honestly, Angel is having the worst game I've seen in a long time from him.
Oh boy, just TP'd in the middle of everyone. Dwayne just put his W up and just walked in. OMG are TP'd in. There's no one around. PP God, there's no one around.
TP God is gonna go down as well. It does feel like this OMG roster is running out of steam, isn't it? It does feel like they're struggling to make things happen in these games. 8-8 on the scoreboard, it looks even, but the gameplay doesn't feel even right now. Root does come on through after the Baron is taken by RA, but Xiaoshu, I'd say he can escape. He can just impale them. They can just win the fight instead. 2 more for Xiaohao, and RA continue to roll this forward.
It's feeling a little bit of a done deal. You mentioned how even the kills are. Earlier you
Even
mentioned
the
that
observers are
towers
saying it.
were even, the void grubs are even, and Angel was the shining light. That again, that one game that OMG has won was over RA, and it was due to Angel being that hyper carry that they needed. 5 items away with the Medjais back then. It took them a long time, but that damage still came through, and it can still come through. Don't get me wrong. I think their composition is a great composition. Ever-scaling, Ornament, Senna. However, OMG just do not seem to be on the same page when they want to engage, disengage, make plays. They do seem to be willing to make plays, it's just not as a collective, and
Yeah.
I think this has hurt them throughout the entire split.
I mean, honestly, when you look across that scoreboard, everyone on 1 death. There's just one person who sticks out like a sore thumb in this one. And it hurts me. As an old school Suning fan, it really hurts me to see Angel have a game like this. But tier 2 now under siege, but Ziggs makes short work of that. And that's going to be Harry doing his best to buy space and time for his team, but he just ends up alone underneath the tower now with Baron. Vikla pushing in the mid lane as the rest of the gang pushes in bot. This is looking to be at least 1 inhibitor for the side of RA. There might be 2, it might even be a bit more than that, because it's 35 seconds until Harry spawns back onto the map. Mid-wave now about to arrive, which will set up for this second inhibitor. They could look to try and end the game here, honestly. 25 seconds on the clock. Maybe RA have a window to finish things out, and it doesn't look like they want to back away for the time being. Pushing these minion waves in. Solar Flare goes down, Starry steps side. Oh my god, the damage on Starry. He barely survives with the shield out from his own ultimate. Xiaofeng dives into the backline, but he just gets 1v1 by Xiaohao. Doesn't have the damage, and that is gonna be all she wrote. My goodness. RA finishing this one out 2-0, and OMG nowhere to be seen.
Last series took us to all 3 games between these 2 teams. But if you ask me which was the cleaner one, I would say RA. OMG really struggled for that one victory, and honestly, it's a crushing defeat here for OMG. This could potentially be the reverse run, the run for Group A, potentially trying to get that second spot off of LNG, off of RA. It would have to start with a victory over RA, and it just wasn't good enough. And what's more crushing than that is that there was no life on the Rift.
Really tough. Xiaofeng had a good early game, has to be said, but RA the better team at the end of the day. Angel gonna have to go back to the drawing board after this one, and I'm sure social media is not going to be kind to him tonight. That is for sure. Hopefully they'll stay offline tonight. I don't think that's the place to be right now. But RA, on the positive side, fantastic couple of games coming out from them. 2-0 in the end, which means that they are now currently second place in Group C. They are 3-2, and they are on track for contending with LNG. The 2-0 as well means they are on a neutral game difference as well. Fantastic performance going out from RA, and great to see them contending within their group.
Honestly, there were a few hiccups here and there where I feel like they got a little bit too overconfident, but that's due to having a lot of lead in their games. We saw Vikla overreaching a little bit with his Yone in game number 1, but all in all, every single time they would have a hiccup or a misstep, you'd see them pull back together and actually make collective plays and collective decisions on the map as a team. And I feel like this is what is the most important, you know? And talking about RA and how all the underdogs are slightly rising up and actually taking it up to the giants of the groups, I feel like RA are looking pretty good. Last time I remember, Asu put up a fight versus Top Esports.
Yeah, they certainly did. Fantastic stuff from RA, winning 2-0 in the end over OMG. Really, really solid stuff. And, you know, I'm disappointed in OMG here, but at the end of the day, this roster, I think, was always going to struggle this year, especially with the mid-season roster changes as well. It's tough. It's really tough. And hopefully they can get back on board either later on in the summer split. Maybe they can somehow find their footing in Group B. But for the time being, it's not looking good for the team, and maybe a team to look for in next year's games. But RA, on the other hand, I'm very excited for. RA and Ultra Prime are like the two somehow dark horses this split. Dark horses may be overstating it. I'm not expecting them to be top in playoffs or anything like that. But actually looking pretty good in a lot of their games, finding these victories consistently, 2-0 over OMG. And it feels like they're very good at hunting for those opportunities to flip a game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel it worked out for them. Vikla, I feel like, had a lot to do with it. His games were pretty good. I think he's a very, very, very stable and dependable mid laner. And Xiaohao thrives off of this, sorry. I feel like mid-jungle duos are of so much pivotal importance right now. Last season, we had everyone plays for bot lane. If your AD carry is not good enough, you're out of here. You're not good enough. Right now, it's all about that mid-jungle synergy, especially since we've got carry junglers back up. And I feel like Vikla, together with Xiaohao, have looked really good this series.
They certainly have. This fight, honestly, I still can't believe OMG won this whole situation. That looked so good when they got onto Starry, but then Harry's just so tanky. 3 levels above Dway, 2 levels above Xiaohao. They just can't get through the Cassante. Ends up being turned around. Really nice stuff from OMG. Regrettably, the play doesn't really continue in the way that this play would suggest. Vikla trying to finish these health bars. I feel like we see this so often in the LPL where the health bars are all so low, but the fight continues and the outplays come on through.
Yeah, and everyone suddenly wants to pile up in. Oh, the Oran Horn coming through. There you go. 2 tanks over on the bot side for RA. Again, these are the miscoordinations that we saw RA have, overextending up in the top lane, committing in 1 by 1, not necessarily having a plan. Right here for the Dragon, the plan was not necessarily to take the Dragon and get out. It was actually fight, but they didn't want to group up to fight. But after that, they got it together. They were playing as a team. They were playing their front to back. They were catching people who overextended, aka right here. Angel, every single time Angel didn't have a flash, they would capitalize on that. And it's not just on Angel overextending. You know, the vision was lackluster, didn't necessarily have the teammates available to back him up. And RA just took advantage of all this.
They certainly did. Dway surviving that play after Xiaofeng sort of botches his kick, but Angel overstepped. And then it's the follow-up to this play, right, where we then see Angel TP back in after the Baron. Here we go. And Dway just walks up. He just goes, okay, if you're going to be here, I'm quite happy to tank up. Somehow survives walking through all 5 of them to set up onto Angel there.
All right. They're going to be really happy with that victory here. Again, because the first series went all 3 games, this one was a pretty clean. 2-0, we've seen the last moments. If I remember correctly, Starry just kind of disappeared. Yeah, it just kind of disappeared. 1 Ziggs ult, 1 Graves ult. I'm actually surprised he survived this particular one. But yeah, that was the last Hail Mary try from OMG to save the unsavable.
Last-ditch effort there from OMG as RA finished things strong. And I will say, you said it right at the start of this series, and I'll repeat it again. RA, when they get a lead, will close things out fast. It's great to see, and it's good to see them continuing to do so today. 2 times now, finding kind of 1 or 2 moments that turn a game in their favor, and then once they get hold of that game, they really push things forward. It's good to see.
Yeah, Absolutely. Now, this is getting me more excited. However, RA and LNG from the same group have played each other. It's gone 1-1 each series. However, LNG beat RA 2-0. So if it comes to a head-to-head, if it comes to a game div, it will potentially be LNG coming out on top. So being LNG and going forward right here, the one thing that you don't want to do is lose to a bloodthirsty OMG. Because I'm looking at them, these guys are thirsty. They want that victory, they want the win, and they'll throw everything at it.
They've got nothing to lose at this point, OMG, so perhaps they can find it. Shanghai gonna grab MVP 10, 2, and 2 on the Graves. And it was exciting to see the Graves locked in the first place, saw his angle, went for it, and took over that game. 100% kill participation as well, with some great collateral damages alongside the solar flare to finish jobs off.
I'm just gonna do my due diligence here, and I'm gonna say, don't try this at home, kids. Graves isn't for everyone. Play Setuani, play Maokai. It's really good. Trust.
What if they're a Graves main in the jungle? Can they play Graves?
No.
Not in my
Trust.
games. Not in my games. All right, that's going to be about it from us. It has been a pretty weird game for a pretty weird day for us today. A lot of messy games coming out. Let's take a look at our results as we round things out here. 2-0 to R8 in the end. You just witnessed that one. FPX coming back to life a little bit in our first series. The first couple of games, a little bit messy. Game number 3 though from FPX, really clean.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like EDG has left people wondering what in the world happened to them because they looked pretty clean. However, FPX swept the floor with them, as you mentioned, on game number 3, and they were clearly the better team on the day. If you guys did not catch up with the series EDG versus FPX, I would highly recommend you watch at least the first 2 games because they were very, very entertaining.
And then tomorrow we're jumping into more games, and we once again return to the shenanigans of Group D. Ultra Prime versus anyone's legend. Believe it or not, that is the battle for first seed within the group. And then it'll be NIP versus Weibo to try and catch up to Ultra Prime and AL. The fight for those top 3 seeds is very much on in Group D. It's the only group where absolutely no one is guaranteed in or out just yet. So definitely a day that you do not want to miss. Group D has been by far the most entertaining group in this split of the LPL, and I anticipate that will continue tomorrow. That's going to be it from us though. I've been Munch. I've been joined by Trouble Inc. as we brought you these games today. It has been a fun old day of wacky League of Legends, and we'll be back with plenty more tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching, guys. We'll see you in chat tomorrow for those games in Group D, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.